We got a new stream.
Moving on over. Follow it, folks. Follow it. Not only do you have a new stream, you also have 3 V's in the middle of the new stream.
Yes,
that
you
even
do.
makes it cooler.
That makes it a flying V.
That makes a flying V stream.
Form up. All right. Voltron, there's a lot of different ways you can form up with the flying V.
You can form up Voltron with the flying V. You can do regulators mount up with the flying V, maybe. And speaking of Bulldog, if that is Bulldog, I would have loved for Bulldog to put in a line in the chat of how his feelings for Camping World are currently. How he feels about Camping World over the next week or so, maybe the next couple of weeks. Multiple people have popped in asking about Camping World, and I'm like, man, where is Bulldog when you need him? Because he is Mr. Camping World. You know, Bulldog was always that Camping World lover back in the day. So I'm always been wondering here with Camping World taking its lumps over these past couple of days, what his thoughts were on that.
I too would like to get his thoughts on the world of camping.
That's right. My goodness. Yeah, it closed down today. Down 9.5%.
Like to know who buys these shares of Rainier every morning for a penny. Because every morning, for like an hour or two in the pre-market, and I get that it's the bid, you know what I mean? So I guess nobody's really buying it, but it's still it's like that for about an hour, and there's usually like 7 to 11 trades. That's it. Just like 11 individual shares, it'll say, but it'll show the price on the watch list for RYN at a penny.
Penny. That's always every day.
Well, if you remember, there was a few times back in the day on things like Weyerhaeuser and Camping World that Bulldog would actually move the market. You know what I mean? We would watch them. You buy some shares in the morning, you watch it move.
Real Rugged DIY, yeah, Nate Dogg and Warren G. You know, I used to love Warren G's music, and one of the biggest reasons too, Real Rugged, was because I was able to always throw my name in. So like, it's kind of easy when you listen to the G'd up sound. Pioneer speakers bumping as I smoke on. Well, can't say that. Got the sound for that 816, and it's easy to see that this DJ be Adam E. See, it works out perfect.
Oh, okay. So you were right.
You can throw Adam E in for Warren G. And it fit in every song where he threw in Warren G. You could easily sub in Adam E.
Yeah.
So it worked. I loved it.
I'll probably there was a lot of dogs that you could probably do that, because anytime that they even spelled it out, D-O-double-G, you could just said, you know, add them to the E. So there was a lot of
A to the E. That's right. That is my Twitter name after all, A to the E. So
yeah, my name didn't have much fun stuff like that to rhyme around along with. My name would have ended up in like cocktails, if anything.
Your name totally would have been in cocktails.
I would have liked to hear Too Short rapping about me.
Too short.
So I'm gonna assume that this is Lindsay Lynn's saying, Lindsay. I can tell you, Bulldog loves his Camping World, especially coming into spring.
That's awesome. Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate that. I would wonder though. I'm guessing he is napping. I'll get his. I will probably shoot him a message. I'm wondering what he feels about yesterday and today's action on Camping World. If he feels there was.
Yeah, I didn't even notice down 9% today.
Yeah, it got hit, man. BMO downgrades Camping World to market perform from outperform.
When does their dividend come out? Do you have that information offhand? I didn't know if you had it
looks
up.
Like next dividend day, 12/13/21. No, wait, that's where you had to be. You had to be holding it at 12/13 on December 13th. Looks like for their last one, so it should be. Man, I don't know when it's actually coming out, but the holding date was 12/13 according to this. That would have been for the last quarter. I'm not seeing a new holding date for this next quarter, though. Probably need to look somewhere else out. Are you thinking that people might have sold and they hit their date and then unloaded?
Yeah, possibly. I'm only saying it because I see the $sign on our watch list.
Yeah. Let's see here. It looks like recap Camping World. Oh, okay. They did have their quarterly. Okay, they announced earnings yesterday. Camping World. They beat estimated earnings by 7.14%. Reported an EPS of 9 cents versus an estimate or
That's a great
0.9 versus an
example.
estimate of
Real quick. That's a
0.4.
great example right there. Beat earnings by 7%. Almost a little over 7%. Almost exactly what we're at as inflation. So, obviously it's much more complicated than that as far as, but just from a quick outlook, doesn't that almost cancel it out?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't, I get that, but it almost does as far as growth, as far as things like that. And I'm not saying that it's so negative, because you have people out here that aren't even meeting earnings. So to still beat earnings is huge. But you know, I guess all earnings are going to be tame, but I still wouldn't see why it's down, 9% today on that.
Yeah. Well, and look at this, Semi. So last quarter, the company beat EPS by just 2 cents, right? By 2 cents, which was followed by an 11.32% increase in the share price the next day, which obviously today that did not happen whatsoever. It beat it by 2 cents last quarter, which was followed by an increase by 11.32%. To this time around, it beat it by 7.14%, and that led to a 9.4% drop the following day. Now, we'll say, it is actually up a quarter already in the after hours, so looks to be trying to slightly come back. But yeah, it's weird how it beat earnings last quarter, barely beating earnings in it, and it jumped up 11.3% the following day. And again, so it makes me wonder if that's almost like your wash, if maybe that's how they're viewing that. Up by 7%. Well, that's kind of a wash across the board, and now it's dropping down. It would kind of go along with what you just said there. If you really
and you gotta look at it like a company like Camping World, like they're a good middle of the road company to kind of look at. Hey, Great White North, what's up, brother? As far as what inflation impacts. So it's going to impact their operating costs. Obviously, it's going to impact their inventory costs of new products. There could be shortage of supplies. I don't know how the Camping World is as far as pushing out what they have. You know what I mean? So they have the most kind of across the board operating costs, because they're a retailer, but they're kind of a wholesaler. So they operate on different levels. Like a biotech company, you have to look at inflation affecting differently. If they have products already out, it's not affecting them as much. If that earnings that normally would go into R&D is now worth less, that's going to impact them. Same thing with technology. You know what I mean? Technology is going to get hit, because we talked about this to death of how people are going to want. And when I say people, I mean institutional holdings. They want to invest in stuff that can make money right now.
That's true.
Because there's uncertainty, because those companies that are going to make money in the future, now they're affected by how much they can put back into the company, all that. It's a whole cycle.
That is very, very true.
I like that. Let's not worry on this market, boys and girls. Nah, I wouldn't say worry. Let's prepare is what I would say.
Exactly. It is smart to prepare. Wow. See, Seeking Alpha MI is saying Camping World GAAP EPS of 54 cents misses by 12 cents. Revenue of 1.4 billion beats by 100 million. Yeah, they're saying Seeking Alpha is saying that Camping World, their press release, they missed their EPS of 54 cents by 12 cents. So that's bad, obviously. I'm seeing conflicting numbers from Seeking Alpha and from Benzinga.
Wow, that's like flipping a two-headed coin and hoping to get tails.
Right? Okay, here, I'm going into Zach's here. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Two-headed coin, hoping to get tails I win, or what is heads I win, tails you lose.
Tails you lose. Also a Poison song, too. Poison lyrics. It's like a heads they win, tails you're gonna lose.
Now, here we go. But okay, Zach's equity research goes completely against. Camping World came out with quarterly earnings of 90 cents per share, beating the Zach's consensus estimate of 73 cents per share. This compares to earnings of 48 cents per share a year ago. These figures are adjusted for non-recurring items. This quarterly report represents an earnings surprise of 23.29%. A quarter ago, it was expected that this recreational vehicle retailer and services provider would post earnings of $1.78 per share when it actually produced earnings of $1.98, delivering a surprise of 11.24%. So this is a surprise of 23%. Over the last 4 quarters, the company has surpassed consensus EPS estimates 4 times. So I don't know.
Yeah, and one of those quarters last year, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was the earnings for the first quarter. They had their best earnings ever.
Quarter one, 2021.
Okay, yeah, it was, and
It
leading up to
71%.
that, yeah, leading up to that is when Bulldog started putting information out on it before the earnings for the first quarter came out. So whenever they came out in probably April or something, somewhere around there, April or May.
Yep. Yeah, that would have been.
I think that would make sense, right?
That would make sense. Yeah, it would have been. It should have been April or May for the first quarter. Yeah, because that's your January, February, March. So it would have been dropped probably in April, or either mid-April or very early May. I'm guessing April. I think you're probably right on April.
But it's tough, Great White North, because I think a lot of people have averaged down so much. You know, and I blame it on the Fed, on the fear that the Fed put in starting back. You know, we started talking about this in September, and by November, then it kind of became a serious issue with the inflation. That's when he retired, transitory, and
transitory.
So it's been tough for people, because I think even late December, then, you know, and then people said, you know, started thinking, well, we'll wait till the first of the year. The market's terrible, but everyone's selling off for tax reasons, this, that, and the other thing. And then it just kept going down, you know, and it's psychologically, it's tough on people, because
it is. You
look at some of these stocks and quality companies that are worth, you know, 35% of what they were a year ago, where, you know, as far as the company goes, fundamentally not a lot's changed. Sure, everybody's affected by inflation, supply, all the issues that everybody, but it's not like some of these companies, you know, you would expect the company to have done some really bad stuff to be worth only 10% of what it was worth a year ago. And there's some companies that there's not really a lot of explanations other than maybe they were overvalued to begin with.
Yep, exactly. Overvalued to begin with.
I mean, $1 billion market cap used to kind of mean something. Now it's like, you know, the pet rock company nowadays would be a $3 billion market cap.
That's so true, dude. So true. So very true. It's so sad and yet so true.
And like companies, you know, we talked about that a lot. Companies like Lucid, when Lucid was up in the 50s and the 60s, it's like, or the high 40s, the 50s. It's like, it's not that I don't like the company and I don't believe in it. It's just, it's not worth this. Not right now. Like, everything can't be worth on what they're going to make 5-10 years from now.
No, it can't be. That's impossible. I saw Real Rugged DIY talking about that Clover Health Investments Corporation. Looks like up 36 cents already here, up 18% in the after hours. I was looking, man, on as far as their financials go, for that Clove. I mean, out of 7 price targets, you got a low from $3 to a high of $9. I mean, currently it's $2.01. I like seeing something well underneath. When there's multiple price targets, I never go by the price targets, but I like seeing when there's multiples and a company's
especially
current price is well under.
Big institutions, you know.
Yes.
I look at them with a grain of salt, but I look at them as holding some weight. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Now, we'll say they're, we'll have to see. Looks like third quarter 2021, they revenue $406 million, but earnings of negative 34. So, of course, that's never good. They're not, you know, that's not profitable yet, but we'll have to see. They did, let's see, quarter 3 2021, they actually beat their EPS by 15 cents for their last earnings. The previous 2 they had missed. They missed the second quarter of 2021 horribly, and that seemed to be what tanked the stock, because it looks like quarter first quarter 2021, they only missed it by 2 cents a share. However, for the second quarter, they missed it by 65 cents a share, and that hurt them
This is
horribly.
Clove you're talking about?
Clove, correct. Yes, sir.
And they were involved in the original meme stocks. I know they were heavily shorted at one point. They were
oh yeah.
they've been around that.
Well, you got
and it's tough because
Vanguard holds 7% of their shares. Green Oaks holds another 7%. There is 10% held by insiders, and I do like seeing that the insider sentiment is actually at a 10, a positive rating. So it's nice to see that the company insiders are digging the company. Because lots of times they don't. You'd be surprised. Lots of times, apparently, the insiders do not really care for their own company they're insiders on.
Yeah, this is
I don't know if
true.
we're actually coming up with that, but apparently it's there because that's what they're saying anyway.
I mean, I guess they just judge it by sales, but I don't.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. I like it, dude. It breaks it down though. It's really cool because they can pull up like their CFO, right? Is named Joseph Wagner. And he is shares owned. His last transaction that he had a major transaction was August 8th, 2021. And he currently has 25,000 shares of Clove. He did a conversion of exercise of derivative security. And it even shows, dude, their officers are on here with stock award grants, 263,000 shares. Their COO currently is holding 236,000 shares. Yeah, I like going into the holders and the insider holders too, and seeing some of these companies who's holding them. But a real rugged DIY, man. I kind of honestly for the financials going into the future. I mean, I think they've got a little room to grow. I think 238 is pretty low. So, but that's just me, non-financial advice, and I haven't done a deep dive. This is just glancing at it. But
and the good thing with Clove, it's obviously don't base your trades off memeability or anything like that.
No, definitely not.
It's a factor, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Especially when you're dealing with Wall Street bets and stuff like that. A name like Clove that's known, all of a sudden it starts trending.
Right.
That puppy could fly.
Yeah.
Not saying it's gonna at all, not financial advice. I'm just saying it's one of those names. It's like, we can see Nokia one of these days. We could see BlackBerry on any given day just because they have that capability.
They have the capability. Yep.
It's weird that that's a thing, but it is. We see it.
That's the day and age we're in now, man. That is the day and age we're living up.
Wow. And especially like in that price range, like Clove right now at $239. That's not, that's affordable. It's a lot easier to FOMO into something that's $2.39 than something that's $26 or $66.
True. So true, man. So true. Awesome. Bag holding from 9, averaging in now. Gotcha.
Yeah,
awesome.
there was heavy shorting. There was a lot of alleged manipulation with that stock over the last, especially in the original meme run up.
Yep.
But it kind of has the same thing that I've said about Nokia and BlackBerry, was like they just kind of lost all. People weren't paying attention to what the companies even were. With Nokia and BlackBerry, people just looked at it like, it's the old cell phone company. Let's pump this thing. Like it was more of a meme, when in actuality, both of those companies had really good stuff in the pipeline and continue to, and kind of got overlooked. And I feel like Clove kind of got put in that same category where people weren't looking at it as a real company, but just looking at it as a meme.
I think you're right, man. And just just last month for January, they've got Clover Health beats expectations with Medicare Advantage membership growing by over 25% at the start of 2022. And then Investor Place put out an article, membership growth is making Clover Health a more convincing investment. So, I mean, they've got some, they've got some good numbers and good, good news over the last, since the year turned, the calendar year. And the problem is too, MIA, like we talked about, since November, we've been taking a hit going down anyway, so it's going to be tough. I would say for somebody like Real Rugged, he's been bag holding from 9, and now he's averaging down. So you're looking more Real Rugged, probably more maybe a little bit longer term. Would be my guess after we get done with whatever, everything that we're in, and we knock out the inflation, start getting things going. You're talking about it maybe a little ways down the road, of course, but I think you'll be primed for that really to take off, especially after all this gets cleared up, because again, the
especially because you're in a sector
it's a medical field.
Yeah, it's not a fad. It's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
It's not, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So cool. Awesome.
The Riddler. Is the market gonna correct itself soon?
Dun, dun, dun.
I think the world has to correct itself first, the Riddler, and then the market will do what it needs to do.
The market can do what it'll do. So true.
Some of the tensions, I think, need to be settled. I think even I think this is being a little bit over exaggerated, but maybe on purpose, or maybe just because, like we talked about before, this is the first conflict that's kind of been at the forefront in a while. So
true, man. So very true. I did tell, and by the way, I realized 5:57, so I'm about to get off here. But I did want to say too. So I told Cal Muse if we. I know, right? I know. Right back at you. Well, I told Cal Muse. So I said, he goes one day. He said one day at one point. He said, at least once. He said at least once. He said I want everybody and you and me, talking about himself there, on a to do a podcast one time, right? And I told him. I said, hey man, I said, you know what? I gotta say, 3 men and an opinion sounds like has a pretty cool ring to it. And he goes, did you just make that up? I said, no, I told him, because he's a little bit younger than us, so he didn't remember 3 men and a baby right away. But I said, nice. I said that 3 men and a baby, and I just kind of made a play off of that, so we'd call it 3 men and an opinion. I think it'd be pretty cool. 3 men and an opinion. So I told him, I said, one of these days we'll make it happen. We'll have a show. We'll get one of those out there. I said, don't worry, Cal. I said, me and we'll have you on. We'll get that. We can do a 3 men and an opinion show. So we'll get one of those one of these days. So
yeah, I don't think we'd have to worry about finding stuff to talk to or to talk about.
Definitely not, because Lord knows all 3 of us have plenty of opinions on plenty of different subjects out there. I think we'd be totally fine. The problem is getting us to shut up would be the hardest problem.
Yeah, we'd have to cap it at like 3 or 4 hours.
That's right. I know, right? So true. So true. Awesome. The fire extinguisher's on the ready. That's right, Heather said. We're looking real rugged DIY. Tom Selleck, Ted Danson, and the other guy. Oh man, poor. Oh my gosh, poor Steve.
Gutenberg.
God, how did I blank on? Yep. See, there you go, rugged. Exactly. Thankfully I at least got his first name, but you're right. It almost comes down to Tom Selleck, Ted Danson, and the other guy, because poor Gutenberg just fell off the map when 1990 hit, man, and Tom Selleck and Ted Danson didn't. So what? But you remember it. That's the main thing. You remember it.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Cool. All right, brother. Well, I tell you what, everybody, I'm gonna again hop off of here and see how them boys are doing back from school.
Absolutely.
And go take care of a couple things, and outside of that, brother, man, thanks for hopping back on again, and I'll be listening on the other side. It's odd, we're just I guess I need to come back on at 8, and then you can hand it back. We'll just keep going back and forth between each other.
I think we have Mr. Business coming on tonight.
Nudge's on tonight. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, sweet. So very cool.
Oh, look at this. What do we got? Another is that a just do I hear?
What am I hearing? Oh my goodness. Look at that, in perfect timing. I don't want to say perfect timing because it sounds bad, just do. Here you are hopping on and I'm hopping off. But what I mean by that is...
I've actually been on for a minute. I just always feel so rude jumping in and be like, hey, interrupting, what's up? You
Oh,
know, so
dude,
I was
just
listening.
just
I mean,
throw in if you hear us saying something, man. What I always do to MIA is I just decide to jump right into the middle of his conversation. He'll just be
no, I
talking
mean,
about,
I mean,
answering
here's my
somebody
two
there in the
cents.
chat, and I'll just be like, "Yeah, you're exactly right. I totally agree with that." You
Yeah,
know what I mean? So, hey, you are more than welcome to just come right in and place yourself in. You know we will accept you right into
yeah.
any
Nah,
conversation.
I feel
So,
that y'all were just on a roll, so I didn't want to ruin the momentum, you know.
It's all good, brother. All good. Thank you, by the way, earlier, Just Do, for your message. I got that. I appreciate it,
Oh
brother.
no, absolutely, man.
Awesome.
Cheers.
So cool. Well, in that case, then, gentlemen, I will talk at you all a little bit later. Nunya, I can't wait to hear you if you were out there at 8 o'clock. I will be continuing to listen from the other side now, anyway, and also, of course, listening at 8 o'clock as well. So, cool. Thank you, Trader Fam, for hanging out. You had Birdie this morning, you had MIA after that, then you had me, and now you got MIA again, which is really cool. You got double MIA dose, and now you've got Just Do on, and then it's going to lead into Nunya. This is a flipping awesome night, folks. So, very cool. Perfect timing. So give these guys your love and attention like you've given me. Thank you so much. Can't thank you enough. D-Grade, thanks so much for those super chats. Stanley, you and Pauline, much love. Thank you for that. You all didn't have to do that, but thank you all as much appreciated anyway. So much love. You all have a great evening, and I will talk at you all later. See you guys.
Yeah, buddy,
Right,
much
Mr.
love,
E.
man.
You guys know what to do. Throw those helmets, those capital E's, whatever you got. Just throw that man some love. And in the meantime, throw our special guest, highly invested, aka Just Do, some love. Not that you're a guest. I shouldn't call you a guest. You're not a guest.
We can go special guest. That's fine.
I mean, you're special, but you're not a guest. I mean, this is your home, son.
True that.
What's good, man? What's good?
Oh, man, kind of a busy day, man. Running some errands. Had to go to the post office, drop some packages off, and run a couple more errands. Then I came home and just split some wood because we're all out of wood that'll fit in the stove, and it's been chilly here lately. So,
Interesting. Busy day.
Yeah, been outside chopping wood. Watered the nursery today. So, you know.
I haven't chopped some good wood in a while.
You know,
I haven't found the need. I don't have a lot to do with wood, so.
Right. I hope wherever I find a new, place to move, it's got a wood burning stove because I kind of enjoy salvaging wood and chopping wood, and stacking it, seasoning it. I don't know, it's kind of cool.
I had one for years, and it was beautiful. Like it would heat my house all winter. I would get a cord of wood dropped off every winter, beginning of the winter, and that would last me all year.
Yep. Yeah, it's good stuff. I love wood burning stoves, man. A lot of them you can cook on too.
Oh yeah.
Low and slow, but it'll work.
Andre, 5 minutes of chopping wood and my forearms are huge.
Right.
That's right, Arctic Fox. That's a better term than guest. Original host, Just Do.
OG, baby.
OG. OG. So did you make any moves today? Did you were you able to even follow the market with everything going on?
I was like in and out of the house kind of as much as I could be. So yeah, I was checking in on things. Didn't make many moves. What was one I did though? I don't have my Schwab pulled up. I did a put on skin. It had ran up pretty high, and I somehow nailed the peak with the put. So hopefully I'll get that off tomorrow, unless it takes off running again. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know if I see it running again. I mean, it had good earnings. It shot up on that. I don't think it had any other news.
Thinking about holding this put because if it were to drop back down to 13, no offense to anyone holding long, but if it drops back down to 13 for me, that'll be like probably 200 or 300%, if not better.
Nice.
But
nice.
Thinking.
Look at this CEI. I wish I would have bought more.
Yeah, no, right. I used to flip CEI. I've been in and out of it a few times, but
Oh yeah, me
I
too.
haven't touched it in a while. I'm kind of regretting it because it was at some pretty tempting lows, and I just didn't have spare powder, and I didn't really want to sell the other stuff I had to, you know, move the liquid, But
Yep. Yeah, I bought 100 shares of it at 55 cents, maybe like
thanks.
a month ago or a couple weeks ago when the Ukraine thing first kind of came out.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was one of those. It wasn't even like I was trying to invest it. It was like I had, like $100 in my account and just looking for
Right.
something to just kind of,
Make a play.
yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to, um, excuse me, try to, been trying to do more options trading, just flipping the contracts. I really need to like transfer some of my holdings or some of my money over to Webull, um, and so I can start day trading again because holding these things is kind of shooting myself in the foot sometimes.
Yeah.
I see profits almost every time I pick one up, but I can't day trade it on my Schwab. So
Yeah, and it's tough because, sometimes you can make out that way. Sometimes where you are forced to not make a trade, like Andre, perfect example. It worked out beautiful. He couldn't day trade that DWAC. He was able to sell it at the tippy top because of it.
yeah,
But not every time it's going to work that way. You know what I mean?
right.
That's why I just having that option, even if you don't take advantage of after hours trading and pre-market, having that option there. You look at DWAC the other day, same thing. I was able to sell at 126. It never got close to that in the regular hours.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, being able to trade in the extended hours is definitely a boon. It's a positive thing. Because I mean, you see,
I still don't understand why every platform doesn't offer it. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure there's something behind it, but
right. Yeah, I don't know. It's above my pay grade.
yep.
Keep seeing CEI squeeze. Everybody talking about squeeze and
I mean, I'd like to see it.
yeah,
Don't get me
too.
wrong.
I'm not gonna lie, I tried to pick up a put on CEI, but it didn't quite come down to my limit on the price before the bell rang, so I didn't want to jump up and grab it. So. We'll see. I've been messing with puts more often lately. A lot of times when I see someone in the chat being like, "Oh my God, I'm up, 100, 200% or whatever on such and such." I'm like, you pull up the chart, and I'm like, "Oh, that is a nice big run. Let me snag a put real quick."
Yeah, yeah.
It's been working out.
Well, and it's like, a good 60% of the time, something that's on the FOMO list within the next 2 days is at the other side of that FOMO list on the biggest loser list.
Yep.
You gotta just ride them waves. That's why I should incorporate that into my background. Like that's a good thing to keep your eye on. The opposite of the FOMO list, you know what I mean? The biggest losers.
That's what I used to. That used to be my number one thing I preached. Like when I was on air, was forget trying to like lasso a runner. Like look at these top losers. Like that are like sudden 35% drop on like barely anything for bad news. Like
Yeah, that's what you gotta look for is overreactions.
Yep, that overreaction, and it always corrects. I mean, it just does things correct.
Especially on offerings, you see, you know what I mean? Those are some of my favorite. If you see an offering that has a good plan behind it, where it's like, okay, we're raising $50 million. That $50 million is going directly into this so that we can then make $1 billion. Like, there's offerings like that. Not everyone's like that, but you scour those, because it's tough. We look at the FOMO list all day, and by the time something's hit the FOMO list, don't get me wrong, there's still a lot to get up there and keep going, but you've missed that initial run, you know what I mean, that got it up there. Whereas if you're looking at the other stuff, you can find those diamonds in the rough. So many dead cat bounce plays, yeah. I
shit.
mean, there's a lot that you just disregard. Like, yeah, I could
And
see
it's
why
not
this
even
company's
necessarily
down.
dead cat bounces always. Sometimes it's just a sudden overreaction. It's not even necessarily downtrending further. It's not just a dead cat bounce. It's just it comes back up because that's where it wants to be. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah, I
But a
like
lot
some
of times,
rebound plays.
yeah, definitely. Been trying some puts off the FOMO list lately though, for sure. And that skin put, I think by the time bell ring, it was up like 66%.
Oh, nice.
Yee. So hopefully it comes down further tomorrow. To be honest, maybe I can catch me 100%er tomorrow. But we'll see.
KOD? What's KOD? Kodak?
Good question. Let's check. Kodiak.
Kodiak. What's that? I thought it was the chewing tobacco company for a second. I don't think they're that big.
Biopharmaceutical company. Something to do with retinal diseases.
I mean, this is what we were just talking about. It lost 80% today, down $40.49.
Ooh.
Why is it falling? Let's see. Okay, they reported that a key drug trial missed its primary endpoint. In plain English, that means the company's key drug wasn't effective in solving the problem it was supposed to solve. Okay, I like that they put it in plain English for me.
Yeah, thank you.
The good folks at Investor Place.
I mean, this may not. I mean, could still be a play there. Just because they missed the ball doesn't mean they're not gonna hit it next time.
Yeah, I guess it's. Well, they also give us a kind of like a scientific terms, and then it says, in short, that means this drug is not likely to go anywhere.
Right.
So maybe that's FUD. Maybe this putting stuff in common terms, because I don't often see articles using things like to put it in plain terms.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Here a little further, it goes on to say that it's basically about its in-game efficacy. It says reported that 60% of its patients did see gains and the drug was well tolerated, meeting safety goals. However, the company also reported that KSI 301, quote unquote, did not meet the primary efficacy endpoint of showing non-inferior visual acuity gains for subjects dosed on extended regimens compared to
Fibercept?
given every 8 weeks.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know.
That's a
It
given.
doesn't mean it's dead in the water, but yeah, it's not good news. Obviously.
80% losses, though. That's big.
That's a big drop.
Yeah.
Big drop. I wonder.
People are still buying it though, because it was. I guess it's somebody's still buying these shares.
Right.
That's what I don't get about sell-offs when something like this happens. Like, okay, I get it. The drug missed. People want to get their money out of there. Who's the guy? Who's buying them all?
Right.
All the way. You know what I mean? Who's buying them at that first price?
Somebody's buying them. Yeah.
Like, obviously, people were still buying all the way down. Somebody, this thing dropped from $49 to $9. And somewhere around the $30 range, somebody was still saying, yeah, this is probably a good buy. Some algorithm or something forced buys.
Kind of like between the sell-off and where the bids are set, it's kind of like it's all about that bid ask,
All about that bid ask. About that bid ask.
Bid ask, baby,
Andre says, don't chase orphan drugs. I try to not chase anything nowadays.
Yeah, I'm a little. I just don't know how to read the biopharm plays. some of them just seem like they make so much sense, and then they just do the exact opposite. And then you have like these out of nowhere, just just parabolic runners that you're like, what? I've never even heard of this. Like, what's going on? So I
Yeah.
don't, they burn me out. You know what really grinds my gears? Biopharmaceutical companies.
Yeah. Well, especially when it's like you feel like people have to know, because you see the same MO.
Oh yeah, and
You
it's not
you
good.
see, and take SENS out of it because that was completely different. But a lot of FDA approvals, you see that initial huge run up right at 4 a.m. when it gets announced, and it's like, wow, wait, what is this? Why did so many people buy yesterday? And like it's you don't have a chance, and then you're chasing it. You see that big spike, right at the pre-market, and then maybe we see it run a little bit more, but it's usually done by that point.
Usually, yeah. Fizzles out.
Yeah, and then you see those people, you see insiders start selling off on those because they've been working for the last however many years to get this drug to, this is their payoff. Like, you can't blame them for...
Yeah.
Damn, that SPY down 2% today.
Yeah, no, man. We let's see. Let me put a line on here. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Yeah, let's see what that goes back to. So, all right. Well, this goes. So right now we're at the same, pretty much low that was January 24th. Beyond that, been a long time since we were this low.
Yeah, and it's like, do we have to fall back more before we hit that bottom and bounce? I mean, at some point, it's got to bounce. You would think.
Last time we were this low was July 2019. Oh wait, July 19th, sorry. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still don't know what's gonna happen with Russia and Ukraine exactly, which is still obviously affecting things, or excuse me, at least being blamed for things,
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's the silver lining of all this is the crash. We're just seeing it slowly, and the government pins it on the Ukraine-Russia situation and overlooks the fact of all the money that they printed and all the garbage that they've done the last 2 years, and we put it behind us and we forget about it.
Putin's over there like, oh, you need a scapegoat? I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to see any kind of war, whether our troops get involved or not. I don't want to see any troops out there fighting. There's no need for it if nobody learned anything. What happened to a couple months ago? We're all in this together. Celebrities are making cool videos. Hey, we're all in this together. We got to stay in our house and put 3 masks on and let's fight this thing. Man, the minute we make some headway on that, on to the next thing. Well, we can't even fighting each other anymore. We got to go find somebody to fight.
Right.
It's just ridiculousness. It's the last thing in the world that the world needs right now.
Yeah. Just one of them things, though. It's like there's never gonna be like a single whole day where there's not one group of people not killing another group of people somewhere in the world. Political strife.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it, East,
Right.
West. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know what to believe. We could listen to the words that are coming out of their mouths and this and that, but at the end of the day, I don't think the agenda is presented to us.
All right. I don't remember voting on it. Sitting over the Shiba army, we ready.
I like it. I like it real rugged.
Right? Who's buying Shiba right now in the mid-20s? That's not a terrible price if you ask me.
No?
I bought some at like 22 and 24, I think.
There's a lot of bargain basement prices. And I mean, I think a lot of people are right when they say, when we look back at this, we're going to regret not buying a lot of these things at these prices. But
Yeah, absolutely.
at
I
the
think a
same
lot of
time,
people got burned out buying the dip, and then the
yeah,
dip was on the way down, though. I mean, a lot of people have spent their money. Like, I'm kind of in that boat myself. I don't have a bunch of money sitting around and be like, oh, another dip? All right, let's go.
yeah, oh yeah. Well, and not just that, it's, cost of living, cost of everything else we do continues to go up. It's not even that it's just
Right.
gone up, it goes up on a weekly basis. My bills, I feel like my bills are inflated every month. Like when they put out that inflation number, when they're like, 7.5%, I look at all my bills and I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. It's like, yeah, I paid about 8% more last month and nothing's changed.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. And wait until, then we get the interest rates rise, and then people's credit card payments start going up and mortgages start going up and things like that. I don't know.
Mhm.
What's up, Mr. Santa? Welcome to
Hey,
Wacky Wild Wednesday after hours party here at Bulldog Trading.
right? I know. I'm like watching these markets right now, and it's just like, what do we say right now?
I don't know. I don't know what to do at night when I'm on here.
Man, me neither. I tell you that sometimes I'm like, man, guys, you guys want to look at a stock, do some TA or something? Yeah. Put it in the chat. We'll go over it.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
usually it's, I mean, the time that I'm on just, because of the time of day, it's just usually nonstop. I can't keep up now. It's like, man, is anybody out there?
yeah, buddy. What about you? What plays do you make today?
Absolutely none.
Really, none. Yeah, I think that put on skin was my only play. I think I might have bought a couple things, but just like adding to my longs. Nothing spectacular. Nothing special.
Yeah, I always wait out the morning just because, unless it's something that I've already been thinking, I don't like to buy stuff, like make moves while I'm on the mic, just because I'm not so much concentrating on it. And
Right.
I'm not complaining. I just kind of I look for later in the day, and then it's just, yesterday and today it was just all red after, and it's like, man, I don't see anything that's like, oh, this stuff's on sale. I look at everything like, well, I'm gonna wait till tomorrow, and if this stuff starts bouncing, but there's a lot of stuff I want to buy, and I freed up more powder selling half of my DWAC, but at the same time, it's like I'm not just gonna throw it at something and then watch that drop 5%,
Mm-hmm.
So accumulating a little powder and watching the rest of my portfolio go red, except for CEI. That's in the green.
So I plan on doing a little research soon when I've got some extra free time, and not just like cram it all in one day. Like this is going to be a process that takes time, but really want to start learning more about some different dividend stocks and try to find like basically, like the cheapest and quickest way to acquire the most dividends, like at a monthly and quarterly rate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And try to set a goal where it's like, all right, starting out, set a goal where I'm making $100 a month in dividends, or like 250 quarterly, in dividends, and try to just start growing a dividend portfolio. Like I might start a whole separate portfolio just for this.
Yeah, I was looking at a stock today. Somebody mentioned it about the dividends, and it was, I believe it was around $50 to $55 stock that
Mhm.
last year paid out 4 quarterly dividends of $2 a share.
Right.
You know, so you get into something like that, you know, it's gonna cost you to invest in those, but especially if I forget the name of the company. I wish I could remember, because I looked back at the dividends, and it's been doing this for 10, 20 years, whatever it was. So
Mhm.
it wasn't Verizon Real Rugged. It was like a known stock, but not like a I was kind of taken back. I didn't think that they would have paid out such big dividends, and it wasn't like it wasn't. It
Mhm.
may have been an ETF. I'm not. Nah, now you got me. Hold on. Let me go see if I
Was
can.
it like ADT, Hasbro, Camping World
No,
even? Was a big
no,
stock
it
too?
wasn't. Like I said, it wasn't like a big name
Mhm.
stock as far as uh, like name recognition.
Mhm.
Let me see. It has to be on my.
Oh, see, Santa's got some dividend plays. All right. Wouldn't mind picking your brain about that later. Also, JC, I think he's into dividend stocks.
Oh yeah,
JC in the Discord. I wouldn't mind talking to him some about it. But yeah, I want to start building a dividend portfolio, man, and just basically dollar cost average into dividend stocks for the next rest of forever, the next 10, 20 years.
absolutely. Oh, IEP. It is Icon Enterprises. Icon Enterprises, maybe.
Let's see.
It's a holding company that segments include investment, automotive, energy, food packaging, real estate, home fashion, and pharma. Wow, they got their hands in a lot of things.
Yeah, never heard of him.
The investment segment includes various private investment funds. The company operates its automotive segment through its wholly owned subsidiary, Icon Automotive Group. Operates energy segment through its subsidiary, CVR Energy. And then it's got a food packaging, Viscase Company, Inc. Wow, they got like they got companies in
Everything.
every like area.
Every industry. Home
Yeah.
fashion. Pharma. Wow.
But yeah, you see that those dividends?
No, I'm looking. Where? Let's see.
So
No.
they've been paying out dividends since they've been paying out quarterly dividends since 2005. Started at 10 cents. Then in 2007 went up to 15. 2008 went up to a quarter. Went back down. Then it went up to 50 cents. Then back down to a dime. Then it shot up to $1 in 2013. And since 2019,
It's just gone up.
yeah, and now it's at $2. Like I mean, you're talking a $54.70 stock. In theory, you know what I mean? You're going to get your money back just in dividends in under 7 years.
Yeah.
Just in dividends, and still own the stock. And then depending on how you get your dividends, a lot of people roll those dividends back into the stock. And there's ways to go about
Yeah, I
doing that.
wonder if it's better to do that for a while, or to always do that, or to just go for straight money dividends. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would think reinvesting them.
At least for a while, right? Until you
Yeah, and
grow.
I think they
Back in.
incentivize you to, if you don't take the dividend, if you reinvest it, that maybe its worth is a little bit more, or how that works out. I'll have to look into that, because I've never dealt with any dividend stocks.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and there's several different ways they pay out, and I've learned it's like a whole new world of learning and research to do.
Yeah.
It's like a whole new ball game of playing the stock market. You know, it's like how you go from buying and selling shares and leveling up to doing options. Dividends is it's like its own thing because there's different ways they pay out. There's different time rates. There's different ways to look at what's safe or not, like as far as the yield and the rate. And I don't know. There's quite a bit to it. I was just kind of skimming through the other day. I'm like, all right, well, this calls for some real true research. You know?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like I just can't see how you can go wrong by dollar cost averaging into dividends for the rest of your life. You know.
Well, yeah, and especially if you know, like you said, if you can set up dividends that pay out, you know, different times, so that you have almost a stream of income.
Right.
I've seen some people on here that have talked about, you know, having, you know, 10-15,000 a year just in dividends, which, you know, that's not a career, but man, that's a nice, you know, chunk off the top.
1,000 a month. Imagine just getting 1,000 a month from straight out of your stock portfolio, just passive income. You know, and that's a goal right there, buddy.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just another layer. It's and I'm glad it's something new that I have to get into. You know what I mean? Because it's not like, I known about it and I don't like. I've known about it. I never took the time because I was still, you know, not at that stage.
Right.
Because for me, that goes into all long-term holdings. You know what I mean? I'm not, although I've seen people, you know, try to get in on something for the dividend and then sell after. I'm not taking that kind of risk, but something to establish in the long term.
Another thing to look out for is that there is a whole school of traders that do that.
Naomi, yeah, you need a lot invested, but you got to remember so those dividend gains are gaining every year. You know what I mean? If you're reinvesting them, it's definitely a long-term strategy, and it takes money that, you know, it's more of retirement type money. You know what I mean? Putting your money to work for you passively. But yeah, it does take an initial investment. You're not going to invest $1,000 and, you know, get paid out $1,000 in dividends over a year.
Right. No, yeah, yeah, it takes quite a bit of money invested to reach like a livable income of dividends, or not even necessarily livable income, but like, you know, 1,000 a month. That's a lot in dividends, and it's going to take a lot to get there. But that's kind of why I'm saying, like, you know, do some research into which ones kind of have the best, basically like what you put in ratio versus your dividend payout, you know, and like try to just customize basically your own ETF, you know, of dividend paying stocks and dollar cost average into them.
Yeah, and it ran up from there, Andre. Going into, we were talking about that earlier, going into the first quarter earnings, where they broke records, like it was their best earnings ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've definitely had our eyes on them for a solid year now. And they're all kind of down at some decent entry points, if you ask me.
Oh yeah,
All three of them. Maybe a good time to snag a call today would have been.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Arctic Fox. I'm looking at Goggle, GOGL, and also SBLK. If you compare their charts side by side, they have moved like in tandem, you know, like forever. One's like kind of a $12 to $15 range. I want to say $12-ish dollar, and the other one's like 24, 25. So, yeah, a couple different price ranges there, but they move in tandem. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, they both have decent dividends. They're both like freight shipping, bulk freight shipping, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty wild on a $12.50 share that you can get $3.40 in annual dividends. Right? It doesn't make sense.
So I don't know. I feel like with a little work, a little research, you can come up with your own dividend ETF that that you start basically just dollar cost averaging into all of those that you put together, and but who knows,
Yeah.
5-10 years from now you could be like living off your dividends. I don't know. That might be a lofty goal, or wishful thinking, but it can be done.
Yeah. Passive income, man. More passive income, the better.
And if any of you ballers are out there, like you're just sitting on your money or it's just sitting in a bank, earning less than like 0.01% interest, like maybe move your money into dividend paying stocks.
Well, yeah. I mean, you just look at that right there. Like, okay, if I had $1 million right now,
Yeah.
why would I bother trying to do anything
$1 million
else?
would get a few grand a month in dividends if you did it right, and that's like at a 3% average. And there's
But yeah,
stocks.
it's like why would I even bother trying to play the market like that when I can invest in something like that goggles and get a 27% return on my money
Right. Yeah.
without having to worry? You know what I mean? Sure, there's the chance that they could reduce the dividend or something, but when you look at something, a company that's got a good track record of paying out dividends,
hmm
very interesting.
So just something to think about, you guys, especially you guys that are out there like sitting on a big cushion and it's not doing anything for you. That's
Well, and I
something to
feel
think.
like we can take advantage of the fact that society nowadays has zero patience.
Right.
You know what I mean? Nobody looks to the future. And I don't care if it's people that are educated and in financials and stuff, or if it's, a teenage kid. It's just the way of the world nowadays. Everything is now, instant gratification. Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Oh,
Screen your own Weeble, nice. Yeah.
I'm going to go screen my own. I think I hear my window calling me.
Windows gone.
Yeah, let's make
There
sure
you go, make
everything.
it safe over there.
Big piece of my gutter blew off on there today.
Oh no.
Like not the
Yeah.
gutter, so I have like two kind of tiers of roof. Like I got the roof that comes out right where my window is, and then a roof above it, and then there's like a drain that goes from those gutters to my gutters on the bottom. And I hear this big gust of wind. I see something go flying. Like, how the hell did that happen? Yeah, so
Dang.
that's it. Randy Stogner, you have a great evening, buddy.
Cool, man. Thanks
We'll
for
do it
hanging out
all
with
over again tomorrow. Bring your A game tomorrow. Randy!
us. Don't go licking any light poles.
Nope. Oh, California's green energy subsidies spur a gold rush in cow manure. Wall Street Journal headline. Nice.
What does that mean exactly?
It means,
Everybody wants some cow poop.
yeah. What is it exactly in the cow poop that we can't find in human poop to subsidize that? I'm not sure the exact ingredient. Maybe if we start grass feeding ourselves.
Yeah. Probably all the processed garbage we eat. All the medications in our system.
Yeah, if you could find a way to box and bag human feces, I think you definitely get rich.
Think of a way to box and bag it. Do I want to? That's the question.
Richer in methane, yeah. But doesn't a lot of that methane get released when they fart?
Cow farts.
That's a real thing, right? Weren't they trying to tax cow farts?
Yeah, something about that. Yeah, it's like the ozone layer directly above the large gathering of cows is affected by all their farts and poop.
Yeah. That's where it gets weird because it's like I don't know. There's been animals farting since forever. I'm sure. Could you imagine what like a brontosaurus farting?
Yeah,
That
imagine
probably caused
dinosaurs.
earthquakes.
Something they didn't really show you in The Land Before Time.
Yeah.
Dude that made a toilet that pays you? I want to know more about this. I'll be Googling that later. Add that to the list of weird Google history.
Yeah. Sounds like there's probably a little bit more to that. There's probably a camera set up somewhere.
Yeah, it's usually in the coat rack, coat hanger.
They collect it and then keep it in a vat and agitate it after adding catalyst. Yeah, so okay, so that's all the real money goes into storing and adding other stuff to it. I don't know. If you ever seen the movie Kidco, those kids started a manure company and they were pretty successful.
Dude, that's big money. One thing that I read, like, it's probably still in high school, maybe even younger, but it's about this guy that started a septic tank company, and he was like, but like there wasn't a lot of job security around everywhere. So it's like I started looking at all the industries that people were running away from and didn't want to do, and obviously poop was topping that list, So
Oh yeah,
started a septic tank business, and like now he's a millionaire, and he doesn't even have to do any of the work.
that's awesome. Yeah, I got a lot of plumber and steam fitter friends, and
Hmm.
those guys are awesome. It's a job not a lot of people have, and they get rewarded good. I know
Right.
some people in the that are in the unions and stuff. They make decent livings. Something that should have been promoted more in school. I grew up. They tell you like, you're an idiot. You're gonna become a plumber. It's like, yeah,
Yep.
I know some of the smartest people I know are plumbers.
Yep.
you know.
Yeah, make a good living doing it too.
Hey, good evening, my lady.
Yeah, Lady
I
Robin.
hope you are doing well.
Talk about couples goals.
Yeah, being knighted and then ladied or whatever. What is it called when you become a lady? I know it's getting knighted when you're a guy, right? What's the
Probably.
term for the lady?
Is it still knighted? I don't know.
Oh, you become a dame, right? Is that what it is? Are you a
You got
dame?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good one.
Or none of your business. Nah, not much. Great White North here and there. Catch a few hours on a chair once in a while.
Yeah, man. If you need to take off, man, by all means, I'm definitely enjoying the company.
Yeah, I'm good.
I guess. Yeah, I need to get a little. I need to just break down and get an Oculus one of these days soon. I wanna play VR with you guys.
Yeah, it's cool. I ain't gonna lie.
Ain't gonna lie, it's pretty sweet. It seems to be the going consensus.
And it's got like it
It's-
did what I didn't want it to do. Because like when I used to play it, it was I could play it for like 20 minutes, half hour, and it would like bother me, you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't want to have the headset on. And then I started playing this new game and a 9 hour straight sitting with me in D grade, and it's like I put it on and it's like I feel like Ready Player One now, man.
Right. All right, I'm back home. Like, wait a minute. This isn't home.
Martin Apollo, I'll see what I could do. It might be a perfect time to have Captain America show up. I don't know, though. I don't know how much America's liked right now throughout the world.
No kidding.
We're going to have to change it to Captain American. So we're not representing the government. We're just representing the American citizens.
American guy, yeah. I'm just some guy, American in nature.
Yeah. I'm just some guy that happened to be born on this plot of land over here.
Right.
Yeah.
Lady Robin, yeah, I'd be happy to stick around for a little bit, chat it up with Nunya.
Yeah, I know Nunya's got some info to drop on Cardano. I haven't even bothered looking into what's going on with it because I've just been waiting for Nunya to get on because he explains it better than anyone.
Definitely bought some on this big old dip. Bought some more ADA, some more Crow. I even bought some more SafeMoon, more Shiba.
Did you see those guys getting sued over SafeMoon?
Recently?
Yeah, Soldier Boy and one of the Paul kids, I think, Jake Paul or other
Over
Paul.
SafeMoon? I don't remember them talking about SafeMoon.
Thank you. That's the exact same thing I said. I'm
Yeah,
like,
they weren't shilling SafeMoon. They were shilling like ETH Max and crap like that.
Let's see if I can get the article.
Weird. Yeah, I don't remember it. I don't know. Like, I don't always just constantly stay on a watch with everything that I'm into. A, because I'm into a lot of things, and B, because I have a life that requires my attention.
Yeah.
But like, I've been around SafeMoon since they were like 2 weeks old, and I don't really remember the Paul kids or Soldier Boy shilling for SafeMoon.
Wow. A lot of people got sued. Jake Paul, Soldier Boy. These are A-list and a slew of other A-listers such as Nick Carter, Ben Phillips, and Lil Yachty.
Over SafeMoon?
Have been sued for their involvement in the cryptocurrency project SafeMoon. The lawsuit, which named SafeMoon LLC and its subsidiaries, alleged that the celebs lured in investors with misleading promotions. But I don't understand because it's still...
Maybe this is one of those BS lawsuits that just like make rounds on the internet as FUD kind of.
I think this is just like this is the new wave of it. This is the crypto version that maybe we haven't seen yet. This is the crypto version of were you a Lordstown Motors holder? Did you lose over 50,000? Contact Lipschitz, Peters, and Willeham. That holds absolutely no merit, and maybe this is just different because this is probably the first people trying to just go after any way that they can make money, and in this case, it happens to be celebrities where
I'm not. Be honest, I don't remember many celebrities at all shilling SafeMoon. To be real.
No, and like they're showing these tweets. I don't understand. Okay, so this Jake Paul one, it says, this is from May 15th of last year. It says, a year ago, I talked about Doge before Elon. 3 months ago, I talked about SafeMoon. Now I'm talking about Yummy. I don't, and it's got hashtags for all those, but I don't.
Well, let's see the ones where he was actually talking about SafeMoon, or is he just BSing in that tweet for clout? Like,
I don't know.
About SafeMoon. Like, if that's even a real tweet.
Exactly.
Probably lying just to be like, oh, yeah, I told a few friends about SafeMoon before it popped off. Like, like whatever, guy. But yeah, I don't know. I don't remember any celebrities at all shilling SafeMoon, to be honest. Like, I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am.
Well, the SafeMoon CEO's response was, and I quote, "If there was a concern, SafeMoon's brilliant legal team would have notified me of any concerns. They have not."
Right, exactly. There you go. It's just one of those BS FUD articles, man. It's like you said, like, oh, were you a shareholder of Lucid back in such and such?
Well, and like if this was like Baby Shark or something, I'd be like, okay, well. But what I don't get is like SafeMoon, price aside, it's still a successful project. It's still a project that's
like real world application, not just like crypto innovations, but like clean energy and stuff. Like, I don't know, it's pretty cool. They're getting pretty deep into some stuff.
There's just I don't know, like I don't even, they're not showing any link. They're not showing that these guys were paid by the creators or anything. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
It's FUD.
I mean, the same could have been said if they're gonna go that route. Like, wouldn't Mark Cuban be accused of that? Wouldn't
Dave Portnoy.
yeah, wouldn't Elon be accused? You know, because Elon mentions anything, does that put him liable? It's like, man, it's
Oh, you know what? I think Portnoy did try to shill SafeMoon for a little bit.
he
but it wasn't-
did. He
yeah,
did,
now
but
that I
he
recall,
did it
that
in
was like his own doing. That wasn't
yeah,
like the
because he had
team
that
doing.
contest. He had 6 poo coins, and he had like people vote and whatever. However, he ended up like picking.
Yeah, and he just
Safe
went
Moon
with
ended
it.
up winning.
Yeah. So that's not even shilling. That was just getting talked into buying at a bad time.
But it's like these. I could see if Jake Paul, who was it? Jake Paul, whatever Paul. I could see if these guys, or if Soldier Boy was like, I don't know, maybe on like CNBC telling people to buy stuff at night. Okay, then maybe he should be held accountable. But for some reason, Jim Cramer's not held accountable for anything.
Right? Yeah.
And if you're going to Soldier Boy for your financial advice, you already got what you deserve. You know what I mean? Like it's ridiculous. I can't figure it out.
Huh? We got a little. Oh wait, that's Disney. These aren't indexes. Oh yeah, we did. We got a little pop in the market there. A little come up. Big wick. What's that about? You see that green wick?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, it's a red wick on the 1 minute, but it's green on the 5 minute.
There you go, Great White North. Get yourself 404 bull coins the easy way.
What? FOMO. I like to FOMO in on the slots. It's fun.
Try to stay away from it. It gets addicting.
Max bet, max bet, max bet, max bet. Hey, FOMO, 404.
Nice.
Up? Max bet, baby. Big brain moves up in here.
Not seeing any new war news, so I guess that's good.
Right. No news is good news.
Let's see what market watch. 125-year-old Dow Industrials are on the brink of a correction. Here's what history says happens next in the U.S. stock market. Let's see.
I'm just waiting on Russia to Putin to come out with an article like withdraws troops. They're like, what? We were just doing exercises.
Love to see Putin come on. I'd like to see him come out with like that red headband on, the roaring kitty head. I would love to just have him come on. I like this stock. With like GameStop behind him. That'd be awesome. That could cure world peace. We're opening up a slew of GameStops throughout the Russian area. That's all it was. He wasn't really trying to invade Ukraine. He was trying to put up a few GameStops and an AMC.
Yeah, he's just looking for good entry points on our favorite stocks. That's all.
I think where the hatred comes from is his deep-rooted hatred for little boys in Bulgaria. And Vlad really spurred something in him last year, and it's just been a year in the process.
Yep. I like where your head's at.
So let's see what it says here. Okay, headline. You told me, what are we supposed to expect? You're supposed to tell me what to expect, not give me all this jibber jabber.
We don't want jibber jabber.
Yeah, they're not.
We wade through the jibber jabber for you guys.
Yeah, where is the chase and how do we cut to it?
Montage. Oh man, kind of bums me out that a few short minutes ago you could have bought a share of the SPY for $420.69.
Oh man,
Missed that
we
one.
missed. We missed.
Oof. That would have been a nice buy. I would have been proud of that one.
Yeah, they're throwing around a lot of terms here to try to confuse me and not get to the point.
They're dancing around the chase. We're trying to cut to it. We don't appreciate that kind of dancing.
So if it would have closed below, it closed at 33,132. The Dow. It says if they would have closed, a close below 3119 would mark a 10% decline from its January 4th record high, meeting the commonly used definition of correction. Okay. Although a decline into correction can be unsettling for investors in the short term, over the longer run, such a condition tends to give way to gains in the 1 week and 1 year period. On average, the Dow gains 2.7% a week after finishing in correction and finds itself at the same level 2 weeks out, but the index gains 3.3% about a month out, 5.2% in the 6 months following a 10% fall. So we're going up 10% or 5.2% in 6 months, according to these people. There you have it, folks. Market Watch nailed it.
Bullish on the market. Let's go.
Yeah, that article didn't really teach me anything. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not used to this news. Like it's different news that comes out at night.
Yeah, these extended hours, boy. I tell you what, it's a different animal. Yeah, I don't even know what to look at. I'm looking at these top losers though, and Rena Center is topping the charts there. Might look into that one later. It's 35%, almost 36% down. Skills, we see Skills swinging all the time. It's on the top losers now. I believe it was on the FOMO list recently. Orphazyme is on the top losers. We saw that recently running, I believe, on the FOMO list.
I wonder how Rena Center will do, because I look at that in kind of two ways. I look at Rena Center as over the past 2 years, people were home, people had a little bit of extra money, up until, maybe 6 months ago, 7 months ago. So maybe people took out, got stuff through Rena Center that now they can't afford and it's going back. Or I look at it the other way, where credit's going to be harder to get. You know what I mean? So what do you do when you don't have good credit or you don't have access to credit? You buy stuff from Rent a Center. So maybe it does turn around as people, like I said, don't have it. I mean, because you're going to be paying the same thing on a credit card that you're going to from Rent a Center. Because they pay you some, I don't know how they operate now. I haven't had any friends or anything that, when we were kids, we used to get stuff from there that normally we wouldn't be able to get. But other than that, I know you would end up paying, like my buddy bought a set of Cerwin Vegas when we were kids from there. And I think they were like $800 if you bought them brand new. He ended up paying like $2,300 for them or something. Yeah, we seen that, Andre. It had failed clinical trial, kinda, not the results that they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, like you said though, I mean, this might be a more profitable time for them because people opened all those lines of credit with them, and now they might be coming to collect soon. I don't know how all that works or how to really look at that and process it in my head.
Yeah, because I don't even. It's definitely gone down. We used to have like 4 Rent-A-Centers. We used to have like 3 Rent-A-Centers and 2 Aaron's in this city, and I couldn't even tell you if any of them are still open.
Man, you see them on the chart though? That is a nasty drop. My goodness. See how quickly they get an article out on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what they got to say.
Not seeing too much on them. Looks like they maybe missed some earnings and estimates.
Oof. Yeah, and they got a conference call tomorrow. Is it tomorrow morning or tomorrow night? Doesn't say. 2:24, 9:30 Eastern, live conference call.
I would imagine in the morning. Would think. Then again, I don't know.
How do they call something sales on a company that's called rent?
Rent to own at best.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what the mission statement of this like, is their goal to sell this stuff to people or to get people in over their head and then repossess it and then sell it to somebody else?
I mean, on paper or
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it was a great thing for a long time. But it kind of stalled. It made the system okay. It made the way that debt was handled and credit was given out and access to credit, it made it okay. Where it's like, poor people don't have access to stuff, but what we'll do is we'll give you a rent-a-center where we'll overcharge you for everything, but you don't have to have a credit report or a credit score or anything. Like, it's kind of messed up when you really think about it. I mean, it's good and bad. It gave people opportunities that wouldn't have had them, but like I said, it kind of made it seem like that was okay in itself and just overlooked.
Mm-hmm.
Payday loans did the same thing. Those, I mean, they ended up passing a lot of legislation on where those could be sold.
Regulated, but like back out of existence.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, I mean, payday loans hit as hard as basically like collect calls. Remember that? And do you think that was just a big scheme because they knew cell phones were coming? Because remember, for like 5 years there, maybe not even that long, but remember 1-800-CALL ATT, 1-800-COLLECT, how big that was, like how big of campaigns that was. That was like 1 out of every 10 commercials at the Super Bowl was a 1-800 whatever. And like,
had a baby, eats a boy.
Yeah. And like in my whole life, I made maybe 5 collect calls.
Right.
Like when I was a kid with payphones and stuff, like I never understood the market. Hey, good afternoon or good evening or good morning, Miguel, wherever you're at, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, how we doing?
Sorry, I get a little carried away talking about the old time payphones. They don't come up in conversation much, so.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Let's see. So pets and Clover, I might be looking at puts. I wonder, does Clover have options? I don't even know. Pets does.
I'm not sure.
I've been having some success putting puts on these runners. Yeah, they both got option chains. Nice. Just a thought though, out loud. That's where my mind's at.
Yeah, and the collect calls that I did make would be like just like those Bob had a baby eats a boy. It would be like, Mom at the mall, come pick me up.
Yeah. Trying to juke the system.
Yeah, it was just crazy, like, because that was such a big campaign.
It was. It really
you know
was.
what I mean?
I don't know what that was about. They're like one last squeezing on the udder to get money out of phones. Bob had a baby eats a boy. That's a classic.
Oh yeah.
That one stuck with me.
They don't make commercials like they used to. I'll tell you
Yes,
that.
they
I mean,
do.
there's still some okay ones, but
Now it's all pandering.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, there used to be some good original commercials. And a lot of times they even revolved around the actual product that they were trying to sell. Remember that? when they used to show you what they were selling?
Yeah. Instead of some weird like abstract thing, and then
Pharmaceuticals, that's once they took over, that's where, you know what I mean, it got, because even on any kind of prime time, and I don't watch a lot of TV, but when I do, that's what I see. And even Hulu, before they reeled me into making me pay to not have commercials, like all I would see is like medication commercials.
right.
And they made no sense. They made absolutely no sense, and the side effects sounded 10 times worse
Oh my God, yeah.
than what they're curing.
Yeah. Or
Like the one, you know.
restless leg syndrome. Side effects, death. Like,
And then they try to shame you. That's the worst ones. You ever see like the ones where they'll show a group of guys, the one in particular, they showed a group of guys and they're all doing this fun stuff. Too bad Bob was in the bathroom.
right.
You know what I mean? It's
I
like
have
the guys are,
on life.
yeah, yeah. And then it's like, I don't know, man. I would rather miss a photo with the guys than have bleeding from my rectum. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Call me old fashioned, but
Call me old fashioned, man. Those side effects sound a little scary.
yeah, very, very misleading.
Are you tired of living with this really embarrassing problem?
It just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense that a commercial is telling you to do the thing that I guarantee doctors hate. If I'm a doctor, I don't want somebody coming in, hey doc, I know you said this doesn't matter, but I'll tell you what, I was watching this commercial and I want that life, doc. Why don't I have a puppy and a hot wife? Okay.
Give me that medicine.
It's like, sir, you don't have what I don't care. They told me to ask my doctor about it, so I'm asking you. It's just there's no other industry that they tell you to do that. You know what I mean? They don't tell you to go ask your mechanic about some new up and coming, you know, because they know mechanics know what they're doing. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I wonder which side a lot of doctors are really on.
I think it's tough. I think it's I don't think that's like a black and white thing. Like I think that, you know, all of them probably get in it for the right reasons. Yeah. But certain situations have put the clamps on them as far as what they're forced into doing, the limitations of what they can't do, the types of drugs that they have to push, and then you have insurance companies where, you know, at some point, like it stopped being, you know, you remember when you were a kid, like, well, I don't know you personally, I'm just saying, like me as a kid, like when I went to the doctor's office as a kid, like it was a doctor, like I was forced to sit there and like talk to him, like he would talk to me about like school, this, you know what I mean, anytime I had a checkup or if I was sick, like he was like my doctor. There was, and even like Nikki's doctors, like, you know, when he goes for checkups, there's no small talk, there's no anything, he's just another statistic, you know what I mean? And maybe that's just on the sheer volume of, you know, there's billions of people in the world now, and you know, everything's gotten kind of like streamlined.
Yeah. What these indexes doing?
We got 50 minutes left here in the after hours. That's weird to say.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome to the dark side.
I like it. This is nice and chill. This is
It is super chill.
This is a great time to put together a plan for tomorrow. You know what I mean? Where you start looking at what are you going to be looking at in the morning? What are you going to
Yep, that's usually what I end up doing. Anytime I'm on here and it's kind of after hours, I fill up a list of things to look at for the next morning. It's pretty much exactly what happens.
Well, and even on it, like with what's going on with Russia, you have to look at it like their time frames. You know what I mean? Like, are we going to hear news come out in the pre-market because they're ahead over there? Like, what's because I think that'll head the news cycle all week. I think, and probably until there's some kind of. I don't think it's just gonna be like, oh, we put sanctions on them. Now we're just gonna wait and see what happens. Like, I think it's gonna be. And again, but I think part of it is because, we know that the news is entertainment, right? Not news. They want ratings. So, like, people are thirsty for something like this. I know as terrible as that sounds, but it's like people want to hear something bad that isn't pandemic related. You know what I mean? That's just the way people are. It's not right, but and not even the people want to, that the media wants something to be able to spin however they can spin it.
Yep. It's sensationalize, not cover. There's covering the news and there's sensationalizing it.
Yeah. Oh, we love to sensationalize some news.
Yep.
But again, it's like, do you demonize the reporter? Do you demonize? You know what I mean? It's like
It's more like it's a toss up between the higher ups and the viewers.
Yeah.
The reporters are kind of usually just doing their job.
Well, and the thing is, if a reporter doesn't, they're just going to replace it with another reporter that will.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
They're forced into playing ball if they want to survive in their career.
I just don't understand Kramer. I don't understand how he's allowed to even be out of a cell. But it's like they know the evil this guy's done, and they say, well, we'll just let you pass that along to unknowing people and pump stocks. And like, I don't get it.
Yep. I don't know either. But I'm sure there's a whole demographic of people that literally just like watch guys like Kramer and do exactly what they tell them to do. They buy and sell and they tell them to.
Oh yeah. And I think people are going away from that now, but I think it's so ingrained. We look at it as how the stock market is the last 2 years. You know what I mean? Since kind of a lot of us have jumped in, which was kind of originally spurred by people just being forced to be isolated. A lot of people got into the stock market before the meme stocks even became a thing, and then you had that hit of people like that. So, but for years before that, it was just business as usual. And I would love to go back and look and see how much money Kramer lost people over the years. You know what I mean? Because and I'm sure some people were making some money. You know what I mean? Because it just, you see the pump and dumps that he runs.
You gotta give him some winners sometimes, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's like a casino. You get just enough winners to keep everybody coming back.
Yeah, well, you draw them in Wolf of Wall Street style. You draw them in with pumping blue chip stocks, because if we came on here every day and was just like, yes, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, we love them all. You know what I mean? Anybody could do that.
Right.
So you do that with that, so that they're making money on that stuff.
Yep. And then you hit them with the curveballs.
Yeah, then you throw the one in that drops 27% on you, and it's a once in a lifetime thing, and that's all that you need. That's the only manipulation that you need, because how many people are getting rich off that? The people that are paying your check.
Mm-hmm.
Channel owner, what's up, channel owner?
Yo.
Y'all are awfully not chatty at night. Need some coffee or something. We need Heidenreich in here dropping coffees on people.
Yeah, a little extra chill today.
It's been tough, man.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like we're getting to like the last boss, man. It's like the last 3 months have been like the eighth world on Super Mario 1, and it's like we're in the castle now. Still not in the clear.
Yep.
It's been wearing, man. It's been wearing on everybody, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, here comes the boom. The little guy gets nowhere. The little guy gets everywhere, Tom Boom. I am the little guy.
Right? Just gotta put one foot in front of the other, you know?
Yeah, put the other foot down, down, down. You put that song on, you could do anything 80s montage style.
Yeah. Just gotta buy the dip and then buy the next dip. Buy the next dip.
Oh yeah, for sure, Tom Boom. And and I'll even take that a step further, Tom. I'll say that the middle class is for the most part non-existent. I think that it's already
it's becoming more of a division, yeah.
Yeah, it's already become a 1% and then a everybody else type class. Sure, there's still, some people in that little bit of upper echelon, but I agree. A lot is coming for them too.
Mm-hmm.
But on a positive note, Tom Boom.
Yeah.
Just do. That's where you're supposed to say something positive.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
I was just setting you up.
Triple Qs are definitely up. That's good.
Yeah.
Good news, man. There's definitely good news out there.
There is. There is.
Unfortunately, a lot of times the good news is what gets swept under the rug.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you would think right now, the Ukraine thing shouldn't be the center. Right now, you would think that there should be like celebrations going on because for the most part, restrictions have been lifted. Not saying this thing is completely behind us, but
mask and schmack-sheen band-aids have been
Yeah.
lifted in a lot of places.
yeah, so it seems like
I'm certainly
that's
looking
coming to
forward
an
to
end.
getting back to work.
Yeah, funny though that still got to put my kid in a mask to go to school.
Yeah,
That's a different subject for a different day. I'll go punch a wall when I'm done here for that.
Right.
But other than that, I think we're trending in the right direction. I think humanity's looking good on the 30-day.
Nice moving average coming up.
Yeah, definitely. You want to zoom out on humanity when looking at it. Don't look at those 5-minute charts.
Yeah.
We're all over the place.
Just keep watching the daily.
Martin liking that Indo tomorrow. Thinking those energy stocks are going to just keep running, Martin. Absolutely, Tom Boom. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, right?
True that. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
The chart on Indo does look pretty nice. Looking at the 30-minute, the hour. It's I don't know. Do they keep going up or does it come crashing back down? I guess that's the question. So the $1 million question every single day.
That is. Yeah. Stanley, what's up, Stanley? Just had a nap. Beautiful. Ain't nothing better than a little afternoon nap, I tell you.
I tell you what, especially after maybe having a few brunch drinks, get that afternoon nap, a little buzz on.
Or when
It's
you put in like some work, you get up early, get a bunch of work done throughout the day, put in a hard day's work, and then are able to just nap it off for like 2 hours, and then
you're like, what? I have time to kill? What should I
yeah,
do? Sleep.
that's right, Stanley. OTSS. Only the strong survive. Love it.
Yee.
Oh, so that's another squeeze thing there, Martin. Eh?
Huh. Interesting. That term does get tossed around a lot more these days.
It does. At the same time, I think we see them happen though. I think when we see some of these crazy 300-400%, you know, I think people just automatically disregard a squeeze as if it doesn't go straight to the moon.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But when you see even you know, you see a 20% gainer on a blood red day,
Right.
it might not be maybe the pinnacle of a short squeeze, but I agree with Martin on the sense of I think we're seeing short squeezes all the time. Just maybe they're gamma squeezes, maybe they're whatever, but they're definitely happening. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
But people also just want that. You know, they want a squeeze to be, I can sell my share for any price I want. It's like that's
Right. The quadruple witching hour double gamma short squeeze.
I love the quadruple witching hours. You know what's happened on all those quadruple witching days with AMC and GameStop? Not a damn thing. That's why it's tough, man. It's tough to like you know, especially for us, because we never want to mislead people, and it's like you can mislead people by giving them the right TA. You could do everything by the books and show them stuff, and if you would have done that, you know, the last 3 or 4 months of just showing charts and being like, yeah, okay, you see, we found the bottom here, so this is where you'd be absolutely wrong. No matter how good you are, and it wouldn't be that you don't know what you were doing or you weren't putting in the work. It would just be
there's no guarantees in this game.
Yes, 100%. That's one thing I can't. That's my only gripe with any other streamers or anything like that. I never hate on anybody's style or any, you know, what they do. Like, you know, I want everybody to be successful, but I can't stand, and I don't see it as much with stocks. I see it more with crypto, where people talk in absolutes and talk in guarantees.
Right.
And like that, I can't stand, because that to me is misleading, you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, TAs kind of, I mean, at the core is about finding support and resistance. And, you know, the end game goal, honestly, is to be wrong on your TA, and you want to see it run above the channel you're saying it's in, or, you know, adversely, it's going to fall below. But at the end of the day, you know, there's no predicting which way it's going to go.
Right.
You know.
And I'm definitely not taking away the importance of it. I just think that it's
it's crucial. It's a crucial tool and technique, and we should all, you know, have some understanding of it. But at the end of the day, it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, and especially in a lot of situations, you can find what you're looking for. You know, you take something that's running, and even if it's not, say, a hardcore runner, you take something that's ran over, say, a week, where it's just been steady 3%, 7%, 8%, you know, you can draw that thing to the moon. You know what I mean? Like I could do that, and I've seen other people on things do that. Just take a runner, just draw a line, and yeah, look at this, it's going, and it's like, okay, no, that and I'm not saying that everybody's like that, because, you know, even around here, we got a lot of people like Enzo's nice with the charts, people, but it's all about being able to look at it and interpret it in your own head. Like me, I don't use lines and stuff, not because I don't need them or I don't believe in them. I just see them mentally. If I'm looking at a line, I see it there. You know what I mean? Because I look at charts for 5 or 6 hours every single day, you know, straight. So it's like, I don't know. The last 3 months have just like shook me on that, because it's like so many times I thought, okay, we found the bottom. Here's the rebound. We've had 2 good days. It's got to, the trend has to reverse, everything like this. Everything that you're looking at tells you one thing, and then bam.
Boom. Does the opposite.
Oh, wow. Prowess ordered a box of individual chips from Amazon, was delivered today, and every package expired over a month ago. I can't imagine that being legal.
How does that happen? I mean, and like, how long have they had to have been sitting around for? Like,
Yeah.
to be expired.
Yeah, because those got a pretty big shelf life.
Right. Them are old.
That's a great PSA, though, to if you are ordering products, because you got to imagine, you know what I mean, places are unloading old inventory of stuff.
First in, first out, baby.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, almost every industry like kind of lives by FIFO to some degree. You know?
Now I'm thinking if I ordered any food lately. I'm over here doing inventory in my head. Like that's why I like to shop. That's why I'm one of the people out there that still grocery shops. I don't do pickup or any of that stuff, or I don't know. I like to see what I'm buying.
Yeah, I totally meant to stop by the grocery store when I was running errands earlier, and just like it's like pretty close to my house. You know, it's where I'm in like a small mountain town, so once I get on the main road heading home, it's like you almost forget anything you planned on doing in that stretch. It's like, all right, I'm on the home stretch, you know, and it's you just get that I'm going home in your head. I just drove right by the grocery store. I got halfway home before I realized anyway. So I'll probably be when I get off the mic tonight. I'm gonna go get me some pork chops and some taters.
Oh,
Make
nice.
some dinner later. Yeah. I made some real nice collard greens yesterday, and I'm like, man, what can I eat these with today? And I'm like, yeah, pork chops and mashed potatoes.
Love it. I like some applesauce with my pork chops. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, bro, me too. Some nice apple chutney or something if you want to get fancy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, sweet goes really good with pork. I like to do tenderloins, and I'll like sear them, but then I'll slow cook them, you know.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, man, chop them into medallions and like drizzle some like blackberry syrup on it or something, you know. Some
Oh, delicious.
fruit compote, you know.
Yeah, I'm a big pork cutlet guy. That's one of my favorite things to because they're just so good. I'll get, and it's, you know, I'll buy a nice big pork loin, and I'll get usually like between 80 and 100 cutlets out of the size that I buy. It'll usually be like 35 bucks, and then maybe another $5 for eggs and breadcrumbs and all that stuff. But man, something about the fat on pork cutlets, you leave that little bit and it just almost like melts off when you're cooking them. Oh, so good.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arctic Fox had some pork chops last night. Nice.
I know, man. I was sitting there cooking those collard greens last night. Like, man, I wish I had some pork chops. So I've just been thinking about it since yesterday.
Man, it sounds so good.
Dude, I make some pretty mean greens, man. I'm southern country boy through and through.
Our vegetables have been crap around here lately. Everything, our fruits and our vegetables have been crap around here.
Yeah, it's kind of that time of year though, right? I feel like
Yeah, definitely.
seasonal crap.
I got a dope slicer too.
Further away.
That was a solid investment, a meat slicer. Like, it's not quite commercial grade, but it's just underneath. Like, it's a nice stainless steel. It's worth its weight in gold.
Is it like that spinning wheel of death thing? You know?
Oh yeah. I've almost chopped a few fingers off.
I'm I'm pretty handy with one of them. Chopped many a meat in my day, or sliced, I should say. Chopped too, though.
Interesting, Stanley. I will pass that along to Bulldog. That's out of my control, but I will make sure that they know about it. And I'm sure we'll get that squared away for you, brother.
Yeah.
I know sometimes it updates. I'm not exactly sure, Stanley. I don't want to give you a line of crap. You know what I mean? But I've heard that sometimes it takes some, not even like an amount of time, but it doesn't update until a certain time. I'm
real time. Like sometimes it's like waits to like I don't want to say end of day and be wrong, but like that kind of concept.
Yes,
like,
that's what I was thinking. But we'll get that taken care of for you, Stanley.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice, Arctic Fox. Them burgers you had down. So what? How many different places did you stop, Arctic Fox? I know you were on a.
Was he on a journey recently?
Yeah. He just got back.
Okay. Tell us all about it, Fox. He was in the lower 48. What was he doing? What is he doing down here?
Well, that's why I always got a question when them boys from Alaska make their way down to the lower 48.
What y'all doing around these parts? You from the bank? Daddy told me to shoot anyone says they from the bank.
Oh, them Alaskan boys are at it again down in the lower 48. Yeah, prowess. I had it in the air the other day, and the only reason I didn't is because I would have had to move so much stuff in my garage to get to my grill. And I just didn't have it in me.
Yankees bury the grill come wintertime, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I usually keep it where I have access to it, but like I gotta put all my crap in the garage for the wintertime. And
right. It's kind of the same in California, but not because of cold or snow, just because it monsoons for like 5 months straight. It's like the only time it rains out here is wintertime, basically. You get so used to most of the year just being able to leave anything you want just outside overnight, no problem. Like moisture's not really messing it up, like.
Oh yeah, that not here, man. That's an all year thing. Like even leaving stuff out overnight in the summertime is tough.
Right.
Because it'll just get ruined.
But yeah, come wintertime, man, when that first rain hits, about a week before the first rain comes, you see everybody scrambling to clean up their yards, and pretty funny.
Yeah, some people do that here. Most people just let it go. They don't even. Like I gotta put up. I put up a snow fence, just because my dogs. I don't want that.
What's that?
It's like they're just like a temporary fence. Like so I put it up in my backyard. I got like grass and stuff in my garden and all that, but then I got like my driveway. And it's all fenced in like a 6-foot fence, but they ruin the grass. Like in the wintertime with the snow, the dogs running in the yard, like, and then you can't clean up after them because it's all over the yard and it's all buried. So I put up a fence to where all the grass is, keep them on the cement area between like the garage and the in the fence. So this way the yard doesn't get all torn up. It's kind of disgusting in a way because it condenses, so they poop in the same spot, and it makes it so I gotta clean it up every day. But
yeah, well, it's like
it's a lot easier cleaning it up off the concrete.
Yeah, you don't gotta hunt for it.
That's all. Look at Trippy Trillion in the house. Trippy Trillion, what up?
Yo.
I fertilize the yard enough in the spring and the summer. Trust me.
Oh, nice, Arctic Fox. His sister and brother-in-law stay in Foley, Alabama. Every winter, we had a great family time, many laughs, great food. That's awesome.
That is awesome. That's a nice. We say New Orleans, so you started down there. Beautiful. New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, Floribama. That sounds like a great time. That sounds like a nice mix of food too. Like that covers a good, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's some good Southern cuisine through there.
That's one place I've never been, New Orleans. I would like to get there. I would like to get there if nothing else than for the cuisine.
Right? Well, and they just got cool ambiance too, man. It's like the architecture is all cool. It's like, like Victorian, like French, what's the word I'm looking for? I almost said French Canadian, I think. But oh man, it's beautiful. It's really cool architecture and it's like cool vibes, like the voodoo, and they kind of play into that, lean into it a little bit in some areas. I don't know, it's cool. It's kind of spooky vibes in New Orleans. I like it.
Yeah, I could see that. I could get that vibe.
Like Spanish moss and stuff. And it's cool. Oh, what is the word? French Renaissance architecture? No. Someone knows the word I'm thinking of.
I'm not that dude. Prowess, come on, Prowess, help us out. What is French?
It's like the architecture that's super heavy in New Orleans. It's like a. I want to say it's French something or something French.
Oh, nice, Arctic Fox. Threw beads from our balcony at the French Quarter Inn. That is awesome. Awesome.
See what these indexes looking. Oh, man, they were trying to curve up. They just pooped the bed again.
Nice. So, Mr. Style, what's the architecture that we're looking for? Help us out here, brother.
Yeah, it's like maybe like French Quarter. Is that what I'm thinking of? Is that the term? No, I don't know. The architecture in New Orleans, though, it's cool. It's beautiful. It's like Spanish, kind of like Spain Spanish, Like, I don't know. Cool.
Where's Matt's Market when you need him?
Yeah, right. He's probably just rolling his eyes at me right now. He's like, whatever, just dude. You've been in New Orleans once when you were a kid. Shut up. I did eat some gator while I was there, though. It was cool. First time I ate gator.
I've had that before.
Yep. We get a lot of bars in Tennessee. We'll have gator shipped up from around.
I've seen it one time at the same. We have a thing called the Erie County Fair. It's a pretty big like county fair every year. Yeah, I got a great picture of Nicky trying alligator for the first time, man. He hated it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it wasn't even that it tasted bad. I just think he just knew that he was eating an alligator. Like, he looked like he wanted to cry.
Sometimes those pictures are the best.
Oh, yeah.
The kids feel so much. Like, they're just raw emotion. Like,
I love it.
yeah, it's cool. It's really cool, like, watching them, like, learn and grasp concepts, too. As they
Yes. That's my absolute favorite thing in the world is, like, watching him pick up on something and watching the way his, like, mind works and how he comes to conclusions and shit like that. Stuff like that.
I didn't even notice that one. You slipped that one right now. It's camouflaged in conversation. You get too comfy.
Yeah. But yeah, they're amazing. And it's weird because it's like you look at before you start seeing all the problems in the world and stuff, just being able to have an open mind, like, my son and I'm sure other kids his age, same thing, like they're just such open-minded thinkers about anything. There's not barriers on anything because they don't bring the BS into anything that they're trying to learn. And it's just,
I mean, they don't have like those kind of weird restrictions or parameters that get put on your thinking process until someone puts it on their thinking process, you know?
yep,
It's like,
yep.
you know, it's kind of like, I mean, the it's yeah, nature versus nurture is one thing, but like the negative, like kind of like limiting yourself kind of thinking, like kids don't have that, you know, until it gets kind of beat into them, you know. And the longer you can protect them from that, I think
Absolutely.
you can have a more well-rounded, balanced individual adult when they get older.
Look at this. Rich White coming in, dropping that answer. Victorian.
Yeah, saw that. I saw someone else
Nice.
research said French colonial. I was like, man,
That's
not quite it though. It's
I
not the,
think French colonial is big up near me, like not near me, but an area near me. Because that's definitely a term that I've heard before.
Gotcha.
Hey, Crypto for us all. What's up, brother? All right, all right.
How's it
18
going, buddy?
minutes left in the.
Yeah, no, I was about to say like, oh man, a little bit of time left. Let's check these indexes, but it's not pretty. I was expecting it to it was trying to curve up there, and they just dropped back down. So I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring. I really don't.
Nope.
I would
No.
love a nice recovery. It'd be great.
Me too. I mean, I think at this point, for the next at least 2 days, if not further, it's a coin flip of
Yeah, really.
do we get and I think it all directly or indirectly revolves around what goes on with Ukraine, unfortunately. And
Yeah,
how
maybe
and maybe not even exactly what goes on, just how it's being talked about. So there's a
right.
50% chance that we get good news, 50% chance that something escalates and it could be taken badly. So
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Are they gonna drag this thing out forever, like, and then try to blame it for all the bad stuff in the market? Like, I don't know.
like I said, I could see that. I could see, okay, the crash happens kind of slowly, not just an overnight thing. It gets blamed on this whole conflict.
Yeah.
And the last 2 years are forgotten. We
Yep,
printed
swept
what
under the
now?
rug.
No, don't worry about that money we printed. Oh, everything's good.
Oh,
Everything's good,
blame-
Russia.
Blame the invasion. Yeah. That's kind of what I see happening. So I don't know. Hopefully this doesn't drag out too long. Hopefully it just whatever. They just need to figure this stuff out. Hug it out, boys. Like, come on.
What I say.
What do you fight about? We're all in the
Yeah.
same boat. I don't care what country you live in. We're in the same dang boat, man.
World politics, man. Gotta love it.
Geopolitical machinations.
Yep. Yeah, what are you gonna do? You can't let it consume you too much. You know, you make the differences that you can make yourself, however you think you can make the world a better place, and that's all you can really worry about. You know, if you feel like voting is the way to do that, vote and be proud of that. If just helping people out every day is your way of changing the world, God bless you. You know what I mean? Not everybody. We ain't gonna conquer. I don't want to say governments, but like, we're not going to conquer all the evil forces in the world overnight. You know what I mean? You got to start somewhere, start with little stuff.
Right. Grassroots, baby.
Yeah.
Do some local voting. God dang. Get the right people in power. Let them do the work for you.
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about that yesterday. Get them people in power and then hold them accountable. And like I said, I think parties have to be, if we're going to keep having this charade of a two-party system.
Yeah, I've been calling.
But the people, there's always going to be shade thrown from the other side onto whatever side has the power, but you don't see shade thrown from the side of the people put in there not doing the job that they got put in there to do. For example, you vote whatever way, to put a city councilman in, and that city councilman doesn't do anything that he talked about, most people don't hold him accountable. You know what I mean? There's no accountability from the party. They'll still vote for, maybe it's not that same person, but they'll still vote the party line on the next one and get the same result.
Exactly. Yeah, two-party system is a charade. It's a scam. I'll say it. Like governments.
You know what I'm saying? We look at these big issues and they can become overwhelming, you know, and same goes with the market. You know, we see manipulation and stuff, and it's easy to just focus on that and want to take the hedgies down and stuff like that. But it's like, at the same time, we've learned that it's sometimes more profitable to ride the wake of these hedgies than to try to fight them head on. I wish everything was a David Goliath story, but it's not.
And that's kind of, it's kind of all we can do. And you know, it is a David Goliath story, but it's not necessarily, David's not necessarily going to win with one sling and one rock, you know?
Yes. But awareness, you know, we have these, we have this DOJ investigation going on. Like I said, we have a lot of the stuff that we were hoping to happen. We're just sure the process is taking longer. And I don't know if the DOJ, that a lot of people have a lot of faith in that agency, but.
Right, well, it's either them or the SEC, right? And, you know.
Well, yeah, at least with the DOJ, we can possibly see real action. Where with the SEC, it'll be financial action, you know. And what's that? Okay,
criminal charges or not, right? I mean,
yeah. So the SEC, all they're doing is, they did some wrong. We're gonna fine you $20 million because you made $1 billion.
Right. Yeah. That doesn't help anybody except for the bad guys. They're happy to pay those fines.
Yeah,
they can't wait to pay those fines.
Exactly. And the same could happen with the DOJ. You know what I mean? There could be one scapegoat. You know, hypothetically, if Ken Griffin goes to jail tomorrow for the rest of his life, that doesn't change the game.
Right.
You know what I mean? I want to see the game change. I don't want to just see somebody put away for it, you know?
Yeah. They make an example of one guy and then keep doing the same crap.
And I'm sure if that happened, all of a sudden Ken Griffin would not kill himself. You know, we know how that plays out.
Weird how all these cameras keep being turned on.
I mean, I think that's where we should be looking to get in. We should either be looking to short the prison camera systems because they're crap, or maybe, I don't know, at some point someone's going to have to say, guys, we need at least sign a contract to buy cameras that work. Maybe we won't install them, but maybe there's a company out there that's going to land that contract. Just saying.
No kidding.
But I don't know, you know, stuff like that, the tinfoil hat in me is always just like, you know, that's the stuff that gets waved in our face to kind of decelerate people's urge to try to change things because it makes you feel so powerless, you know. And the whole Epstein thing, anything that involved that, if you ever looked into it or went down any rabbit holes, you know, not saying that everything that was out there was 100% true or anything about that, but it's just so blatant that it's like right in your face. Like this is okay. And you know, I don't know.
Like one coincidence is okay. It's a coincidence. Two is kind of weird, but 3, 4, 5 coincidences, we're looking at a pattern here.
Yeah. Crypto knows what's up. Keep making folks think, and they'll send the solar flares. Yeah. Well, they really should be prowess. And think about it this way. Most places where you shelter your dogs have webcams, and I'm not in any way comparing prisoners to dogs, but what I'm saying is that would be a way to not make the families of criminals suffer as much as they do. You know what I mean? You got a webcam on there. You're not hey, if my brother was in jail or something like that, hey, I'd like to be able to see how he's doing, look in on him, and then make sure that there's not, they have them in preschools, they have them in daycares, they have them in anything where people are watched by other people for accountability. And I mean, I guess in theory they have, though. I mean, I know every prison system is set up with cameras. It's just, it's hilarious how they conveniently don't work in 2021, 2022,
In very specific cases.
Yeah.
Very high profile cases at that. A little fishy.
Yeah.
Might need to get refitted for some new tinfoil hats. And
Yeah. I take my out of retirement every now and again. I try to avoid those subjects, but they're out there, and over the past.
Well, and at some point, I mean, I get it, because that's how most of us are. A lot of us look at it and like, oh, what can I do about it? But I mean, at some point, I mean, it's got to start somewhere. That famous quote, and it's at the beginning of Boondock Saints. Like, the only thing evil needs to thrive is the indifference of good men.
True.
And but it's like, what can we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer, but it's like, we got to stop saying, oh, well, what can I do? And overlooking things and being like, oh, that's just the way it is, because that's us allowing this crap to happen,
Yeah, but until we're not divided on BS issues that shouldn't be dividing us.
That's their whole tactics. I mean, that's their whole agenda. Let's get them fighting over race. Let's get them fighting over gender. Let's get them fighting over pronouns. Let's get them fighting over red versus blue. Let's get them fighting over masks. Let's get them fighting over vaccines. Let's get them fighting over everything.
And then at the same time, let's also label anybody that doesn't think that way as a conspiracy theorist or some other kind of slander just for asking questions.
Right. Anyone else see crypto going off a cliff? It's not in the best shape. I'll say that. Not in the worst shape either, though. Safe moon going green, though.
Yeah, well, you know what the funny thing is? Like, I was thinking about that when we were talking about that earlier, that Jake Paul, all that crap. Like, it's almost like this lawsuit is more of like a fake thing than the actual, calling it, what they're alleging happened, in my mind. Like, this is bringing more attention to it in a negative way that it shouldn't be. I mean, people don't fall for that stuff, and in a sense,
well, and that's
it
the
might
thing,
be.
is a lot of people are seeing through the crap, I think.
Yeah.
They're not like, oh, what? These celebrities are getting sued. I better sell out. Like, if they have conviction, like they're,
Like I said, if you're looking to, who was it, Little Bow Wow or Soldier Boy? If you're looking at Soldier Boy for your financial advice,
you're already messing up.
And I mean, if you go that route, so why wouldn't anybody have the same right to is it Jamie Foxx? Who is it on, like, the crypto.com commercial? Like, wouldn't that be the same thing? If you're hyping crypto.com to me and I got in crypto.com 2 weeks ago, I'm down money. Can I sue whoever the celebrity that told me to do it is?
Right. Yeah. It just doesn't work that way, Man, look at these markets just crapping the bed before after hours finishes up. Look at them go.
Arctic Fox, Alaska, and Tom, Here Comes the Boom, dropping back-to-back facts. John Lennon knew, and then United We Stand. Facts right there, boys.
That's a facts.
Yes.
Bam. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have a visitor in the studio.
I thought
Knock.
Hello, sir.
What is up?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Nanya?
How's it, everybody?
Oh, pretty good. We're just kind of hanging out, doing the after hours thing, just chilling.
It's nice. It's nice and chill.
About the end, it's very cool to listen to you two kick it a little bit. It's a little slowed down market, but really cool listening to you kick it.
Right.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. Same. It's. I honestly, I love having someone on here. Just the conversation flow is like, yeah.
Yes, 100%.
And especially like during the after hours when things settle down and start going sideways, it's like, we're not looking at major movement and like stocks making moves. Like it's kind of like, all right, So it's just let's hang out and talk about it. What are we gonna talk about?
Yep. And more stuff always gets deeper, and like more sides always get seen of everything when you have two people bouncing it off each other and not just doing it in a echo chamber kind of way. You know what I mean? Because I know I do that a lot. I'll play devil's advocate, especially with like Adam, something that I agree with him on. Still question the other side just to look at it from that side.
It's one of my favorite things. A lot of people in real life, because I do it in real life too, and it's a lot of people think I believe in certain ways, or I'm kind of an a-hole because I'm kind of. It seems like I'm debating from that perspective, and they're like, "Oh, that's what he thinks and believes," and a lot of times I find myself having to explain, like, "No, that's not what I think. I'm just saying you got to look at it from all angles,
Yeah, because I'm man enough to admit that what my thought is, and then if there's a complete other side to it, that the correct answer or what's the most maybe truthful lies somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, and that's another thing is like being devil's advocate. A lot of times it keeps not just your debate skills sharp, but it kind of like it helps train your mind to stay open minded and look at things from different angles instead of just what you think. It's kind of it's a skill really that can be it's a trained.
That's right. So none your business. Welcome back, brother.
Thank you. Been away a little bit. Glad to be back.
It's great to hear that none your business voice.
Busy times.
Yeah.
So the questions that I'm gonna have for you. What I'm gonna do, Nunya, is I'm gonna jump off here and leave you with Just Do. Not because I don't want to sit here and talk to you, because I could talk to you for hours, but I haven't ate a thing all day. So I'm gonna go do that. But I am going to be in the chat listening and talking to you because I got a lot of questions for you, Nunya. Not really a lot. I'm just waiting for you to break down the state of Cardano for me because I know how closely you follow that, and I just don't even bother because I know you do, brother. If I'm being completely honest.
I am highly invested in Cardano.
I know you are.
Oh, he said it.
He said it. This is clear and present danger.
I will boot that, eh?
Hey. Like it. I'm pretty invested in ADA myself, but I can say I know like and admittedly less than I should about it.
Definitely I'm a Hoskinson fanboy.
Yeah, I like it.
And he's really good. Like he puts out YouTube videos like crazy, and they're investing in or actually already have. There's a studio and place in Colorado. It's going to be even better this year, like real podcast quality type stuff.
Nice.
And he's involved. Like he drops 816s. He's a regular dude. And he fights a lot of the FUD. He gets angry and he's funny about it. And
Nice.
Sometimes he just straight up fronts Vitalik. He's like, yeah, there's a reason why I left. Like, haha, you made a mistake. Where's Ethereum 2.0? He'll always say there's room for more than one, but you're a punk. So he's an everyman. I like him a lot. And could be an evil one good thing.
Right. I'll rip a quick dab real quick. Then.
How have you been, man? Is the being crypto is the negotiation going, or did it start? How you doing with you?
Well, so they're like, it's basically guaranteed that they want to
We're
give me
back.
salary. Oh, right on.
I'll continue that another time.
Yep. Cool. All right. Everybody's here.
Cheers, everybody. I saw that. Thanks for hanging out, waiting.
Yeah. Cheers. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. Look at that beautiful crypto charts.
Amazing dancing robot that mesmerizes me. I love the robot. I don't know why, but I love the robot.
I mean, he's just no shame. He's getting down,
He's getting down.
What's not to love about that,
Okay, bro. Glad to be back, man. Good to see you. Did you make any moves in the market today, Justin?
I did. I didn't make many. But I got a put on Skin, and I think I nailed that one. Hopefully it drops further tomorrow. But it was like at the peak, it was like over $18 and some change when I got the put, and it just started coming on down. I was like, yes.
Nice timing.
Yeah, but I can't day trade on my Schwab, so got to hold, for till tomorrow at least. But it closed. It was up like 69%, 66%, somewhere in there. So not too
Get
shabby.
some money on the Weeble.
I know, man. Well, and that's the thing is like I only ever put 100. Dang, look, the market's just tanking. They dropped right before the bell. It was doo-doo. But it could be a decent sign for tomorrow, honestly. We might actually finally see a bounce or something. Hoping, but who knows with everything going on, right? It's kind of.
My phone just gave me a ding as the market closed. I just picked up a little more AMC.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Take advantage of that drop.
All right. But dang, what was I saying? I don't remember what I was talking about. Oh yeah. So yeah, I got to put on Skip. I got to hold it till tomorrow. I think it's like a $15 strike. And it's like up at 18, heading down. So hopefully it goes on all the way back down to like 13 or 14. That'd be lovely tomorrow. But we'll see. And then I think I just added to a couple long positions. I think I picked up a couple shares of NEG. Probably, I think I grabbed a couple of SLGG, but I'm not sure if the limit got picked up or not. Just little moves, just adding to my longs. It's big old dibs. But yeah, hopefully that put will be printing for me tomorrow. That'd be nice.
Positive action in the cash register. I kind of like you. Mine was long. I just picked the number that I thought was okay on AMC that I would spend a little money on. And I was like, well, if it hits and rings a bell, it hits and rings a bell. If not, I'll just keep the powder.
Right.
And I didn't think it literally just dinged. So.
Well, I didn't think I was going to spend money on that, but
right. I added to
a lot of times that's good. It's like, I mean, when you set that lower strike where you're like, I'm not going to get this, and then it picks up, a lot of times that you're like, oh, that fell, it picked me up.
Right.
But
I'm happy about it.
Yeah, like, all right.
Price I was setting, and I mean, that's the way I have like a few that I just DCA in on crypto every week.
Mm-hmm.
I spend some time every Sunday, and like Sunday night, I'll set an aggressive number, and if it's not picked up, several of them aren't picked up by Wednesday or Thursday, I'll adjust it because I like to do my buys every Sunday and let them purchase throughout the week.
Right.
But I'll just set an aggressive number and hope I wake up and hear a ding, or sometimes it happens in the overnight. It's good.
Right. See Santa saying, "What's that Ada doing, Nunya?" Are we there? Bing bong. Well, maybe lost Nunya for a little bit. I'm sure I'll be right back though. In the meantime, we'll do a little song and dance. No, I'm just kidding. As he says, they're killing me. That's funny. You know, I just think maybe Nunya didn't want to answer your question and he left, Santa. No, I'm just kidding. You know that's not the case. He'll be back. Solar flare got him. That's right. Could be heading for me now. The powers that be did not want Nunya to divulge all this secret knowledge on Ada, I guess. Which is a sign to buy, if you ask me. No, but honestly, Ada is not at the worst price for buying. If you're looking at buying, Crypto Force all picked it up at 75. Nice. That's a nice price to be buying Ada at for show.
Knock, knock.
And there we go. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I lost my internet altogether. That was fun.
Solar flares.
Flares it was. I was talking, and all of a sudden I saw a little swirly, and I thought, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. And I looked down, and I had no internet connection at all.
Yep,
I was just
Santa says you're
rambling.
killing him. He's just rambling away. And I do that-
Santa
I do
was
that like every
asking
time.
about Cardano.
Yep.
Okay, so we may, here comes the bad one. We may be heading into crypto winter, everybody.
Right. It's certainly a possibility. We've been talking about it for a long time now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it for a long time, and you know, is institutional buy is going to keep Bitcoin at 40? Is it going to keep it at 38? Is it going to keep it at 36? Do we see 32? Do we see 28? Like, we don't know, and at least for now, nothing has decoupled really from Bitcoin. You can have,
Right.
some
I would
altcoins
say
here and
that
there.
things haven't decoupled, but you're definitely seeing them grow some strength. It's like they'll fall to a certain degree, and then if Bitcoin keeps falling, you're seeing things start to like kind of hold some floor values instead of just continuing to tumble with Bitcoin, which that's
There's some good differences in actual like transactional things that are
Right.
happening. So there is some change there, which is good hope for us. But for the time being, we may be in a little bit of price drop of whatever you want to call it. You want to call it a buying opportunity, you want to call it a bargain, you want to call it a little bit
fire sale.
fire sale. That's right. But like I said, I follow Hoskinson. I'm a fanboy. He communicates a lot. IOHK, which is the company that kind of runs Cardano. Input output, which is HK is Hong Kong. They have IO Global also. There's a bunch of input outputs. They're really transparent too. They kind of want to change the world. They want to level the playing field in a lot of different ways. They want to do a lot of good things, and they have very good business plans about it. And since it's in, he definitely talks about doing things slow, doing things right, using peer review and the scientific method. They invite people to punch holes in their code, invite people to find problems before they're problems. So they ran
Right.
alphas and betas, and they're like super, super cautious, which slows things down. But they are, it's basically a 5-phase plan. They're past phase 3. And they accelerate.
Right on.
So
See, I was aware of the 5-phase plan, but I don't know what the phases are. I guess like I knew that was their thing, but
the last one that just was a big one was the launching of actual smart contracts that worked,
Right.
which was kind of a game changer.
we were
So-
talking about those going live for like 6 months to a year, like
Right, yeah,
we
which
can't
it
go
was-
live
it
doing
was-
these things.
Supposed to, and then again, here goes the peer review and scientific method, and they're not going to let it go if there's going to be. So it was an April release, and it was a June release, and it was an August release, and it happened in September. But there hasn't been an issue with it.
Right,
It's,
that's
you
good.
know, it's been fine. I like Solana a lot. I believe in Solana, but it stopped twice. It's questionable if it's central. That's the next the fourth plan of Cardano is true decentralization, and that's done in their proof of stake. And the fifth is governance, which is it goes out of the hands of IOHK and Cardano themselves. Yeah, 100%.
So is there going to be a governance token that gets released or something? And whoever
Eventually,
buys
right.
those up, it's voting power.
Pretty much. There is a limited amount of Cardano. After that, you'll get paid on transaction fees, but that will then store value. And what you have is an issue of supply and demand. And when there is no more, it's worth more.
Right.
So, Caesar, 30 minutes into that AMA on Monday night, I rewound it to listen to it. Hoskinson says, we're more than 60% done. What's going to happen this year is there's going to be business to business. There's going to be government issues that he's got deals in Africa. He said there are going to be several times 10x's opportunity. But even if he swings and misses, if there's several opportunities for 10x's, he doesn't just come out and spout that. He
Right.
said it. So patience, of course, and if Bitcoin keeps tanking, we're going to see it cheaper. I wouldn't be surprised if we see $30,000 Bitcoin if we see 50-cent Cardano.
Right,
Surprise
right.
you? Wouldn't surprise me at all. It's not
No.
stopping me from DCAing. I
Right,
keep buying every week.
Absolutely.
I'm happy. But I'll thank you for this. A little quick segue, but I Algorand every single week, and the more I research it, more it wants to do and can do a lot of what Cardano does.
That's what I'm saying.
And might
Sleeping
be able
giant,
to get
baby.
might be able to get there faster, is a little cheaper. Same kind of way with staking.
Mhm.
Why not put some away and get some passive income?
Right? Why not earn 4% for the lot?
And real utility. So it's not just some token. Yeah. I'm a big fan of that. But
Nice.
for anybody who's worried about Cardano, I mean, now's not the time to sell, not financial advice, but
Right.
I'm hoping nobody bit off more than they could chew, and you didn't break the cardinal rule of investing what you couldn't lose.
Right. Because, I mean, like, here's the thing. It's like, it swings. It's a pendulum. It goes back and forth. And it might be swinging down right now, but it's gonna swing back up. Like, you can
You
take
zoom
that
out,
however
you'll
you will, but-
see it. It's only going to get better. If you look around, there are countries that are turning to like there are more and more things that are there are businesses that are accepting different cryptos.
Right.
It's an
more and more
inevitability.
catalysts happening, like, as we go
Right.
on, for sure.
It's
So you got to
not
think big picture,
right. It's not going away. So if you can't afford, never put all your eggs in any one basket. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
I
for
spread
sure.
it around in crypto, but I also spread it around in my retirement fund. I spread it around in my normal, stocks fund,
Yeah.
I'm trying to diversify. I don't make a mistake like that. But
Right.
there are some coins that I pretty much got rid of everything but my big ones. There were some that I was willing to play the ups and the downs when Bitcoin was a little better. I
Right.
kind
Yeah, I
of
wish I'd have maybe done that with some more of mine. I did that with some, but
I
just find it
consolidated
so
out.
hard. Yeah.
It scared me. I believe it or not, I used to play XLM and I used to play AMP. And I played Cardano, but XLM and AMP, you could play them almost on the week to 30 to 50%. Play the ups and the downs. So I would just play them and scoop more and play them and scoop more. And at the time, I was pretty much just adding to Cardano.
Right.
Just a
Pocket
little,
the difference and throw the
yeah,
profits in. The ones you
just
want.
a little scalp game and rinse and repeat.
Yep.
If I got, if it was a big one, like one time, and it just happened to be AMP got listed on, I don't know, it got listed on something. It was like a month after it was a free crypto on Coinbase.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So
I remember when that happened.
I had it super cheap on that already, and it pumped to like 8 cents. And I had a bunch of it.
It went to like 9 or 11 cents or something, right?
Right.
If I recall, it's been a minute.
And the funny thing is I bought a bunch at 0.420. So, haha, cheers! I got a bunch of 0.420, and it ran to 8.
Nice.
So I was super happy, and at that point, well, then I added a little bit more to the rinse and repeat, and I still got some out for the ADA. So it was fun to do, but since everything has been going down, like I do my throw a little DCA into Bitcoin, into Ethereum, into Cardano, into Algorand, and whatever. Like last week, I threw a little into Dogecoin because it was 13 cents. Like I can't believe it's 13 cents. I'm looking at it 12.5 cents now. Payday's Friday. I'll probably put some more in.
Right.
That's cheap.
Yeah, I've been snagging what I can when I can. That's for sure. I definitely learned some lessons this year though, because I look back and it's like all the times I was afraid to sell because I was afraid, well, what if it keeps going up and I lose my position? I want to maintain position, But looking back at it, I'm like, man, I could have sold here, rebuy here, could have sold here, rebuy here, sold here, rebuy here, and been pocketing the difference every single time and still end up in the same position, same amount of coins at the end of the day, except making basically passive income. I guess that'd be active income because you're scalping for it, but
It really was, and that's I'll give credit to Bulldog for the Get That Percentage song, which completely stupid, or not stupid, maybe it's brilliant, but a light bulb went on over my head and I was chasing like, I want to make $50, I want to make $400. It's right. Like, how about making 11%? How about making 17% and being really happy?
Yep. So
that changed my perspective. And then Odafro, who was doing some rinse repeat scalping and filling buckets. So I watched. I'm not a sleeper. I'm a terrible sleeper. So I would watch crypto. I would watch crypto and I would watch it go up and down. And there were some that I got for free on Coinbase or whatever it was, and it was getting predictable. Threw a little money at it, scalp, worked. Threw a little money at it, scalp, worked. And we're here and I consolidated.
Yep. So yeah, I definitely want to, anytime I see a nice run on something, I definitely want to start selling at least percentages of my position, and then saving that money, keeping it liquid instead of throwing it immediately into something else, and making sure I rebuy kind of my coins back, at a better price, and then take those profits, the leftovers, and put it into your longs,
I'm like a super visual guy. Like I have a home office, but like I got a big whiteboard and a big chalkboard, and I see stuff. I'm better. I spreadsheet out coins and I spreadsheet out stocks, and I'll put it's harder with coins unless I'll do it like a certain time of day, but I'll chart
Right.
close of day prices and start to look at like that. It's a little easier for me.
Mhm.
But I'm a weird visual guy. Coinbase,
No, I
one rinse
feel
and
that.
repeat. Yeah, Stanley. They're generally, especially when they give out a free coin. Definitely, again, not advice, but I have added to the position of the free coin before, and it's worked. But they recently gave out 2 or 3. One of them was Jasmy coin. Glad I didn't do anything with it because they gave you like $3, and I turned around the next day and it was like $2.15. So I was like, well, I'm not going to sell it until it's at least $3 because I got $3 for free. Now it's like
Alright.
$1.12. It just keeps going down.
Well,
It's not
you
an
know,
not an
we're in
every
that-
time, but
right.
when they give it away free, I think a lot of people buy it. So if
Yeah,
they
I
can-
think so too. A quick little pop. You know, you probably usually get one little pop out of it at least. You know.
buy it and sell it quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kieran, there you go. Holding it 5 years and see what happens, and
There you
that
go.
gets you through. And if you can buy all the way through, we're gonna have some downtimes. You know, I mean, it's a fact, especially if you look traditionally across crypto. We're gonna have some
Right.
serious downs. Look at 2018, like real crypto winter. It could happen.
Right. It can happen. It can still happen. And especially now, you know, I mean, honestly, like, no FUD intended, but like, you know, you imagine, okay, it's going mainstream and you got all these big players now, institutions and such trying to get into it. Well, what do you think they're gonna do? They want to get in as cheap as possible. And you know, like, they know how to manipulate markets and move markets. I mean, this is the thing. So we could see some pretty cheap cryptos as we transition into true mainstream adoptance. You know, we might see some real floors in, between now and then. You know, and but that doesn't change my conviction or my faith in any of my cryptos. You know, like, to me, it's just like, all right, keep DCA and in. You know, and if you see the ones you like on sale, buy that crap, because to me, you know, I'm assuming that they will come back up. You know, certain ones, right? You know, obviously.
It's something with utility. It's something with or even like
You kind of choppy.
there's a couple of them with community. Like,
Right.
I don't. Their potential is just on how much faith the community has in them. So, I mean, luckily I got in Shiba super early, so I have a bunch of it.
Nice. I think I've only got like 10 million
But
sheets.
Are you in at 4 zeros? Are you in 5 zeros? Are you?
I think I initially bought a very small amount because I only bought it because my buddy was in it, and I think my initial buy was at 5 zeros, but like I didn't buy much at all. It was like I threw like $5 or $10 worth of, you know what I mean? It was just like, yeah, okay, whatever, solidarity. But I think most of my buys are in the 4 zeros, like 3 kind of area. If I had to guess, that was kind of my floor there for a little while when I was adding strongly to Shiba.
You're still close.
What was that?
You're still close to profitable there, then.
No, yeah, no. I want to say I'm up on my Shiba, but I
cool.
sold some too. Like when it ran up pretty good, I sold my initial buy-in, but it wasn't much, and then I started buying more on the way back down. And yeah, I'd say most of my buys on the way back down were in 33, 4 zeros, 33. What up, Rumi?
I only bought once, and I sold off what I could put in. I still have 15 million, so I'm I'm all on house money, and I'm at
Right.
5 zeros, like five zeros, five something. So
See, I kind of,
there you go,
I,
Crypto First All 90 million at 5 zeros. Good for you.
nice. Heck yeah. See, I was kind of mad at myself for missing the boat because I underestimated Shiba. I just thought it was gonna be a crap joke coin that didn't go anywhere, rug pull kind of thing in the beginning, and sure enough, it made my one buddy wealthy, in real life. Like I know a guy that got wealthy off Shiba,
Awesome.
and so I kind of went at it with maybe a little bit of a revenge trade attitude, and so that got me in on the way down, and it kept going down. So I was buying sheep there quite a bit. Once it would hit certain prices, I was buying it. So I was like, "F this! I'm adding to my position. I'm not missing the boat next time." Like, so I've been buying the dips on Shiba for a while now. So I did get underwater there after the initial run up. So,
Yeah, well, I'm sure a bunch of people bought it at 406. I'm sure there's a bunch
yeah.
of people in it.
408. It got up to
Right.
8, didn't it? Yeah. I mean, there's buyers at that point, because there were sellers there, right?
So my Shiba story will make you probably smile. It was a day that I offloaded an MRIN profit,
Nice.
and I was like, well, I got some profits. What am I gonna do? And they were promoting Shiba on the channel here. So I
Nice.
threw like a large, 100, because I have like one a little OTD on numbers. I couldn't be like 20,342. It had to be 20 million or 21 million. Like
Right.
at the end on a good number.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I still have 50. That's all house money.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome.
Toshiba.
Yeah, put that in the under the win column.
Doge is what kind of introduced me here. That was cool, and I 10x'd my Doge the first time.
Nice.
I really hadn't bought any more until this week.
Yeah, I've rebought Doge a couple times recently, actually, but it was like bought some at like 13 cents, and I think I bought some at like 15 and 16 a few weeks ago or so. But yeah, I don't know. I never really planned on rebuying Doge, but we saw some big old dips, and I was like, man, you know what? Everybody still wants to see Doge at $1 when it's all said and done. Like, it might take a year, it might take 3, whatever. That's what I'm doing with my crypto anyway. And
Elon's
why not buy
Elon's
the
putting a Dogecoin on the moon.
Yeah, a literal Dogecoin on the literal moon, on a literal rocket, Doge rocket. Like, come on. I mean, that's, no matter what you say about Doge, I mean, that is a huge catalyst in the future coming up for it still. So, buy the rumor, sell the news, right? I mean, even if you don't give a crap about Doge, you can still make money with it. So.
And people hodl like crazy. People will not let go.
No, yeah.
So, like, why not? That's why I talk about the community. Be there, the community. Like, people will hold on with the death grip.
Yep. I mean, you gotta wonder how many people were buying Doge at 69, 70 cents. Like,
especially the FOMO of that night.
Yeah, buddy.
Ooh, it was exciting.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I waited until it got all the way down to 52 or 54 cents before I sold. But
I'm not gonna lie, I sold most of my Doge at 69 cents.
Nice.
Yeah, and then bought some more just since then. I've been kind of buying dips, DCA. I wouldn't say DCA because that makes it sound like a regular thing, but yeah, just occasionally I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'll buy that Doge price. So
it was too tempting for me.
Yeah.
That was what I got into Doge the first time at 5 cents, and that was last February, like the weekend before.
I think a lot of people got in at 5. And,
yeah.
I mean, it was holding there for a while, so yeah, I don't know.
And well, you got in at 2 and sold it at 6, but you learned, right, brother? You're good. I know I saw you say a little earlier that you hold it for 5 years, so
Right.
just call that tuition. you took a little class in cryptocurrency and you sold at 300%, that doesn't suck. Right?
Yeah.
2 cents to 6 cents is not terrible.
Percentages, baby. Get those percentages.
Hey, Doge. That's my story. You know that one, Just Do?
Oh, no, I don't think I do.
I literally got like kind of pushed or bet into buying Doge by somebody who would not stop talking about Doge all night. Like to the point where I was in my head, I'm going Doge. I want to kill this guy. Elon, Doge to the moon. Doge.
Me and Bulldog one day during the Doge craziness, we were like,
at the end of
"Oh, go ahead."
the night, you'll spend the amount you were gonna pay. Of course, I did it through his referral link on Robinhood, but yeah, that's basically. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in. I got kind of almost punked into it.
Oh, hey, that works, you know. One
I'll
way
take
is
it.
as good as any other, you know.
Stuff happens for a reason, and then I put Doge into some YouTube browser and wound up here.
Oh wow, that's cool. Let's see what this thing's about now that I bought it.
No idea. That was the cost of steak dinner and drinks, you know.
Yeah. Funny.
Any other crypto you're hot on? That's your fancy?
Yeah, let's see. Let's pull up my Coinbase here. I mean, my main ones. I mean, Shiba's honestly one of my larger holdings, but the obvious ones: Bitcoin, Ethereum, ADA, and Shiba. Matic. I'm a big fan of Matic. I finally got into Luna. When it was down in the 50s. I bought one at 69 and then I got another one at like 50 something. Did it go down to 48?
You know that I bought that AMC today. My thing dinged at 15.69. So adolescent.
I know, but like sometimes you're looking at that and you're like, you know what? I don't really care about these few pennies. Like I want it this price. Like, you know, like.
But I did.
At the end of the day, if you're only buying 5 or 10 shares, what's a few pennies difference? Like I'd rather acquire the share than miss out on acquiring it because of being cheap.
Oh,
you know?
Me too for sure. But I think it's very funny how we end up on 420 or 69.
Yep, all the time. If I can help it, that's what I'm doing. I'm getting into Solana. I want Solana to do well.
Me too.
So,
I want it to do well, and I know a lot of people believe in it, and like
Right.
for NFTs, it's really good.
Yep.
But it clogged. It stopped twice, man. It may
Right.
very well just be centralized.
Yeah.
Not good.
Time will tell.
Yeah.
Let's see. Some of these, I kind of just buy these to rinse, wash. Yes, I mean, those are my main ones, honestly. Like SafeMoon, ADA, Mana. Mana is a big one. Sand, I'm a big fan of. I'm hodling both of them. Like I said, Algorand, Matic. Yeah, I'm in a bunch of others, but those are kind of like my main favorites. Like when I'm buying dips, I'm looking at those. Like if we're trending down, those are the ones I'm buying, you know.
That's what I was kind of like. That's the big one.
Yep.
I never got into SafeMoon. One time I tried. I guess I'm a quitter. One time I tried real early. It was just too much trouble, and I was like, screw this.
Man, I was one of the first ones in that one, man. It was a process, dude. I mean, we spent more time trying to buy it than we did like doing DD. I mean, we did our we did our research on it. We read everything we could find on it to read, and it took us longer to buy it than it did to do the research.
You
But,
were in that early then. Congrats, though. I know you made some
oh yeah,
money.
there's like 7 zeros when I got it.
Nice.
I've never seen red on my safe moon. Like that was like a $100 purchase that turned into like I don't know 5 or 6 grand or something ridiculous. Which I didn't sell most of it. I sold some on the peak, so that was smart, I guess. But now looking back, I'm wondering like should I have just held on this whole time and not sold any? But I don't know. We'll see.
Nice.
But
Bye,
I definitely
Stanley.
I took a lot of those safe moon profits and put them into just dumb other poo coins that I was like just gambling basically. So washed a lot of those profits down the drain. That's the way
Nice.
she goes.
Yeah. Yeah. Luckily, I mean, I was kind of dumb and didn't know any better, but I took my Doge profits, turned them like almost 100% of them, just bought AMC like the day I sold them. I was like, okay, here I go. We're over there. Presto changeo.
Yep.
But now it's been hostage for a year,
Right.
but I still believe.
Yeah, I wish back in the beginning when AMC was still pretty cheap, I wish I'd have just grabbed. Well, and I think I did have over 100 shares at one point, but sold all those pretty much as it was going up, just on the way up, But I wish I'd have held on to 100 shares so I could just be selling covered calls and just raking in passive income on big money options like AMC. But you live and you
Yeah.
learn,
All my original buys were between like 12 and 14, so I'm good buying now. I'm averaging up a little bit, but I'm not
Right.
buying a ton. I'm just sprinkling on here and there. I think I'm good at this price.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say with 100% confidence that AMC is a $20 or above stock. Like we're gonna see that again,
Yeah.
So any of these under 20 prices on AMC, I feel like you might have to exercise a little patience. You might have to wait a little while, but yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a problem. If you're buying AMC under $20, I feel like you're gonna see returns.
That's why I camped a little money there. I figured it's time again. I haven't put it in a while, so sprinkled a little in. I'm everything else is just looking terrible.
Right.
So I don't know. I keep hearing that 600 number on Tesla. I'm keeping my eye on it, but I have some money on the sideline.
Right.
I just want to see it start on its way up.
Yep, I'm still hanging on to my one Tesla share. I'm not gonna risk getting rid of that until I have a second one.
Yeah,
I want to always have one share of Tesla in case I go and split. I just want to just make sure I got my here's my ticket. Split me up.
Mhm.
Yep.
Under 1,000, under 900. Now it's dropping still, and like, where's the number?
Right. I got a pretty nice average on my Tesla, about at 555.
Ah, nice.
Yep. So I've been stoked on that ever since, just hanging on to it. It's my little pride and joy sitting in my portfolio.
Yeah. Nice one to sit there. That props up some of your other, like you're saying, you never saw red on your safe moon.
Right.
It's nice to have a position like that because it props up any other bags. You're like, okay, I got some green.
Yep.
Stanley thinks AMC is a $40. Yeah, it's got so much publicity. How much you can't buy that kind of marketing and loyalty.
Right.
Like I was just talking about the Doge and Shiba community.
Yeah, it's
What
kind of
about
a
apes?
perfect storm of variables, and all that crap coming together, and now here we are, with a big old spotlight on it.
So it's a little bit of an older survey, so it probably doesn't hold true anymore. But an old marketing survey used to, like, it straight up ask, who do you think sells the most hamburgers in America? And it's McDonald's. Second question is, who do you think sells the most chicken in America? It's McDonald's. Most people you would say, whatever, Kentucky Fried or something else.
Right.
So who sells the most ice cream in America? McDonald's.
Wow.
But there's one on every corner,
Yeah.
and they market like crazy. They're on the radio, they're on TV, they're on the internet, they're on billboards, they're on Pandora, they're on Spotify. But everybody knows the Golden Arches. You don't need to market it anymore, do you?
Nope.
Maybe you
They
do,
don't even
because
need commercials.
everybody eats. They sell the most burgers, they sell the most chicken, they sell the most ice cream. Like AMC is getting all this publicity and they ain't paying for it.
Right.
This is all free. This goes on the balance sheet. This is money that they're not spending millions of dollars every year. So this is all awesome for the valuation of the stock.
For sure.
Maybe I might say closer to 30 than 40, but
That's what I've been sitting here thinking when he said 40. I was like, I can definitely see it hanging out around 30, 33. More so than 40, but that's not to say we won't see 40 again one day. I mean, like I said, what did it get up to? 70 something, low 70s.
77 in the after hours, whatever. 72 verifiable, but okay. Supposedly, like cross our fingers. This is one that we throw those things out the window. Like this one has the synthetic shares. This one is supposed to be the MOAS. This is the cover king. Does it rocket? And then at that point, who sells when, who's super happy at what point, and as much as we talk about, we're really happy that we see this teacher's investment. Their retirement fund is in there, and this ETF is in there, and this mutual fund is in there. They're not in to ride it to 9 million. They're in to get an exact algorithmic percentage, and they're selling. A lot of people don't take that into account, but not everybody's holding to 1,000 a share, 100,000 a share, whatever stupid number they come up with. There's going to be a lot of people who are gone at 50, 100, 200, whatever number that is, and that's drastically changes the game.
I'll probably be one of them.
Yeah, these people who say, well, mathematically, it's possible if everybody holds every share they have to pay our price. Yeah, but everybody's not going to.
Yeah. If you want to hold to 1,000, by all means, that's your money, your investment. I'll be letting mine go well before then.
Me too.
I probably won't even write it up to 70 with confidence again, to be honest. Like you said, a lot of people are going to be out at 50. I'll probably be one of them.
I have a lot at low average, so I'll be able to sell some and be an all profit.
Sell a chunk,
yeah.
Way to do it. Scale in, scale out, baby.
That's it, and I have some that can be, anywhere from scale out to, have some to ride the rocket if it happens, kind of deal.
I mean, honestly, with a stock like AMC, is one of these rare, kind of unicorns. Like, if you got over 100 shares, I'd just be selling. I'd just be keeping them and selling covered calls until all this nonsense settles down. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like, I'd start generating some passive income. Especially if we do get another run up to 30s, 40s, 50s, you can be really raking in some dough on the covered call premiums,
Yep, and anywhere I can in crypto, I'm trying to get it.
Say that again.
Anywhere I can in crypto, I'm trying to do my best to get passive income, So why wouldn't I do it
with stocks?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard me talking earlier, but I'm gonna try and do some research into dividend stocks and start dollar cost averaging my way into dividend stocks.
Right.
Set a goal to generate 100 a month in dividends or something. Go from there.
That's cool. That's a great idea.
I think I want to start a whole new portfolio for it, this will be my dividend portfolio, this will be my, blah, blah, blah.
No, I
want one for long-term, one for dividends, one for trading,
I have that in like in stocks, I have one, like I have a 401k that work, and I do the minimum for them to match because I feel like otherwise I'm giving money.
Right, it's money on the table.
Yeah, but beyond that, I want to do my own. So like I have a separate account that I call my retirement account that I can't any real like tax advantage of.
Nice. Yeah.
And then I have my regular play account, which is separate. But then I really only have one crypto. I have not figured out how to separate other than like if I have a couple random things on separate wallets, but
Right. Yeah, same. Yeah, my
Damn,
crypto
Harley.
wallets are kind of a mess, you know. It's like my cryptos are just everywhere. They are where they are.
yeah. And then you got all these key phrases, and that's a little sketch and nerve-wracking.
Yep.
Stanley, if you paid $15,000 on capital gains on your AMC this year, brother, that's a wonderful problem to have.
Yep, that's these problems are the good ones to have.
Yep, that's right. that's a good problem to have.
If
Happy for you.
you're paying taxes on there, you're making profits.
Only other thing I could say is you might be able to spend 1,000 of that 50,000 on a better accountant and get 5 or 6 more thousand back.
Right.
The right one is worth a lot, but costs.
Well, right on, man. I think I might follow MIA's boots here and go get me some food and just be listening in. I got a couple videos I want to go over and watch, do a little research. One of them being, well, I don't know how much I'm allowed to tease, I guess, but a little integration of a wallet into our Discord. Yeah, I don't want to say too many details in case we don't go that route, but so
Nice.
we're looking on working on some things. So, but I'll definitely be listening in. So
Nice.
Yeah,
If you get some time, even if you listen to the first 30 minutes of it or listen to some here and there, it was the 21st, so it was Monday. Hoskinson did that AMA, like a surprise AMA.
The AMA would be a good jump.
It's a good listen. Watch, listen, whatever.
You say it was on the 21st? Write it down.
Yeah, so just a couple days ago. It may be his most recent one, but he may have posted. It's a good watch.
Right on. Yeah, definitely check that out.
Thank you, man. It's definitely been cool hanging with you. I appreciate it. It's like you said earlier, it's way, way, way easier to hang with somebody else, especially when it's slow and everything like that.
Yeah, tell you what, especially on the down days, man. Yeah.
Look, there's some green there, and there's a heist going on.
Oh, get on that real quick. But yeah, no, definitely, it's been a pleasure, man. I was looking forward to it. So.
Was fun hanging with you, and I look forward to following that dividend research you're gonna do. And
yeah, man, I need to get on that. I think I want to make that kind of a high priority over everything else going on, because it's like, I feel like any time wasted on like not starting to DCA into these dividend stocks, I'm like costing myself exponentially. You know what I mean? So.
I don't know if you know this or not, but Richard of Carver is a big proponent of dividend stocks, and his whole deal is he wants to buy 100, do the covered calls, hold them, get his dividends. So he's got a little game.
Collect dividends.
He's got a little game plan if you want to pick his brain.
Definitely, yeah. I'll put him on the list to talk to about it. Another one, I don't know if you know him too well, but JC in the Discord. I feel like he has a lot of info on that. Oh, is that who that is? JC?
That's who that is, and he drops really good knowledge. I mean, obviously we all got to do our research, but he's a guy that I see stuff dropped and I trust. I'll go follow that.
Yeah. And it doesn't necessarily kind of always go the way he kind of expects, but I mean that's the name of the game. That happens to all of us. None of this goes the way we expect half the time. I mean, there's no guarantees.
Otherwise, we'd all be gajillionaires.
We'd all be rich, yeah. But he He's well spoken. He's well thought out. He knows the game. He's experienced. Yeah, always pay attention when JC is dropping stuff, and he drops a lot of info.
Not that your sheepskin should necessarily matter or not in this game, but he's a lawyer.
You know.
He's got at least that brain capacity.
Yeah. Lawyers are, they're good ones to know. I mean, they just as a job
thinkers and they have
requirement.
to research.
Yeah,
that's
just
part
as a
of
job
what they
requirement.
have to do is research. They're good researchers.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, straight up. And they know a lot of the inner workings of things. You know, they know the loopholes and they know why things work a certain way, because if it doesn't, then this happens. You know, whatever, all that stuff. But so yeah, sitting here rambling. But yeah, man, much love, brother. Have a good one, and I'll be listening in the background.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for being here. Everybody who's left, please give Just Do some love. Thank him so much for sharing his time and his knowledge.
Yeah,
Appreciate
much
it,
love
man.
all you guys in the chat. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us, and yeah, I'll be around.
Just do, everybody. That's a fact.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Cheers. Look at
Hey,
that.
man,
69 watching right now.
Perfect.
You go see Santa. Give him some love. Thank you. Boom. Who made it out? Crypto for us all. Santa made it out, and so did Prowess. I did not make it out of the heist. Heist has been rough on me. Robin didn't make it out of the heist. Emily didn't make it out. Scott Inman didn't make it out. I joined, or at least I only joined for 10, so it's not terrible. That's right. He likes some Canadian maple leafs and those aliens. Thanks for showing him the love. I like to listen to his knowledge, and he's definitely, I missed Just Do After Dark. He's on CoinMarketCap. Of course, I lose my internet. Can't show you that article. Am I back? Hear me? You can hear me? Can you throw one in the chat? I lost my internet again. Okay, I'm back. What's up? Sorry about that, everybody. The doctor, good to see you. What's up, buddy? Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, that's the second time tonight. I just randomly lost my internet. Oh, thank you, Santa. Inman. Coin market cap up. That's what lost me my internet before. I don't know why. Santa, what's up? Not crypto. We're trying. Crypto for us all, my poker buddy. All right, so top trending coins today in coin market cap. Atletico de Madrid fan token. How about that? A football club token. Meta NFT and Meta Planet are the top 3 trenders. The biggest gainers are Unify token, Mini Tesla, and Lily France. And that Mini Tesla just keeps showing up. And Wednesdays are always fun on CoinMarketCap. They throw up some recently added ones, and sometimes they'll have oodles of zeros. They have Milo or Milo Inu, yet another Inu that has 10 zeros and then 4422. So you can probably get it at Gate.io. Generally get stuff, anything there. But that's got a lot of room to move and probably doesn't cost much, at that many zeros. Throw $10 at it, you're a millionaire. Of Milo Inu. So after that is Metarim and then Gem Uni. So those are 3 of the recently added. As far as coins by market cap, Bitcoin is holding 1, obviously. Ethereum, Tether, Binance, US dollar coin, XRP is ahead of Cardano. Cardano coming at 7, Solana at 8, Snap's favorite Terra Luna in at 9, and AVAX Avalanche is number 10. There we go with the try-die, Harley. Boom! Family hits the big one. Nice 505, easy way. So that's the top 10 by market cap. But if you want to look at it, Bitcoin has 700. Ethereum's 307. That's a serious difference between 1 and 2. Bitcoin is just so dominant. It trails all trail. Did you get a back-to-back? I didn't see that. Hold on. Oh, that's probably when I disconnected and it won't. My chat won't scroll far enough back. But if you got a back-to-back, that's a nice score, Stanley. Back-to-back 505s is 1 entry or 1 rebuy in poker. That's cool. I lost the elusive 505. That's right. Those are not easy to come by. I lost Enzo's pocket aces last night. I thought I had him. I thought he was bluffing me the whole time. I re-raised them. Pocket aces. So I could rebuy. I was tired and I had early meetings. So I jumped. I don't even know who won the second game or if there was more than a second game. And there's a couple people here in the chat who were in poker last night. Who won? You want to fill me in? Stanley was there. Bill played last night. Was doing a couple things. Who won last night, Santa? Did you get any? Did you get a bracelet last night? Rion again. Boy, he's a shark. Definitely wins some. Yeah, I was tired and a little bit tilted. I knew if I rebought, I was going to be too aggressive. I thought I definitely had the bluffing lead on Enzo. I thought for sure he was bluffing. I was super confident when I read he was either going to fold or he was going to have a lower kicker than my kicker on my pair of kings. had pocket aces. I had ace king. Big slick gets you sometimes. Bitcoin is almost exactly what it was when I started on the mic an hour ago. It was like 36,980 I wrote down when I started, and it's 36,960 now. Oh, that's right. I was there for the first one when Robert Harris won. Robert Harris. I was there for that one. I was glad he got the win. He plays a lot. He's got good game. So I'm glad Robert got the win. That's nice. Just gonna take. Oh, and Papa Postal got one. We played a later one. Ooh. What's up, Doors R Us? Oh, did Papa Postal not win one, maybe, Santa? You know, you guys usually play more than two on a Tuesday night. Like I said, I was a little tilted and I was super tired and I had early meetings that were important today, so I did the jump. I'm doing really good, Amir. I'm doing good. How are you? How's things? How's the family? Only two. Wow. See, only two on a Tuesday night. Well, maybe we'll make up for it Friday night. Gotcha. Thanks, Lady Robin. Yeah, I got a great surprise when I got into work this morning. I knew I had two meetings, and when I got in, I also found out that I had a surprise presentation I had to give in the afternoon. Yay! That's great timing. I had no time to prepare for it. That was a fun day. I guess on the good side, I didn't get to watch the market bleed out. That's a great attitude, man. I love it, Amir. And can't be any more blessed. That's what people ask me how I'm doing. My favorite answer is I'm excellent and getting better. That's a great attitude, man. Yeah, Santa. It was not fun to come in to get that message. Oh yeah, by the way, not to put you on the spot, but we have a really important client we want you to present to at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You got that on video call, right? Enough about that. I'm sorry. That was a rant. That had nothing to do with this, but that started. I was asking Amir how his day went. My day. Selfish. Yeah, now Bitcoin is just pretty much sideways, which I guess is good. And hopefully if we can stabilize a little, can we convince ourselves that institutional buys will find a bottom? Saying, I don't know what are you talking about? I missed that. If it was just what I was talking about, it was stupid work stuff. It was just me griping about an extra presentation. I wasn't thrilled. I had a stressful day. A lot of the times I get to hang out and watch the market, even if I can't participate. Just watch the market while I work. But today I was busy, and I didn't get to watch the market. Too terrible. So there's me looking for a silver lining, right? One more time. Did I get reconnected? I lose my internet again. I'm gonna lose my mind and I'm gonna leave. Can you hear me? The chat's moving. I see Tom Boom. Another 505. Wow, is stream having me generous.
This revolutionary new device can remove up to 10 times more earwax than a traditional cotton swab.
I want to scare anybody. Audio check, check. All right, everybody, what is going on? There's that double check from Heather E. What's going on? Lady Robin, Andre P., a.k.a. Dr. Rafaela Mayo. Russian invasion of Ukraine has begun. That's the story. And we'll see if they're sticking to it or not. Some of this is alleged. I believe we have a live feed of the Capitol. I don't see any flames. I don't see anything raining down. We are watching this story in the top left-hand side of the screen. We have some subtitles there. If you're running in full HD, you should be able to read those. I'm not going to be able to stream the audio from there because of copyright situations, but we'll keep an eye on what's going on. I have other monitors up behind me, keeping an eye on what's going on as well. We're seeing 11.5 cent Dogecoin, big dip there. Bitcoin down to 35,000. And we're about to send out the call. All right, Andre says a couple of explosions isn't how you use the element of surprise when you launch your initial attack. Just saying. Right, well, there is no surprise, right? We've all kind of been seeing this coming over time. We've been seeing the troop buildup. We've been seeing the fear in the market. If you note our thumbnails over the last week and a half, we've been stating the same thing: war fears in the market, how it's going to affect the market. We've been suggesting, not advising, getting into some inverse ETFs like SQQQ, SDAO, all of these things performing extremely well right now. Much like Meet Kevin, I pulled much of my personal assets out of the equities market for the time being because of the war scares, because of the many things, actually, because of the end of unemployment, because of the end of all of this free money that's been floating around, the PPP loans and the idle loans all coming due. And no more of this subsidy coming out there. As of yet, anyway, supply line dramas, all of these things that we're facing. So make sure you're taking care of you and yours. Make sure you have the food, the water, the supplies that you need. We're going to get into the news. We're going to get into what's going on with the futures. The headlines keep changing. First, it's Dow drops 600 points. Then it's Dow drops 800 points. Then it's Dow drops 660 points is the current read. Down on the Dow. S&P futures are down 2%, and the NASDAQ futures getting hit the hardest once again. That's the SQQQ if you want to play that inverse. I don't know that now's the time for that. You know, the time for that was before this happened, I think, although if you're continuing to be bearish on the market, this could be a good time. 2.5% down on the NASDAQ right now, 346 points. Oil is up almost 5%. Right now, touching the $100 on the Brent crude oil barrel. Touching that $100 mark. Here's some live stuff going on. The U.S. and allies gear up to hammer Russia's economy after Putin launches attack on Ukraine. So regardless of, if there's an attack or if it's a staged attack, or if it's an alleged, who knows exactly what's going on, right? Because we don't have a real clear message at the moment. I will say what Putin has said, though. Putin claimed in an opening that the goal of the attack, for which he has positioned 190,000 Russian soldiers along Ukraine's border, was to demilitarize and denazification of Ukraine, according to a Reuters translation. Putin warned other countries that any attempts to interfere with Russian action could lead to consequences they have never seen, which isn't really great. Claydale. Yeah, you're saying energy market going to go crazy. Fill up the tank tomorrow morning. There could be a run on the gas stations if you have the ability tonight, at least for my fam that's here, all 65 of you guys watching. You may want to have those tanks filled. You want to make sure that you have the water bottles that you need. If you're really that concerned, fill the bathtub up with water so that you have it. You never really know what's going to happen these days. And that's just something we do in times of when we're expecting future earthquakes and stuff like that. Here in Alaska, we'll fill the bathtub with water. We have water for dishes and cleaning and things like that. You can always boil it. Nice to see you, Trini. Tom Boom, Arctic Fox. Russia seems a little closer today. I know, right? A little too close to home for me, Arctic Fox. So, I mean, we're particularly in a bad area for any type of Russian action against the U.S. because we have missile sites and we have missile silos and we have radar sites here in Alaska that are important for the United States security and probably one of the first targets on the agenda for Russia should something happen. Richard of Carver, 100% agree. Great advice. Yeah, this is life advice, not financial advice. Make sure that you are prepared. You have the fuel, you have the water, you have the food, you have the medications. You have the medications. That's something a lot of people don't consider. But, if you can, get down to Walgreens and get what you need for the next few months to make sure that you're covered. Bitcoin dipping below 35,000 just now. And I agree with that. Yeah, the 5 Ps, none of your business taught us. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. DWAC may go up. It may come down with the market. A lot of things are being affected in the market. Adam, he says gold. Gold has been, the fear play in the market for a long, long time. It hasn't exactly worked that way through this last little recession, schmemic deal that we had, but I do think it's going to go up, right? The Chinese always turn back to gold, and I don't think that's going to change. That's a huge market. And while there is some manipulation, I don't think they're going to be able to fight it here. No problem, Bullfroggin. Appreciate having you here. Thank you for tuning in. Much love to the fam. Sabrina, you were so determined to go to bed early. You can still go to bed early, Sabrina. I don't know about DWAC, Saucy Fredo. We had kind of a launch that kind of launched the stock up into the sky. I don't know what other catalysts are coming. It's probably going to move with the market. I'm not sure. We've got some stuff coming through. POTUS was briefed on missed it. I gotta rewind my own stuff. Was briefed on a secure call this evening by Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan about the ongoing attack in Ukraine by Russian military forces. Okay, not much new there. Great time to build the AK LNG project. Yeah, it'd be nice if we got to continue on with that. There was a lot of things that went out the window with this administration as far as Alaska is concerned, and oil and gas production. Claudio says Russia controls nearly all of Europe's natural gas. China gets the rare earth elements in Afghanistan and everything, and is eyeing Taiwan and the semiconductors. Yeah, I heard a little bit of chatter in the back rooms about some potential Taiwan stuff that could be happening with China. When in doubt, follow what the central banks and the governments are doing. They stockpile gold, not crypto and paper. That's true. Yo, what up, William Guy? Good to see you here. Any thoughts on buying the dip, or should we wait until Monday? So I actually bought a little bit of the dip. I thought we've seen a little bit much red over this scenario in the market yesterday. So I started to scale into a dip, kind of dip bounce play. And that really may not be a bad idea here. It just depends on how bad it could get. First day news. I mean, this isn't exactly first day news. It's not like we're all surprised here. It's not like this is, Russia's war out of nowhere. We were all kind of anticipating this and kind of waiting on this. And now the news is broke. Is it bad? Did anything really happen? Is it going to continue over the next couple of days? I really think it matters. It's going to be the news. It's going to be what's happening in politics that's going to drive the market over the next few days. I do think that I will buy some of these dips. I'm going to start small. I'm going to start with, 5% of my portfolio, making an entry into some of these plays like ADA on the crypto side. Maybe some TQQQ calls in this extreme volatility. If the NASDAQ can bounce back, it's definitely been hit hardest over the last month. Some of it is priced in. I totally agree. Bitcoin's still under that 35,000 mark, although, it's back up a little bit from that dip we saw a little bit ago. That's kind of when the news first broke. Hit up your local coin shops, get some silver. Usually your best price will be there. A lot of times, I actually like to get my silver from other people. I usually put out an ad on Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist and say, hey, I'll buy your silver for spot price. That way I can get it for spot. But if you can't, just try not to pay, $5 or $10 above spot price, because you're waiting a long time to try to get your money back then. And it's tough to get that price back when you go back to the coin shop. So, I mean, silver is at $21 an ounce or so. If you go and you have to pay $30 an ounce for it and you stockpile a bunch of it, you're waiting for it to hit $32, $33 spot price before you can offload it for any type of profit. So consider that when investing in silver. The only thing you see going up is metals, energy, defense stocks, bond prices. Yeah, so that's a great question, guys. Let's do a little brainstorming exercise here. What will go up on this news? What will go up? We know oil, right? Oil. Will oil stocks go up? That's a good question. I know that some of the oil producers have been breaking into shale reserves that haven't been touched in years because the price of oil is finally up well enough to make it profitable. So maybe, I don't know. We'll take a look at CEI and see what that's going to do tomorrow. That's Camber Energy and some of these other oil plays. There you go, Saucy Fredo. CEI, LACGORO, MP. There's always USO, oil play. You're going to go a bit heavy into CEI. CEI has been on a major downtrend. So, I mean, just, keep that in mind. Keep those stops tight there. You got some Mickey Mouse color coins, 1 ounce, that go for around 140 a coin. Oh, well, that's cool. I mean, collectibles are a whole nother thing, William. As far as collectible silver coins go, versus just spot price, melt price, Hey, Jay Sisk. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure investing with you tonight. Continues playing violin as the ship sinks. Yeah. Good to see you, Jay. Good to see you back here. Southern Red, how you doing tonight? Out here gambling those Bullcoin NFT announcement coming out next week, by the way. Super excited about that. The ability, I know we haven't announced a lot about it, but the ability to pull your Bullcoins off of YouTube and hold them in your own wallet anywhere in the freaking universe is pretty amazing, in my opinion. More utility coming for those bad boys as we move into that. Just in case you'd like to know a little bit more about defense stocks, Adam E. dropping that link in there. Appreciate that, Adam E. There's that Investopedia, a defense stocks link in the chat right now. We are watching a semi-live feed here. Troops have been amassed for some time. Russian forces are on the move. In this video, we see evidence of some of these explosions. They're going to show another. There's an explosion. A few explosions happening here on video. Not much detail there. Some smoke. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, Russia has very, very advanced weaponry. And to just send in a couple explosions, unless it's just a total test the water kind of thing, like this could have been anybody. Let's just, drop a couple mortars or something, that could have been from anybody trying to instigate. They can't really prove it's us. Let's test the water, see what they're going to do kind of move. That's the only reason I could see Russia doing something like that. I absolutely despise war as well, Trini. We're a very peaceful channel over here. And it does not make me happy at all. Why can't we all just get along? Wonder if this drops the stock market, causing margin calls. Now, there's a great question. I guarantee you one thing, William. Yes, it will. Will it be broadly reaching margin calls across the market? That's a good question because we've already seen a 13% pullback in the S&P this year, which could be putting some people close. Even hedge funds and institutional managers could be looking at this like we're about to see the bounce a little bit. Maybe I'll go a little bit more in instead of be more careful. And now we catch a significant move to the downside, and there very well could be margin calls across the board. That's right, William. It is a good time to be heavy in inputs on particular stocks that you might consider overvalued. I've said that for the last few weeks, if not months now. What about this helmet? This guy's got the blue press helmet. That's the don't. Got the full flak jacket. Look at this guy. Yeah, war is good for absolutely nothing. For nothing. Exactly. It just it makes the rich richer and everybody else suffers. So this is some crazy news. Let's just take another peek back here at the news and see what's cracking. We got oil popping 4%. Spot gold price saw 1% increase, which isn't that much, but last traded at $1,927 for an ounce of gold. Crude futures, U.S. crude futures, were up almost 5% to $96 a barrel. Brent crude futures were up almost 5% to $101 a barrel, crossing that $100 level for the first time since 2014. Natural gas prices jumped 4.7%. And spot gold, like we talked about, traditionally seen as a safe haven asset, is now up over 1.8% at 1942. So this also equates to more inflation. That's what it is, right? You're paying more to heat your home next month. You're paying more to fill up your gas tank next month. You're paying more for your goods because the cost of getting them there is higher. Explosions were heard in Ukraine's capital, NBC News reported. The United Nations Security Council met in New York late last night as representatives from the member states pleaded with Putin not to attack Ukraine. Putin warned other countries that there would be consequences they have never seen if there is an attempt to interfere with Russia's actions. On escalations in Ukraine, Goldman Sachs said on Wednesday report that the impact on energy prices should be limited. Biden also came out and said that they're going to take measures to limit the impact of the price of gas at the pump. We'll see how that works. Has not worked so far the entire administration's length of history, as we've seen gas prices continue to skyrocket. While Europe imports a large share of its natural gas consumption from Russia, the U.S. is a net exporter of natural gas, and any spillover effects on U.S. gas prices should be modest. So they throw that in there like U.S. is an exporter of natural gas, but really we're not oil independent anymore. Some of the exploration and the drilling has almost nearly stopped here in Alaska. So we do have some concerns there, although there are some reserves. They're not going to last forever. And we'll see what Putin means by consequences they have never seen. Now, this is any attempt to interfere with the action. So, you've got all these sanctions coming in. Are these attempts to interfere with the action? Let me come back to the chat here. Saucy, you're not buying puts. You feel like any good news will make the market bounce. So I'm kind of with you there. I think we will see a little bit of a bounce, potential overreaction if nothing else happens, right? No other explosions, no other video footage of troops marching on this or that and planting flags and all that. Then we will see a bounce, in my opinion. Follow the money. Who profits most? The Wall Street banks, military industrial complex. Absolutely. Tenacious Matt, good to see you. Good to see you. Good evening. You wish you were catching up over happier news? I wish we were too. It's always lovely to see the fam in here, though. The Fed can't retract rate hikes. Inflation about to soar even more. Yeah, true. And then probably those rate hikes are going to come in more. What do they call it? Hawkish. More than expected. Fed has no credibility at this point. They've been wrong about just about everything. Yeah, this transitory inflation that we were expecting. 99.9% of the country said, are you kidding, J-Pal? Transitory inflation after dumping 45% of this country's GDP into subsidies over the last year and a half? Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. It doesn't take a freaking economist to tell you that inflation's going to be a thing. Double-digit real inflation, agreed. Asset bubbles everywhere. I'm 100% on board with that. William Guy says SWN is another oil and gas stock. Doesn't look terrible. Keep an eye on that SWN. They've just shut down the Moscow Stock Exchange, says Claudale in the chat here. We'll see what happens with that. We'll keep an eye on the Frankfurt Exchange as things go forward this morning and keep that news up. I'm sure Bertie Hunter will be up to advise us there as far as what the feeling is like over there where he's at in the Netherlands. He'll be with us in just a few hours here. Mexican Silverback says, what sanctions? Russia and China signed 150 billion plus gas deal a few weeks ago. I hear you. Let's try not to use the caps, but I hear you. There are sanctions coming in from the UK, from Europe, and from the US against Russia. I think they've already halted any Russian bonds in Europe to be traded over there, things like that. These are consequences. This is interference in what Russia's doing. So we'll see. I'm telling you, I've spent hundreds of hours looking into Russian weaponry, and they have some advanced stuff. They could literally fly a cargo plane full of miniature drones with explosives in them that target specific facial recognition features of people and take out an entire class, race, sex, whatever, or just specific people that are targeted with these drones. And we're talking 100,000 drones in one drop. Almost impossible to defend, at least nationwide. We do have certain defenses that can stop those types of radio waves and electronically jam these things, but there's some risk out there. Hopefully they're not targeting us. Europe is not going to back up those sanctions. All Russia has to do is shut off their energy supply. Well, yes and no, right? Because Europe isn't afraid to do drastic things. They've got some pretty significant electric vehicle penetration there. Not that they still need energy to run those electric vehicles, of course. Are we taking bets on a closed New York Stock Exchange tomorrow? So we know about those circuit breakers. I think the last time we saw them was back last March of... Was it 2020 now? These years are getting crazy flying by. March of 2020, we saw the 7% stock market circuit breakers kick in. Entire markets shutting down multiple times daily, hitting these circuit breakers. Will this be a circuit breaker event? Let's take a look. I mean, if things get much, much worse tomorrow, then it very well could be. Right now, the Dow futures are only down 1.8%. Nowhere near hitting that circuit breaker. The NASDAQ now is only 2.3%, so a little bit of an overreaction and a correction there to back to the upside. 5 minutes ago, we have more news coming in here. Europe moves to hit Russia's economy. Okay, Russia has turned its military buildup along Ukraine's border into a full-fledged conflict. Russia President Vladimir Putin announced an attack on Ukraine early Thursday, local time, days after he recognized two breakaway regions of Russia's neighbors as independent. The long-feared Russian invasion of Ukraine has begun as explosions were reported in the capital of Ukraine and other cities around the country. The US and Europe has scrambled to prevent an attack this week, slapping a series of sanctions on Russian individuals, financial institutions, and sovereign debt. US President Joe Biden promised more measures to hit Russia's economy after the invasion started. Biden spoke to the Ukrainian president late Wednesday, Eastern US time. The attack roiled financial markets, sending U.S. futures tumbling and global oil prices spiking. Putin kind of laughed those economic measures off and actually bought the dip as Russia's stock market tumbled down almost 14%. And reports are out that Putin bought the dip, which is pretty in your face. That's a great question. Let me take a look. Let's take a look at the Asian markets, see how they're performing currently. And the Japanese market, the Nikkei, however you want to say it, down 2.2% right now, closes in 54 minutes. The Shanghai Composite is down almost 1%, closes in an hour and a half. The Hang Seng market, down over 3%. It is closed The German market is down in the pre-market, but opens up here in two almost 3 hours from now. We'll see the German market open up. And the S&P was, of course, down almost 2% yesterday, and the futures are showing some red today already. World gainers and losers. Okay, we are seeing some oil stocks moving, some maritime holdings moving. Vista Oil and Gas worldwide has moved up 13%. So look for some of those gains on those oil stocks like you guys are talking about coming into the U.S. in the morning. That could be a real interesting trade right when the market opens. I know there'll be a gap up, but be interesting to see. I think if there's only a 2%, 3% gap up, I'll look to make an entry in some of those and look for maybe 10% off some of those energy trades over the next week or so. Another long screen name. Nice to see you. So that's what the China market's looking like right now. Adam, you think people continue to forget that Russia just did this a few years ago? That they did. I guess that means that the New York stock market will be down at the market open. I think it will be up and operational. As far as we know right now, it will be up and operational. Here's a tweet out from somebody here. The world must act immediately. Future of Europe and the world is at stake. We need devastating sanctions on Russia now, including SWIFT. We need to isolate Russia by all means in all formats. Yeah, you're asking for war, weapons, equipment. We need to provide weapons and equipment for Ukraine. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm not a huge fan of every single, country in the world sticking their nose into other people's business. I just don't know. I'm not going to take a stance on this one way or the other. I'm not a fan of war. We're just going to talk about how it affects us, our families, our areas that we're in, and what we can do to try and survive and thrive through this scenario. Okay, you're not the only one. You have a conspiracy theory that China will follow Russia and invade Taiwan. You're not the only one I've been hearing that from so far. China Olympics is over, so no need to look nice for the world. Yeah, that's widely considered much a failure, the Chinese Olympics there and the rules and regulations imposed. I believe it was one of the lowest turnouts, lowest grossing Olympics ever. Boom, Wockets, Southern Red, nice job. Pretty sure we're already supplying Ukraine, says Sabrina. I think so too. Had to turn the heater on, getting a little chilly down here in the studio. If you don't know, and you're just joining us for the first time, this is Bulldog Trading, covering the stock markets, the crypto markets, and every market in between, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. And we do have the stream open on the weekends where we cover crypto. We would appreciate that like and subscribe from you. If you're just tuning in, we're covering the war scenario here in Russia and Ukraine, which so far has consisted of a few explosions in a few different cities, including the capital of Ukraine. Nothing specifically confirmed as far as type of weaponry or where it came from. And apparently we have a heist in the chat. You can join that heist by typing !heist and then space 100 if you want to risk 100 bull coins on that. Brasanto, what's good? Says, woo, short the market. Trust me. Yeah, I've been saying that. Okay, Sabrina dropping that information. Moscow exchange trading suspended across all markets coming from TweetDeck. We'll have to verify that. And we'll continue to look across the news and verify these pieces of information as it comes into us. Let's see if we have anything else breaking here. The US and Europe are continuing to urge Putin to back down. This coming as news just a few hours ago said the market has adjusted its views of how the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates. Market pricing has pulled back regarding the pace of the increase, which expectations now for 25 basis points. So we're plotting and we're priced in for a 0.25 percentage point increase of the interest rate coming in March. That will affect mortgage rates. It'll slow that down a little bit. The banks will still make money. Something to consider. Still, it hasn't made investors any less nervous about what the path ahead will look like. Not so worried about, here's a quote from Jim Paulson, I'm not so worried about whether they do a 50 basis points out of the gate or not, but I think they shouldn't overdo it here. But we'll see what they do. They might come out with the 50, or they can do 25 if they want and do another one right after, but then you add additional disruption or uncertainty to the market over that. They're claiming consumer prices are up 7.5% over the past year, although we all know we've seen rises much greater than that, and particularly fuel, and particularly for the impoverished, right? Because like my expenses in fuel for work are a big percentage of my expenses, and fuel has gone up much, much more than 7.5%. NASDAQ still trading down 2.37% in the futures right now. The Dow is down 660 points, 2% down on the Dow futures so far, and the S&P down 2%. Like we've been talking about, guys, those inverse ETFs, ways to play the market when it goes down, because you can't always short everything. The big guys, they can short anything they want, right? But I go to short a stock, and it's hard to borrow. It's difficult to borrow. There aren't any shares available to short. There's nothing wrong with shorting a stock. I know a lot of people have moral dilemmas about shorting a stock. Here's the deal. You buy a stock, you bought it and you sold it. You have a net neutral effect on the stock. When you short a stock, you sell it, then you buy it. So the order in which you're buying and selling or selling and buying, what difference does it really make? The moral dilemma came in when you have these massive groups of institutions with big money that are selling synthetic shares and selling and shorting a stock absolutely into no existence when the company can't even raise capital anymore because they're continuing to short until there's no faith left in the company or the stock for them to raise capital to try and push back. So that's the moral dilemma there. It's not from a retail trader shorting a stock and then buying it again, because you're going to have to buy it again. That's what happens when you short a stock. You sell the stock. That means you borrowed it to sell it. You got to buy it and then deliver it back. So that's my opinion on shorting, although it's not always available to us. So what I'm saying is the inverse ETFs are a way to do that and play that. Some of them are SDOW, that's SDOW. All you got to do is Google inverse ETFs on your DuckDuckGo or whatever you like to use, and you'll find out that information. I do believe we are in a bear market, S-Hall. We are in what I would call a short-term downtrend in the market right now. And by short-term, I mean months. Months. You're in an Australian bull market. Oh, nice. AH9. Okay, yeah, we still have the AH9 link to the Frankfurt AMC stock ticker there. Frankfurt won't be open for another couple hours, but we'll keep an eye on that. Bitcoin not doing well, not showing strength here, still hovering below the $35,000 mark. Dogecoin, Cardano, Loopring, pretty much down across the board, anywhere from 7 to 11% on crypto. Tom Boom. Playing them slots. Boom. Triple hearts, double wild diamonds for Mexican silverback. I like it. Yeah, oh my gosh. ADA for 79 cents. We've seen it at 60. I'm still not bullish in the crypto market quite yet. Okay, there's some briefing from the UN Security Council earlier. President Biden just spoke by phone with Zelensky. Zelensky, isn't that from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? Whoa, check the main chat. Tiny Box is showing a 1-minute candle and trading view on the Russian markets there. That's in the main chat of our Discord. If you don't have access to the Discord, just type !Discord in the chat and we'll get that to you. 13% down, now halted. Nothing to see here. Keck. Another long screen. I've got some more Bitcoin, ADA, and SHIB. Just a nibble. We did host the Shiba Inu AMA. I guess that was last night. We hosted the Shiba Inu developers. That was Matt's Market and I, hosted on Twitter Spaces, now viewed over 130,000 times. It was a pretty big Twitter space, maybe the biggest of the year. And we've got, there was some information coming out about Shiboshis, about Shibarium, about Leash and Bone, where there is some focus on now, and about the metaverse. If you own Leash, you'll have first access to the metaverse. Things like that. I think you might have to own, don't quote me on this, you may have to own an entire Leash. I don't know. Adam says, I don't think he's doing the bonus game, brother. I don't know about I haven't been offered the bonus game, but I see the lotto wins 1, 69, and 100. You guys do the bonus games. I think that's awesome. You wish you had your tax return right now so you could buy the dips. Well, Trini, blessings come in disguise sometimes. Maybe there's more dip to come. It's a dark hour for Ukraine, but for the entire international community as well. We need to monitor this Russian aggression carefully. Yeah, agreed. Not many on. Some will give. Some will give to the lottery. The bull coin lottery. So let's just take another look and see what else, if there's anything else breaking here. I just wanted to jump in and give you guys some coverage of what's going on tonight. I know it's a big deal. And it's going to affect the markets tomorrow. So if you are up and awake and here, I appreciate you guys being here and taking the time to listen in and get filled in and add your information as well. Because just like we said from the beginning of this channel, it's not all about what I know. I don't know everything. I'm just a vessel in which the information flows through, and you guys are a big contributing factor of where that information comes from. So thank you for bringing that information to the chat and sharing it with the trader family here. Okay, we've got some better imagery here. Pretty significant explosions. I'll drop a link of this. I'll drop a link in the chat for this imagery if you want to see a closer version of it. Air raid sirens are going off in Ukraine's capital. Yeah, that's something significant happened there. An explosion seen in the Ukrainian capital on Thursday, February 24th, which it isn't even Thursday, February 24th here yet in Alaska, but it is on the East Coast. These guys living in the future. Ukrainian mayor urges citizens not to panic and says everything is in order. I think that's what you're supposed to say, right? So the Ukrainian mayor Or the mayor of the central Ukrainian city, Dnipro, says, countrymen, please don't panic. Soon, when the exact level of threat is clear for Dnipro, I will keep you updated. Believe me, no one could believe in such a level of cynicism, but everything is in order. Let's keep in touch. 9 minutes ago, the Russian military released a statement Thursday claiming it was not targeting Ukrainian cities as CNN teams on the ground report explosions around the country. Breaking. 9 minutes ago, here's a statement issued by the Russian military. The Russian armed forces are not launching any missile or artillery strikes on the cities of Ukraine. High-precision weapons destroy military infrastructure, military airfields, aviation, air defense facilities of the armed forces of Ukraine. The statement reads, the civilian population is not at risk. So they are saying, they're saying that they are not targeting the cities, but at the same time, they're saying high-precision weaponry, high-precision weapons destroy military infrastructure, military airfields, aviation, air defense facilities of the armed forces of Ukraine, which may be what is being targeted. Uh, 12 minutes ago, some news, though there have been reports of several explosions reported in the Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk. Might not be saying that right. It is currently calm and people are going to work as the sun rises. There were 2 explosions about 5 a.m. local time and just a few more minutes ago, but yet people are still getting up and going to work as the sun rises in Kramatorsk. Let me come back to the chat here and catch up with you guys. Patriot Road Warrior, they are taking out the Ukrainian deep state, possible. How do you not panic when explosives are falling out of the sky? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, what do you do? Me, I'm staying far away from any of those military installations as possible. But yes, you listen to lo-fi beats. Exactly. You listen to lo-fi beats. Stick here with the fam, and hopefully everything is going to be all right here at the home front. Definitely praying for those over there, and particularly the civilians that have nothing in this. Not as if the military does, right? Because they're just people doing their job at the same time. They have families. They're somebody's brother, sister, mother, father as well, and many times they're just following orders. Mexican Silverback says, explosion in Mariupol, Ukraine now. Southern Red stating in the chat here, our military is watching this closely to see what they use and the strategy they have, I bet. Absolutely. And with this, the new news here, look at these candles here on ADA, Dogecoin, and Bitcoin crypto taking another dip. My guess is the stock market's doing the same. Let me take a look at the futures here. That could be more the report of more explosions just a few moments ago. And the implied open is not looking good, down 622 points on the Dow. I don't see anything happening over the last few minutes. However, I'm not looking at an up-to-date futures chart here. I believe I have a delay on this particular feed. We did see a little bit of sell-off there on crypto, though. ADA come down to just under 79 cents. And Bitcoin took a little dip there as well. Patriot Road Warrior says, the only thing for sure is nobody knows what's going on. So, another long screen name. You need to find another new legal hustle to create some income during this red wave. Maybe you'll sell Putin Soviet flag labeled marinara sauce, or switch your dog's Instagram. Okay. All right. Oh boy. Be careful. Remember that one guy that got arrested or canceled over there in Europe for teaching his dog to do the old hail sign. Although he was a comedian and it was a joke, which I do believe falls under the free speech here in this country. You never know anymore. Patriot Road Warrior jackknifed your truck today in the ice. Hopefully you're driving an old beat-up truck like mine that's been jackknifed many times and the trailer just kind of bounces off the rear fender flare and cracks it up a little bit. How bad was it? Are you talking about the semi? Did you do any damage? Tell me about it, Patriot. That's not good, man. Southern Red, you're sure you just think the precision Putin is using is very telling? Yeah. No new truck. Yes, semi. Jackknifed the semi. That's no fun at all. Yeah, glad you're okay in here and talking to us, brother. But tell me more. Tell me more about this story. ADA continuing to the downside here, now 78.5 cents. Crypto taking a major dip here. XRP down to 63 cents. You're okay. That's good to hear. That's the best news that I've heard about it so far, Patriot. If you take a peek on these at these spark charts across the crypto market, boom, another big red candle there. Boom, another big red candle. Bitcoin dips down to 34,670. We are seeing some tumultuous activity in the markets here. Let's get back to the breaking news and see what's happening. Blast heard, okay, yeah, around the world. Some other news that happened today that is now no longer in the limelight, but Trudeau revoking the Emergencies Act, saying that existing laws are enough to deal with protesters. And that Emergency Act basically removing the rights of Canadians. Not a real great thing. You can't just say that there's an emergency every time you have some protesters. It's kind of removal of rights in itself. I'm not sure how you feel about that, PRW, and what's going on there. I'm not sure if you stand with the truckers or stand with the freedom. I have a pretty good idea. All right, let's hear this story. Patriot Road Warrior. I was heading up the road, going my usual route, when it started to slide on the ice. It almost flipped on its side, but as I stopped, it slid down a mountain. Trees stopped it as I was out of control. Wow, that's pretty intense, Patriot Road Warrior. You're getting another truck tomorrow, going to keep trucking. Wow. I'm glad to hear you're okay, brother. That's quite the story. Yes, this does hurt, Alberto. We are hearing rumors of Doge being accepted for Starlink. Someone found some Doge information in the code of Starlink's website, I believe. You're with the truckers, right on. I'm with the truckers and on the side of freedom too. I think people should be able to express themselves. And yeah, I don't want to talk too much about the political side of things. But yeah, let's keep our freedom for sure. And the monetary freedom, that GoFundMe thing, out of control. Out of control. And then I think Trudeau realized he can't take people's Bitcoin. And that letter that was written back from one of the major Bitcoin wallets up there saying, we are a non-custodial Bitcoin wallet. We don't have control of those funds. The users have control of their funds. Matter of fact, we don't collect any information further than an email address. Southern Red making trades out here, making moves. Already sold some Doge earlier. Before the dip, before the FUD. Sabrina dropping more information. There it is, confirmed, all trading Suspended in the Moscow Stock Exchange after Russia declares war on Ukraine. Moscow, all trading has been suspended in the Moscow Stock Exchange hours after Russia declared war. Russian President Vladimir Putin on Thursday announced military operations in Ukraine. So we now know that is coming from India.com. I will drop that link in the chat for anybody interested. Look at that support, Alberto. Appreciate you guys being here. Blasts have been reported. We're seeing the sources there. And we're looking at some dips. I think the market's going to be a little crazy today. Like I said, if this is all that happens, we might see some early gains from this opening dip here at 4 a.m. If you do have the ability to trade there, you can trade those ETFs in pre-market starting at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're trading to the upside, there are some inverse ETFs that allow you to use your capital a little bit better than just dumping it into the market, such as TQQQ, which is leveraged 3 times to the upside. TQQQ, and what happens is the NASDAQ Top 100 starts to rise. It rises 2%, then TQQQ will follow roughly 6% gains behind the NASDAQ. So that's a way to put your capital to work 3x versus just capturing that 2%. You could capture 6%. However, it does work the same way to the downside, though, so you need to be cautious with those. NASDAQ goes down 2%, that TQQQ is going to drop 6%. And that is not an inverse ETF. That is a standard leveraged ETF to the upside. Something to consider. Patriot Road Warrior continues the story. They towed me to a truck stop after they pulled me off the side of the mountain. The engine is still running, so I'm waiting for the morning for someone to pick you up in the morning. You just cooked some beef tips. Okay, making the best out of a bad situation, Patriot. And Taylor Brown. I called you Norbit for the longest time. Can't wait to see all the more red, except hopefully your CEI and your IMPP. That IMPP has been on an absolute 2-day tear. You know, I saw it this morning and I almost mentioned it to you guys. It was on the FOMO list. And I was like, here's a cheap stock with a ton of volume in it. It's probably going to continue today. Almost jumped in myself and then I ended up not doing that. But congrats to all of those who are in that IMPP, and we'll see if that run continues today on a 3-day tear or not. Thanks, Taylor. Appreciate having you here. Be safe out there, everybody, says Taylor. Mexican Silverback says amphibious assault launched in Black Seaport, Odessa, Ukraine. Amphibious assault. We know that they've been staging some of their navy outside of Ukraine there, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. Alberto says, not trying to be a jinx, but wonder what those unforeseen consequences Putin keeps talking about are. I also wonder. Dang, Frank Skittles officially down on the 1-year chart. Don't fret, you know, those things can turn around. There have been plenty of years that I was down and then other years that I was up. So things can turn around relatively quickly. You know, the best thing is to take a look at your trading journal. Keep track of what you're doing, what your convictions are, and why. You had those convictions, and then go back and see what worked and what didn't. You know, go back and look at your trades. I'm sure you remember a lot of them. You can go back and look at them in your account and say, Well, I remember the stock. I remember why I was in it, what my conviction was. I can take a look at the chart and see where the candles were reading, what the technical analysis was at the time. And I can see that this was probably a mistake. This trade here was probably a mistake, and this one was probably a mistake. These ones were great trades that I made the mistake on by getting out too early or getting in or out at the wrong time. But it's great to go back and look at those and then learn from those, and then don't make those mistakes going forward. And you've got better and better odds each time you do that. With the amount of time and effort that you spend on this, learning this, Frank Skittles, the edge between a successful and a not successful trader is a very slim margin. So if you're very, very close, once you get to that over 51% level into profitability, you're kind of home free. Patriot Road Warrior. Oh, you just sent pics of it? Hope you sent them to me. Let's see. I am in the main chat of our Discord. We could post them there too. Holy freaking moly. Yeah, there's some damage there. Patriot Road Warrior, let me know if I have permission to post those in the main chat of our Discord for people to see or not. And I will if you just give me the go-ahead on that. More red candles here on ADA, down to 75 cents. Dogecoin dipping below 11, down to 10.9 cents now in Bitcoin, down to $34,400. And some people are not aware of this, right? It's like 12:30 a.m. on the East Coast. Some people haven't woke up. They don't know what's going on. This thing kind of happened kind of late. That's all right, PRW. That's all right. Let me know if I have permission to post those, and I will. If not, no big deal. I appreciate. For sure. Insurance purposes, no problem. Thank you. Well, I'll just explain this to you guys. There is a jackknifed semi truck in the woods against some trees, and yeah, we're really happy to hear that you are walking away from that and need some beef tips. Hold on real quick. Alert's coming in on my phone here. I'll be right back. All right, that was just more alerts from friends and family. Hey, you watching? You see what's going on? He says, I'm watching a live stream of what's going on right now. I said, we are a live stream of what's going on right now. Come over and watch us. And bring that information here so we can share it with the fam. Very true, PRW. A wise man once said, whatever. I do what I want. I happen to know that wise man. 100 lotto. Lotto. Who wins the lotto? Hey, Nova, that Discord link. Yeah, I can hook you up with that. Brr. Who won the lotto? Where do I see it? It's the gamble. Silverback gamble. Rolled the 100. Won the 33 bull coins. Got the lotto. Very nicely done. More dip here on crypto, guys. More red candles. Leaving the screen here. The percentage changes. Rising up here. The Metaverse Index now down 18% on the last 24 hours. Polygon Matic down 12%. Decentraland down 13%. Dogecoin down 14%. Let me see if I can adjust these a little bit. Give me 1 second. I'm going to adjust these percentages so we can see a little bit more clear. There you go. That's a little bit better. Oh, get rid of the freaky robot? No, he better don't. I don't know. Maybe the robot, you know what? The robot has been on there a little bit long. I just threw him on actually for over the weekend, and he has been kind of dancing around a little bit long there. Tell you what we'll do. We'll take a vote. All right, we've got a vote coming up in the chat here. And it is keep the dancing alien. Vote yes to keep the alien. Vote no to remove the alien. 57% have the no's to remove the alien. Bullish Alaska, you say no, don't keep the alien. Okay, vote in the chat, please. Vote in the top of the chat there. We've got some no's coming in so far. 24 votes. We've got 33% yes and 67% no. We will not be keeping the alien. Thank you for voting, everybody. We will now end the poll and read the results off in the chat. He is lame sauce, I'm hearing. And just like that, the alien is gone. Nice to see you, Bullish Alaska. Thank you for joining us this evening as we're covering what's going on across the world. Blasts heard in multiple cities across Russia. Stocks down, crypto down. We're seeing the hit. We're seeing it come down a little bit harder now. NASDAQ futures down over 2.5%, 2.55% into the red. S&P is now 2.12% into the red and going into the futures here. And the Dow down 694 points or 2.1% into the red. No new breaking news coming out as of the last few minutes. The last breaking news we had was, let's see here, that statement from Putin. See if I can grab it here. I think he was saying, no need to worry civilians. No need to worry civilians in cities. We're not targeting you. We have precision weaponry that will be targeting military installations and defenses only. I think that was the last statement put out there. Metals are going crazy. I bet they are. Gold is moving up. Copper, silver. Metals are going to go crazy. We know the oil stocks are going to see some love today. We're seeing that across the markets Tom Boom says, goodbye, alien. Don't worry, he's not gone forever. We'll bring him back someday. We'll get Sonya Blade back up in here. Gold now at $1,940 an ounce. Bullish Alaska saying silver at 25. You like the dancing girls better? Yeah, we have those as well. Mexican Silverback says, dude, I think I'm staying awake till 4 a.m. market open. Curious to see how much further your AMC shares will go down. You know, I would love to see the meme stocks start to track inverse the market again and be kind of the go-to safe play. Here we just caught a little bit of green candle in crypto here, but still down significantly across the board. Bullish Alaska saying that Russia supplies 40% of the ammunition. That's true. Low Roller says, who is buying Dogecoin at 10 cents, right? 10 cent Dogecoin. Sabrina coming in the main chat with the pew pew pew. Tinkerbell, what is going on? It's the War Tinkerbell in the main chat, folks. I do want to make everybody aware, in our Discord, we do have a live chat that runs all day. It's called Degenerates Live. We have some of our day traders in our community in there, our day traders and swing traders following stocks and analyzing stocks, doing technical analysis during the day, and bringing news and just discussing things that are going with them, things that are going on. And you guys are welcome to join that. Our Discord is absolutely free. You just type !Discord in the chat here to gain access, and you will get a link. And you're welcome to join that. Degenerates Live voice chat is open 24/7. Jump in there, talk to each other, see what's going on, and what the kind of the common trader sentiment is. It's wonderful having a community like this where we can kind of gather that community sentiment from all the way around. Bondi says, is anybody buying this dip? You know, I'm starting to buy the dip, but like I said, I'm about 5% exposed currently, and I'll probably move today to about 10% exposed on this dip to try to catch a bounce to the upside. I'm still not a bull in the market overall, but I will take some tendies while I can. Ooh, Michael Black just put a limit order in to buy Dogecoin at 6 cents. That's not a bad idea, guys. That's not a bad idea. Whenever we're facing this type of volatility, you never know what's going to happen in the market. And sometimes you pick up those super low limit orders, and the same goes when things are lovely and volatile, and you can pick up those sell orders. So having those orders in for a price that might seem unreal right now, that might dip down and pick up should those margin calls happen, that's a great idea. Adam E is making those tendies dance. I forgot that was even a thing. Forgot we could make the tendies dance like that. Making those tendies dance on the screen. Thank you for that. Oh, asking what happened. Bullish Alaska asking what happened to the dancing chicken tenders. Mexican Silverback, I'm seriously thinking about selling a few shares of AMC at market opens and buying the dip with that money. What do you guys think? You know, that's a tough one. AMC's in a dip of its own. From what I saw, it was in the 15-ish range at the close yesterday. And that's kind of tough. Patriot Red War. Hey, Bulldog, when you only make a few cents, it's not a tendy. It's just a nugget. Yeah, but those nuggets add up to tendies overall. And the 5% of my portfolio that's exposed is in some leveraged positions. So, you know, if I can make a few $100 or a few $1,000 off of a bounce to the upside here, I'll be very happy. And very happy that mostly I'm just preserving my capital at this point in time when things are kind of uncertain. Alaska Bull living the high life. Nice, yeah. Definitely got that. Is that a Canadian maple leaf? Are you throwing in there, Alaskan bull? We have one of those. If you do become a channel member here on the YouTube channel, we have all kinds of cool emojis that you can use, including a woo-woo, picture of my actual Lamborghini Countach, and more. The actual Canadian maple leaf there as well. You have put an order in for AMC as well. Yeah, we do talk about AMC quite a bit. We are supporters of the ape community, have been for a long time. And the entire movement that GameStop and AMC represent, the change in the financial futures of the retail traders. And the less fortunate, the non-elite of this country and of this world are the ones who we are fighting for. Robert, welcome to the family. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome, Robert. We do cover the stock market and the crypto market 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. Well, 7 days a week, really. But we're live from 7 a.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern every single day with multiple different personalities and views and opinions here on YouTube. We have some of the most amazing hosts this morning. Coming up in a few hours, we'll have Bertie Hunter bringing his international expertise from the Netherlands straight to you guys here on video. Mexican silverback. How about an animated Mexican flag? You know, I think we can totally do stuff like that, silverback. Matter of fact, if you take a look at this exclamation point menu, you'll see in there is an option in there for providing you guys with your own redemption on the channel here. If you want something to pop up, that means like a picture of your dog or a waving Mexican flag, whatever you like. I'd be more than happy to make that happen for you. So take a look at that exclamation point menu, click there for the menu, and there are options for that. So Silverback, I've known you a long time. You feel free to hit me in the DMs or shoot me a text, and I'm pretty sure we can make that happen. Robert, glad you found us. We're glad you found us as well, Robert. I think if you stick around, give us a chance. Give us a whole day. If you have a whole day, or check in with us and see the different broadcasters that we have here and the different points of view that we bring to the market. And I guarantee you will find something. You will learn something every single day here at Bulldog Trading.
What the dog doing?
Redeeming Spicy Fro. Yeah, there's lots of redemptions. I do have this this live feed covering up a little bit of our redemptions today, but that will be gone soon as we're done covering this breaking news on the Russia-Ukraine situation. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Mexican Silverback. Ooh, getting a little toasty here in the studio now. Had to take off my beanie, turn that heater down a little bit. And cheers to the fam out there, if you know what I'm talking about. Cheers to you guys. You really like Lucid, you like the EV car, so you're going to wait for the stock market. So Michael Black, something to bring up. I believe there was a recall. It's not a software recall. You might want to look into this, but I do believe that Lucid had a recall that was announced yesterday. So check into the news. That's one great thing that we have here is all of the news and information coming from everybody to catch us up on things like that. So if you see a little Lucid dip and you're like, I might think about buying this, make sure, check in with us and be like, hey, what's going on with Lucid? Is there a reason for this dip? And someone might have some information that you might not be aware of quite yet. I appreciate that. Cheers, guys. Yeah, some ships are wooden ships, but those ships may sink. The best ships are friendships, and to those ships we drink. Or smoke. Wow, Bratney Glitch dropping down from that #1 spot there on the bull coin whale list. After that massive 500,000 bull coin burn event on Friday. We really appreciate that. Bratney Glitch doing that for the benefit of all bullcoin holders. Channel owner in here redeeming those dabs. Cheers, cheers. Oh, tenacious Matt. All right, let me get into this one. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station. Tenacious Matt coming in with that massive 816 throwback to 816. Thank you for the time and attention to the current events. Now tell Lindsay Lynn to bring back the fog. Super chat. It's fun. It's been a little while. Thank you so much for that, Tenacious Matt. Tell her to bring back the fog. Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm going to. All right, Tom Boom saying Ukraine's fighting back. We're hearing a couple of reports of sirens going on over there. Let's check. We've got some breaking news. European market set to plunge after Russia launches attack on Ukraine. European stocks are expected to open sharply lower on Thursday after reports that Russia had begun the attack on Ukraine, tipping the diplomatic crisis into a military conflict. So the UK's FTSE index is expected to open 176 points lower today. Germany's DAX index expected 526 points lower. France down 229 points and Italy down 921 points, according to data from IG. Multiple explosions across Ukraine were reported by journalists and government officials in at least 4 cities Thursday morning local time, undermining Russian President Vladimir Putin's claim that Russia was launching that it would be limited to the far east of the country. So I do have a map here showing some of those locations of those explosions. I will drop that in the chat in case you guys want to take a look at that. Explosion map link coming. Michael Black is now so excited. Can't wait for the market to open. You know, in that respect, it is nice to see some volatility. We do have an active news ticker here on the bottom left-hand side. That stays updated on our crypto stream. And you will catch some things scrolling through there as well. Trades for free. Good evening, good evening. Good, beautiful, beautiful trader family. Hope you and yours are well this lovely, lovely evening. Thank you so much for throwing that love in there. Those green hearts, trades for free. We always appreciate the positivity that you bring to the trader fam. Thank you so much. It's good to be here. I appreciate that, trades. You know, every now and then, it just reminded me of the old days. We heard the news tonight. The Discord started being active. People were jumping around and saying things, and the market was down. And I just kind of felt like I needed to hop on and talk to you guys, give you guys an update about what I knew, and let us all update the news with each other about what we knew and what we can do to not only survive, but thrive through situations like this together. So give me 1 second, trader fam. I'm going to stick around here for just a little bit, but I'm gonna need to step outside for just a second, and I'll be right back with you guys. All right, I'll be right back. We are covering the news live here on YouTube as well. Sabrina, if you want to push those links to me, I can also make them available here on our stream. I'm trying to have the most up-to-date and live stuff. We've got some live coverage here in the top left-hand side of the cities right now in Ukraine. And we might be having a panel of speakers here coming to you guys on YouTube just shortly. So stay tuned for just a minute. I'm going to bring one of our panelists in, and we'll hear another point of view on what's happening in the world this evening. All right, about to come in with our special guest this evening, one of our live traders from the daytime. All right, welcome. Can you hear me?
Sure.
All right, excellent. This is, for those that don't know, Enzo, one of our live day traders that is in the Degenerates live chat every single day, showing off some live trades and stuff. So welcome to Bulldog Trading Live. We are watching the news, covering this war situation tonight. What's your take on this whole thing, brother?
Honestly, I don't know what to take it. I don't know what to take it, but right this current second, I have to ask just before we start, like, what's the lady like right now? Because she can't be. Did you lock her in a kennel or something, or did you lock her out? Because like, I've been trying to get on your stream for a while.
Yeah, no doubt. No, she's saying no. Yeah. Take him down. Get him off the stream right now. But, you told us you'd behave, so here we are. Just so you guys know, it is it's kind of a explicit warning on the Degenerates chat during the day. There's a lot of stuff that happens in there that isn't YouTube friendly, but you guys are more than welcome to join us during the day in there, where we can kind of say whatever we want. Bullfrogging, giving you a shout out.
It doesn't sound too friendly, but we usually try to take care of people in there, especially if you're a Bulldog trader. I mean, we are in the Discord, but I kind of like him every once in a while. But I mean,
yeah, it's all love. It really is all love in there.
Question though, the Russia thing, I don't believe it. I mean, I'm gonna go and call it what I would call poof. I think that it's a theatric. And I think that it's just driving the market down, whether it's to correct something or whatever it is. I do believe that there's some validity to why all of a sudden, and why right now, when all the technical patterns line up perfectly to say that they're going down. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And more often than not, I play against any type of news or any type of article that comes out. And
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I've been entering the market a little bit. I started yesterday. I'm going a little bit long, a little bit of my account long, and I think maybe this is some potential for at least a bounce here before anything worse happens. I kind of doubt that there's going to be more imagery of troops marching or anything crazy happening tomorrow and a significant circuit breaker type of day. So I'm looking for some upside. And if you were looking for upside on crypto, just 15, 20 minutes ago, you caught 10-cent Doge, you caught 76-cent 88.
Doge was what, about 12 months ago? Everybody was saying, "Oh, we're going to go past 12. We're going to go past 12." Well, we're at 10 right now. Which I'm going to take the. I'm actually going to do something. I have never bought back into Doge since about February, and I'm going to buy back in for Miss Lindsay Lynn's one time for the one time.
Yeah, I know. She's like, alert me when it hits 13 cents again, and I'll buy some more. I'm not selling any.
I'm getting some Dogecoin here, sir.
Alberto says the supply of Pooh Bears is depleting over the situation. I don't know what you're talking about, Alberto.
Alberto is letting you know that people are leaving your stream because there's a lot of slobber all over the keyboard right now.
Oh boy.
Yep. You turned over the dark side. How you feeling about that, Alberto? Let's go, buddy. Look at that bounce you're getting on Bitcoin, right, to come right back down. This is going to be beautiful.
Mexican Silverback saying that martial law has now been declared in the Ukraine.
Suit me up. Let's go over there.
Fly we know that the Moscow market has been closed for the day. At least going to be closed for 24 hours.
Yeah, what were your thoughts about that? It's does to our market anyway.
European markets are set to plunge. We're already seeing some bad news in the futures here. NASDAQ down over 2.5% already.
Oh, that's it?
Dow futures down 700 points. I mean, we're nowhere near circuit breaker
700
level.
Points?
Yeah. And if you look over the last few days or the last month, like that's really nothing, right? We're down 13% off of the highs in the S&P, and this is a 2% down day right now. So we've seen plenty of this red before. We've already seen a lot of this kind of war fear priced in.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that there's a bunch of unnecessary, I guess what you would call FUD, or just I call just BS articles that don't have any substance, or they have a really scary title and then they finish with, "Oh, but everything's fine now." Essentially just scaring people out of their money, scaring people out of the market. I watched 30 cents on SENS after good earnings. Like it just, none of it makes sense. If you can put your beer goggles on and look at over history, like you buy the rumor, sell the news. Well, it's because the news usually sucks.
All right, we may have lost connection there with our good trader friend Enzo. Highly Invested, do we have you here with us?
Yes, sir. What's up, buddy?
All right, welcome, Highly Invested, otherwise known as Just Do, one of our old school broadcasters here, joining us this evening for this unprecedented time. What's your take on things, Just Do?
I was kind of dreading asking you that because I'm literally just now several hours.
Super chat.
Haven't been in.
That sounds great, actually. That sounds amazing. Sometimes that's the best way to tackle situations like this. You have to confront it at some point a little bit, but I like that take on it, actually.
I mean, obviously I knew kind of all this was on the horizon, but just now getting caught up on some of the updates in the Discord there.
Oh boy, Adam E.
Obviously seeing the price action.
Adam E. coming in with the super duper.
Oh.
Just super chat. Thank you, Adam E.
Well, hopefully Enzo gets his issue worked out there.
Yeah, we'll look to get him back here shortly.
Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of hoping it's just Putin just wanted in on some cheap Bitcoin, so hopefully he gets it down low enough, and he'll just be like, "All right, this is playing, guys. Training exercise is over. We're going back home." No, I don't know. Not to make light of the heavy situation, but
No, I mean, we're hearing updates from Mexican Silverback coming in saying Putin is asking the Ukraine to lay down its arms. Earlier, it was said Putin came out with a statement that said we're not targeting any civilians or cities. We have precision weapons that are going to be targeting defense and military installations, things like that.
yeah, I seen it say if anyone steps in, we're gonna see consequences they've never seen before. That's kind of seems like it's leveled at us.
Yeah, I think it's leveled at us and probably the European nations that are imposing sanctions as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was kind of hopeful for tomorrow's market, but I don't know. Might want to load up on some puts.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm just not really sure. I'm actually long on the market at the moment. Went a little bit in last night.
Mhm.
I'll probably do a little bit today to look for some bounce. If
Yeah,
things
cool.
kind of stabilize today, we probably will catch some bounce. But yeah, I'm still kind of bearish as we enter. Like wartime is never really a great time for the stock market.
Right.
But there are some things to look at, right? We can look at oil and energy stocks. We can look at inverse ETFs
True.
to maybe capitalize on some of this stuff. We can always play, this volatility. If we get to extreme lows, if we get to that 7% circuit breaker mark, and we think there's going to be some pop back to the upside, there's things like TQQQ, which is that leveraged ETF position to the upside. If you think we're going to see some upside, then you've got SQQQ to play the NASDAQ to the downside right on the way back down. So kind of a trader's market and not an investor's market at this time,
Right.
in my opinion.
Yeah, after I guess yesterday's market and after hours, I was kind of bullish on today's coming up market, just at least for a bounce play, in and out. But yeah, I don't
Adam
know
is saying
what to
that we
expect.
missed your initial take on the market. I guess the super chat noise was going off.
Oh, I didn't really have much of a take, honestly. I was saying, I've kind of been living in a world of ignorance the past few hours, watching movies. Then I just hopped on and saw crypto tanking and saw the updates in the Discord and saw you saying you were going live. And then I unmuted everything, got my sound turned on, and there you were. So
So here we
yeah,
are. Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
just getting caught up. Yes, live, no take on it.
Got some 10-cent Dogecoin back about 25, 30 minutes ago.
Nice. Yeah, I'm seeing big old dip there on everything. Ooh, yeah, I'm just now seeing some of the numbers.
I know there was a time that you and I were both skeptical of Doge back in the 2.5 cent range to the 5 cent range. And we thought, we were a little bit skeptical. And then, we bought into it, seeing how strong the community was. I remember doing super chats for Doge one evening with you.
Yeah.
Before the run up. And, we were skeptical of it at 5 cents after the few Elon tweets had pushed it up to that point from sub penny. And then, we saw the community and we ended up, we were buying some at 19 cents, 17 cents. I remember getting super chats to buy it at 22 cents. And we thought, well, this is crazy, but maybe the super chat will help cover a little bit of the cost that we're going to lose in Doge. And then, we rode that wave and watched Doge run all the way to 70 plus cents.
Yep. That one worked out. That was fun.
Asking for an update on the Asian market here. Let me pull that up here.
Yeah, what are these talks we got streaming right now?
So this is just some live coverage that's happening, some live footage of 3 of the major cities there in Ukraine, just to kind of see what's happening, if anything does happen live there. And I think they're running through some of the pre-recorded stuff that they had from the UN's emergency meeting that they had last night, emergency security meeting. So right now, Japan, the market is closed over there at the Nikkei. How do you say that one over there in Japan? Just you?
Oh, I don't know.
The Nikkei. Okay, Japan market is down 1.8%, closed for the day now. Shanghai's composite closes in 40 minutes here, down 2% on the day. The Hang Seng Hong Kong market right now closed and down 3.3% on the day. Not looking very good here.
Right.
Over in Germany, we're opening up in an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. And the UK FTSE opening in an hour and 40 minutes as well. So we'll have updates on those. You can always check out the AH9 by typing !AH9 to see those Frankfurt prices on AMC. And from there, you can access the markets over there as well.
You seeing what Mexican silverback said?
Let me jump back over to the chat here.
We'll have to de-Streamlabs it.
Oh, Streamlabs. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, this is unconfirmed coming from someone in the chat here. Mexican Silverback says Ukraine is saying that they shot down a Russian plane, so we'll have to see if that's confirmed or not. We always like to get multiple confirmations, no matter how reliable our news sources are here in the chat. That way we provide accurate information as much as possible.
But I mean, it's getting rowdy like that.
I did provide some links earlier to some visuals of those explosions that had happened, and they weren't small by any means.
And
they look to be more in city centers, which is kind of contrary to what Putin was saying.
yeah, can you ever really trust him?
I don't know if I trust Putin and I don't know if you call it the Kremlin or whatever you call it over there.
Yeah.
I think he's got multiple hidden mistresses. It's not exactly run democratically over there.
To say the least.
Right. So they do have some strange tactics, some old world tactics, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Diane B says, just saw a blurb, 5 planes, 1 helicopter down. Love to get that link from you guys. If you could try and drop it in the chat, just put a space between the periods and the web address, and I can piece it together if you can.
Well, you buying any crypto right now other than 10-cent Doge?
I'm not. I still think that there are some levels that we could come down to. I mean, I think 24,000 is a major level of support for Bitcoin. And I honestly think it could even go lower. So I'm not very long on crypto at the moment, although I'm sure there are opportunities to trade this dip.
Mm-hmm. Sabrina dropped a link in there.
Okay, nice. Pulling up that link. Live updates from First Post. Russia attacks Ukraine. Live updates. 5 Russian planes, a helicopter shut down. This is a statement coming out from the Ukraine military. According to the Joint Forces Command today, February 24th. In the area of Joint Forces Operation, 5 planes and a helicopter of the aggressors were shot down, the Army General Staff said. And that is the update on that news so far as we have it. That link is in the chat, brought to you by Sabrina, one of our major sources of information here on Bulldog Trading.
True that.
True that. Thank you, Diane B. It looks like we did catch that link. On Island Time. Good morning, Bulldog fam. Good morning on Island Time.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna pass my bedtime.
Yeah, mine too. You know, it just whenever breaking things are happening, we tend to put those alerts out, right? When Doge takes a major dip or run or any of the major stocks that we follow, we put those alerts out for you guys. And same thing with major world news. You know, we're here together almost on a every single day basis. So when these things happen, it just kind of remind me of the old days when we'd say, "Hey, something's happening. We need to jump on and talk about it right now."
Right, and then end up not sleeping and staying up through the whole pre-market, regular market, and after hours of the next day, then going to sleep.
Right, right. Yeah, you got any wine? You want to do shots for super chats again?
Yeah, right. I did just crack a beer, fresh out of wine.
It's. I did too. I have a little Trulies here. Lindsay brought me earlier.
Nice, nice.
But it's not one of those nights. It's still the middle of the week. Lots of work to get done before the end of the week. We do have parties on Friday night in the Discord in our poker lounge. We get a little crazy in there on Friday nights. It is hard to sleep when this is going on in the world. That's true, Artifacts.
Yeah, man. I mean, I mean, you already see how it's already affecting things, and now that was just like kind of the calm before the storm, you know. And this looks like it's going live. So yeah, I don't know. We definitely want to stay on top of it and see how it's affecting things. You already see the futures going red, and the foreign exchanges.
So I saw a couple energy stocks that were headed up in Europe. Have you traded any of the CEI?
I've traded CEI, DNN, and there's another one like UEC or something. I don't know. I've traded like 3 different energy stocks before, in and out. I used to be in and out of DNN all the time.
Do you think that we see some gains on those energy stocks? We've seen oil rise almost 5% overnight from this news.
I mean,
I think Brent crossed the $100 a barrel mark.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've already seen it kind of going up, though. You know, it's, I don't know, some of the oil stock I track has already been up. It's actually kind of coming down, but it kind of looks like it's ready to pop off, to be honest. Just looking at the chart, I follow Gush usually, so I've traded it a few times.
Yeah, AI. Yes, the Moscow market is halted. It is halted, and that is confirmed through multiple news organizations. It will not be trading
like
today.
Closing the market, yeah. Hey, night, Andre P.
Andre P. Another major source of great information here at Bulldog Trading. Sabrina saying REGI and INDO could be some to look at today.
Yeah, actually, I have INDO wrote down. Where's that? Yeah.
You would, because that's Indo.
Yeah.
But you came in just after our cheers a little bit ago as well. So
nice.
Please take the time to catch up if necessary.
Yeah. Oh, I'm pretty well caught up. Might cheers again. You can never be too safe, you know.
You can never be too safe, exactly. So CEI is one of those stocks that it's not like your average energy stock, because it's been kind of seen as a runner. It's been in the top 10 volume in the market before and over the last few months and before. So if it does start to run just on this energy news, there's potential for significantly more upside than just your standard run from an energy stock, I think.
Right. Well, it had a pretty good day. Was it today or yesterday? Let me pull it up real quick.
I think I saw some down.
I was
today.
looking at puts, honestly, on CEI. Yeah, see, it had a run today.
Okay, it did. Those were the alerts up today.
Yeah, so it looks like it opened around 47 and closed around 60.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe you could consider that some momentum going into today with energy stocks on the rise.
Yeah, it could be just the beginning of its run. Who knows?
Adam E says, "You know what people are going to need tomorrow, Bulldog? Some Black Rifle coffee." That's from the Black Rifle Coffee Company, one of the SPACs that we caught pretty early here and made some good tendies on in its initial run-up. And recently that SPAC finalized the merger and changed ticker symbols to BRCC, I believe. And that is a veteran-owned and operated company supporting veterans still through the sales of their excellent coffee. Diane says, "I'm on ABC now. They're warning of cyber attacks on financial institutions. We could see disruptions."
Yeah,
that's another thing to be concerned about. I mean, I talked earlier about having your food, having your water, having your medications and things that you need at least a few months out, preferably 6 months to a year if you want to be really safe. But something to consider for all of you debit and credit card users out there that don't have a lot of cash on hand. In the short term, maybe some cash on hand wouldn't be a bad idea to make those trades and purchases that you might need.
Right.
So will we see a run on the banks tomorrow? Will we see a run on the gas stations tomorrow? Right? People filling up on gas before they think it's going to get more expensive or potentially even interrupted.
Right. It's a possibility. I don't know how soon that would show up in the market necessarily, but I mean,
right.
We're bound to
something
see some preppers scrambling. That's for sure.
Something to think about for real life.
Some movement on gold and silver. I don't know.
We've seen a 1.8% move on gold and a little bit more on silver and copper, and other metals have been moving already. And I think that trend could continue too, as that's normally seen as a safe haven from markets worldwide. It's not just
we've already seen
US
a
thing.
little bit of growth coming into gold and energy. So I wonder necessarily how long that will continue, or if that's kind of it's preloaded now. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to say.
I'm not hating these moves to the downside in the market, really, because it's tough for me to continue to be bullish at these all-time highs of kind of inflated bubble prices all across the board. So I'm still continuing to look for entries in the market for things that I can be long on, because I do like buying a company that I like. I bought some more Camping World yesterday after banging earnings, beat revenue, beat earnings for the 5th time in a row, and the stock plummets by over 6%.
I know. I noticed all three at the top of our watch list have had a down day today, but Weyerhaeuser's kind of had a down few days, and Rainier as well. I mean, honestly, they've all kind of been downtrending for like a week or two, slowly, but yeah, they had a big drop today, so I'm looking at all three of them for entries, to be honest.
Yeah, and Weyerhaeuser and Rainier, for those that don't know, those are two of the largest lumber suppliers in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they're continuing to do excellent business. Matter of fact, Weyerhaeuser a quarter ago recently had a record-breaking quarter on earnings and revenue and growth, and still
timber and lumber was at all-time highs.
Lumber was, and you might think as trade gets disrupted and sanctions and things happening that we might see more price hikes on lumber and other items like that.
And you gotta imagine if war breaks out, I'm sure demand for lumber goes up. any sort of building materials, whatever gets used.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if history is any type of reflection, right? Or whatever you call it there.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, cheers got me.
That'll happen.
But yeah, historically, we've seen those prices of metals go up during these types of times, and lumber could be included in those.
Will we see a run on the meme stocks that are shorted? That's hard to say.
I was just saying earlier, I'd sure love to see it turn around again. We used to see those meme stocks run inverse the market
Inverse
almost
the
every
market.
time.
I was just thinking.
It was a beautiful thing.
For it, and that would be it.
Yeah, it was a beautiful thing. The market would start to take a dive, and we're like, okay, where do you go for safety? You jump into AMC and COS and GameStop, and all of those would rip during these market down days. And then throughout the year, that's just become less and less of a thing, and they've started to trade more and more with the market, which is kind of unusual. I'd love to see it buck that trend. People jump into something that they feel doesn't follow the market and doesn't follow the war trends and the FUD and stuff like that. Cheers. Yeah, trim is ridiculous, Trini. $400 on 100 trim pieces. Like, to me, that sounds like you got a deal, because I've paid well over $10 for a piece of trim before here in Alaska. Let's see if there's anything else breaking here in the news. I think we're pretty well caught up. We're still just we're looking at down 2% across the board, with the Nasdaq leading the way at 2.4% down. And now there's just more talk of the European Open. We still have trouble with Evergrande and the Chinese property developers as well. There's a lot of things we've been talking about over the last few months as we started to kind of turn bearish on the market here. That could be affecting us going forward. We started talking about it early last year about what's going to happen when unemployment runs out, when all the subsidies start to run out, the PPP loans stop supporting these small businesses, and those loans and the idle loans come due for these small businesses that might not be able to still survive from the shutdowns that they faced. On top of everything that's been kind of overinflated, Evergrande, building these massive buildings at these sky high property values. And you have to consider that another form of inflation, It's like it costs money to buy gas, it costs money to buy bread, but it also costs money to rent or to buy a place to live.
Man, Ethereum creeping on down close to the low twos there. I see Ethereum go under 2. I might jump on that even if it can go further. I remember buying most of my Ethereum at 1600. I can't believe we're at 23 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're into the double-digit red, especially those smaller coins taking the bigger hit as usual, but Ethereum down almost 10% here on the last 24 hours. 63-cent XRP. I mean, that's tasty too. 76-cent ADA here. All these, tasty prices if you go back a few months. But just know if you zoom out even further and you go back a year, you go back 2 years on some of these cryptos that have been around that long, we're still up significantly.
It's true.
Please fix the clock. Let's see. Oh, the clock. Look at that. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the LUT note. Give me a second. I'll make that happen.
She froze. Used to be value and turn a wood pallet into a coffee table. Now turn a coffee table into a wood pallet might be the way to go. Funny. How Smart got pounds of trim. Heard that. Same here. It costs a lot more than $4 though. Alright, he's working on the clock. All cryptos are pretty much down. Let's just say an average of 10%. Some more, some less. Loopring at 64. Solana 80. Safe Moon at 11. Well, pretty much 12. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what the rest of the night and going into the morning holds for us. I wonder what the pre-market's going to look like. I wonder what the regular market's going to do. It's going to be an interesting day. I bet Birdie Hunter is going to love his VIX calls tomorrow.
All right, clock fixed. What's Birdie got tomorrow that he's going to be loving on?
I think he's got some calls on the VIX, which, as I understand it, just tracks the volatility of the market. I'm not sure where the value comes from, but
yeah, we saw a picture of the VIX earlier in the main chat Discord, and yeah, it was looking crazy.
But we're definitely going to be seeing some volatility.
Yeah, the volatility is definitely here, so those should be looking really well. Really good in the morning.
I got a couple puts that I held on to, so I'll probably be looking to unload those tomorrow.
Yeah, that volatility should be driving the price up on options across the board. I don't know how it's going to do on my calls tomorrow morning, but I'll be looking to keep an eye on those at the very least.
Calls might be struggling tomorrow. If you get a pop at the morning bell, I'd be looking at taking them.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
I'm gonna hang on to these puts though. Puts should be looking good tomorrow, I feel like. Who knows?
Bratney Glitch. We were just talking about you a little bit ago, Bratney.
Hey, it's Bratney Glitch.
And your sacrificial Bullcoin burn last Friday.
Bullcoins
and its benefit to the entire Bullcoin community.
A boon to the ecosystem. We're indebted to you, sir.
We hope you are well as well. Thank you for those kind words, Bratney. Markets are down across the way. Let's see if we can catch you up on the news a little bit. We know that there have been some explosions in Ukraine. The Moscow market is closed today. European markets are looking at some downside. The Nasdaq's down over 2.5% on the futures so far this morning. And that is where we stand here in about an hour and 15 minutes. The Frankfurt exchange is going to open up for AMC, and we'll see where it stands there. You can use !AH9 to pull that link in the chat for them. Yeah, you're right. Early morning, just doing Bulldog, just like old times.
Yeah. The good old days.
So Ukraine reporting that I think it was 4 planes and 1 helicopter taken down of the Russian military, but now Russia is denying those reports of the Russian planes downed in Ukraine.
They would though. They're quick to be like, "No, you didn't touch us."
Exactly. Yeah, they're
logical stuff with them.
They're fighting a psychological and media war just as much as they're fighting a physical.
Control the narrative.
And really, they don't want to come off as the bad guy, because what good does it do to take over an area if everybody there sees you as a horrible authoritarian? You know, you want to do some good so that you can lead with the people. I mean, that's what you're taking over. Essentially, there's the people there, not the actual space these days. But at the same time, it's a matter of time until everyone kind of gets used to what's happening. It's a matter of adjusting and adapting like people do, right? None of us thought that we would all have cameras and microphones in our house, much less pay $100 a piece for them, put them in every single room. But here we are.
Teacher told me I wouldn't have a calculator in my pocket. Joke's on them.
Yeah, you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket your whole life, right?
Computer. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm connected to the entire world of wealth of information right here. Like
can literally
now,
do your
kids.
job.
Now the teacher says something, the kid's like, "Nah, you're wrong. In Wikipedia, right here." Lindsay Lynn's in the chat.
Z-Lens. Now we're definitely kicking it old school.
Ooh, Tenacious Matt says you need to redeem for dinner at Six Smith. We went there again last weekend. Never disappoints. Yeah, they do have great steaks over there.
Never heard of it.
We had the privilege of meeting up with Tenacious Matt on our last travel excursion and having dinner with him over there at Six Smiths. It was a lovely time.
That's super cool.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this whole entire thing to end, so maybe we'll get back on the road again and throw the fifth wheel on the back of the truck and do kind of a nationwide tour and meet some of the fam and hang out. Been looking forward to that.
It'd be super sweet. You guys are definitely welcome here. I can't wait to come visit up there, honestly.
Awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for that too.
Crash in the Airbnb, go salmon fishing, go get lost on the woods on the 4-wheeler. Can't wait.
Heck yeah. I got an extra kind of room here in the studio we're going to set up as a nice little Airbnb too. It's pretty, you've seen the studio.
Yeah.
It's nice. It gets cold. Like, you have to get up, it'll get hot and you have to get up, turn the heater off, and then you get cold, you get up, turn it on. But, if it's the summertime, you won't be worried about it at all. It stays perfect in the summertime. It's like a refrigerator box, so it stays cool in the day and warm at night.
Heck yeah.
Because it's got like 2-foot insulation on the roof and in the floor from, it was built as a building for Prudhoe Bay. There at the oil fields.
Nice.
I don't know what we're watching now. Let me adjust to a new live stream here.
This doesn't look up to date.
No, this is not current. Give me just a second, just do.
Yeah, you. Okay, so Tenacious Matt's up in Alaska also, I take it?
No, down in the lower 48 Minnesota area.
Oh, I was wondering why you said traveling, but okay. Ice fishing in Minnesota, that makes sense. I've always wanted to go ice fishing, man. It looks like so much fun. It's like set up your little shack and like you just get drunk and pull fish out of the ice. This just sounds like my kind of a party. Hey, Lindsay Lynn's. Bulldog won't go ice fishing. He's like, nope, I'll go worm fishing with you. Take you to the honey hole in the summertime. All these alerts popping off on my phone. Such and such crypto is down. Such and such crypto is down. Like, yeah, I know. I know, I'm watching.
So I saw something cool the other day.
Go on.
I was watching some ice fishermen, and they had cut a hole in the floorboard of a Suburban. And so they just drove their Suburban onto the ice, and they they dug a hole in the ice, and they drove over that, and they're sitting inside their Suburban chilling, and they got like the seats set to where the seats are facing each other, and they're just sitting in there fishing in the middle. It's pretty dang cool.
That is pretty sweet.
That's right, Arctic. Just Do would have a blast here in Alaska.
Dude, absolutely, I believe that 100%. It's I think I was like meant to live kind of off the grid, like I can chameleon my way through society, but that's not me. Kinda
Lindsay
neat.
has an awesome ice fishing hut.
Yeah,
She's
so
got one
cool.
that's a total blackout tent. So when you cut your hole in the ice and then you put this tent over it, all the light comes through the floor. So you can see really deep down in the water because the light
Oh,
actually goes through the snow and ice and you can see everything down there and it's totally black above you.
that's
I'm looking
awesome.
forward to trying it.
Heck yeah.
Apparently you can spearfish like that for pike, and I know in Minnesota they have all kinds of weird traditions. They'll have like a lucky boot and they'll like just put the boot down there, and apparently like northern pike are curious about stuff like that. So you've got this boot on a rope and it's down there, and the fish are just, you can see the fish because you're in this blackout tent and the water's like glowing, and the fish come over and they're like looking at the boot and like poking at it, and then you use a gig, I guess, like a trident to get your pike out of the hole.
That's cool. I want to try that so bad.
Me too. That sounds like a blast. Get a pic of that next time you go, for sure. For sure. Yeah, we do have a catch of the day room in our Discord where you can see a lot of our pictures of all different kinds of fish, halibut, sharks, sturgeon, everything we've caught from around the world, and everything the whole fam has really caught. We put our fishing pictures in there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I peep in there every now and then. Oh yeah. Crypto recovered from that big old drop a little bit. We got a little bounce. I wonder if we got some more pain in the near future though. Another big drop coming out of nowhere.
Well, you've got to imagine at a certain point, like all this happens all of a sudden within a few hours, and the whole world doesn't know about it. And then the whole world starts to wake up to it over time.
Right.
And sometimes that's why we see these kind of delayed and extended pullbacks.
For sure.
Only 2 hours until the market opens.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at that.
Usually I'm like playing Halo with you or something about this time. And we're contemplating, well, shall we stay up for the market open or try to get up for the 9:30 open?
All right. Take a nap or...
Mm-hmm. Whoever catches the first fish after the boot's dropped has to drink a beer out of the boot. I like that. Hey, you're a winner and you're punished and rewarded at the same time.
Yeah. It's a lot of emotions all at once.
I know. The good news is, yeah, the boot's definitely cold. You pull it out of the water. What is this shoe beer drinking thing? I get the beer, but from a sweaty shoe or boot, I don't know. It's a sports thing, right? Have you seen this?
Yeah, baby. I see Tuivasa drinking beer out of people's shoes when he leaves the octagon.
Okay, so it is. It's kind of a UFC type thing.
Yeah, I don't know how widespread that is, or if that's just a Tuivasa thing, but I think it's probably just a Tuivasa thing, honestly.
And who knows? Maybe it's a brand new shoe, you know?
Yeah, once it became a thing, I gotta imagine people show up with new clean shoes for him to drink beer out of.
Right? Well, these sports people and the collectible market these days, you could probably sell the shoe afterwards, right? This is the shoe that was drank a beer out of after that. It still smells like beer and sweat. Coffee or sleep? That is the question. Yeah, I think that's the question for many.
Mm-hmm.
I do think I know the answer for myself, though.
Yeah. What's that?
I think that I will try to sneak that nap in. I have a busy day and some meetings tomorrow, and lots of advancements to make on development here for the Bulldog Trading Network and bull coins themselves. I should probably rest up for that.
Probably a good call. I'm kind of thinking the same thing. I still want to get to that video you sent me earlier. I want to get that figured out in the Discord for us. So
Yeah, that's going to be cool. Yeah, we probably won't announce that until we know we can make it live. But
Right.
some cool development going on. Just doing the work in the background here, trying to make things awesome for you guys.
yeah, we're gonna try and figure it out for you.
Call you the 1%, but you like a good old shotgun in the bath or chambong.
You're talking about like gravity bongs.
Okay, yeah.
A real scent of stale fat seat next to the whole beer. Yeah, it was a sommelier, except for beer shoes instead of wine.
Imagine trying to be the person trying to confirm provenance. Is that the real scent of stale foot seat mixed with old beer? Yeah, like, oh, this is definitely, we can test it and tell this was a 5% lager the same year as was presented in the video in the UFC.
Domestic and an Adidas. All right. Not what I would have gone with, but
Right. Wait, hold on a second. This shoe has 4 stripes on it. I've seen these. These are remakes.
right. This is a knockoff.
These are knockoff Adidas. It's easily, once you know the provenance. Spot gold jumped 1.7%, highest level since January 2021. Yep, oil is its highest level since 2014 now.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm wondering how much of this current runs we've been seeing on those, if like that's like the run, or if it's going to continue. Like, I don't know. It seems like
gold in
prices
particular,
preloaded these days pretty quickly.
it hasn't really caught up with it hasn't stayed up with itself. Like, gold hasn't kept up with inflation over the last periods of time, really. So I kind of feel like gold has more to go, but especially if we continue to see, trouble in the markets across the world and in economies across the world, we see rates rising and things like that. People will look to some safer assets, and gold is traditionally one of those. And it's not like it's a new thing. It's been a safe asset for thousands of years.
It's the fallback, the default.
Especially if Bitcoin falters.
It'll be interesting to see what cryptos do. Not only, I mean, like we're all pretty much bullish on crypto long term, but it's gonna be interesting to see what they do in the meantime. Especially with this whole situation going on.
I'm of the same mindset, Bradney. I'm surprised it hasn't exploded with the high inflation. It should have at least kept up with that, as it traditionally had for many, many years, and it hasn't been. So we'll see. We will see what happens, and when that does happen, we'll bring it to you live. But until then, it's been a pleasure as always, Just Do.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Get you some good sleep, and I'll do the same, and I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, we'll get back here early. Birdie Hunter will be on here just in a couple hours, guys. He's going to be showing up at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll have the stock market live for you at the open as usual here in 2 hours.
Yeah, I might set an early alarm and hop up. I like to get up in the pre-market with Birdie, and like sometimes, it might be for like 10, 15 minutes. It might be for, an hour and a half, just kind of get a gauge for things, and then kind of like maybe make a plan or just kind of see where we're at, and then go back to sleep and get up before the bell rings,
Absolutely. So you guys do us a favor in the chat and drop some love in there. You know what kind of emojis Just Do likes, those Canadian Maple Leafs, those green hearts, and we will catch you guys tomorrow.
Yes, sir, man. Have a good one, buddy. See you then. Same
to you.
Same to y'all.
Much love, everybody.
I don't know if people have paid attention to his communications with the West. At first, he was saying your media reports are creating hysteria. Your media reports are creating a lot of fear around this country, and we don't appreciate it. And it wasn't that Zelensky was underestimating the threat of what is happening. He definitely was, but he's literally a wartime president right now. And what he wants to do is he wants to show the world and show his own people that he is in control and that the country is doing everything it can to maintain its sovereignty. And he also wants to keep the economy stabilized to the best of his ability. But he's in a very rough spot right now, because even as Russia is attacking this country, he has to maintain a level of calm. And if you look at his face and the way that he speaks over the last few days, it's a complete shift. I mean, this guy, he's aging right before our eyes. He's a 44-year-old man who is immediately in 2019, when he was elected, instantly went into a situation in which Russia was considered a major, a major future military threat. And now that's happening very early in his presidency, and so he's had to learn diplomacy. He's had to learn how to operate within international organizations, and by any measurement at all, that is a very difficult task. And as an American, listen, I'm here to report on things, but I pray for the man, because he's under immense pressure. Because when you have the economic factors that are taking place here, he has to worry about the military and safety, but that's not the only thing he has to worry about. He has to worry about the fact that this country is a place that people will want to invest in after this all ends, because eventually it will end.
Thank you so much, Tarol. Any
Of
new
course.
thoughts? Yeah, Jeremy, Stock Talk Special, Charlotte, Muhammad, Rahul.
Seeing reports that the Bank of Russia has temporarily banned short selling. Have you seen that, Jay, from Bloomberg?
Yeah,
I mean,
I did.
Yeah, it says Bank of Russia temporarily bans short selling.
So it could be temporary, but if anyone has any perspective from 2008, when you ban short selling, people use short selling to hedge. You see individuals just sell outright. So when there's a short selling ban on, after the financial crisis in 2008 and banks were selling off, it was kind of strange that banks actually sold off much harder after the short selling ban, because people were just liquidating their current holdings because they couldn't hedge with anything. So I don't know if these bans actually work, but this is probably one that is a short-term ban.
Do you guys see futures? I came back down. Wix came down a little bit too. It was 12%, now it's 9%.
Yeah, futures are off the lows. Nasdaq was down 3.5 at the peak, or at the trough, I should say. It's now down 2.7. There's some buyers are stepping in on futures right now. I'm seeing a couple green ticks. We'll see.
Yeah.
Still reports of escalation, though, as far as I've seen. All the live conflict coverage is still pretty intense. So there's like a lot of sources. For anyone that's interested, you can go on YouTube. There's a ton of live feeds right now from all over the world.
Go ahead, Mohammed.
I think EU also announced some more sanctions, and NATO also released a press statement, condemning Russia's invasion. And then also there is a meeting between NATO and EU scheduled soon, and I believe in 3 hours or less than 3 hours, NATO will brief the press as well.
All the talk of sanctions is honestly very frustrating to me personally, but I don't know if anyone feels the same way. But I think that that's such a half-baked reaction to something like this. This is like a complete breach of every single international treaty, and to me, a violation of international law. And I don't think that sanctions are the right method. But I mean, we've discussed this before. There's not a lot that Europe could do, right? They're too reliant on Russia for energy, and without a immediate solution to that, I just don't see a way that they can go to war effectively over this conflict. But of course, we'll see what comes out of the Article 4 invoking that we saw today from Eastern European NATO members, and if that creates a NATO militarization in Eastern Europe that may further instigate Russia, who knows? So I think there's definitely a lot of uncertainty here, but yeah, futures are recovering. If that's any indication of sentiment, I know the stock market isn't everything, but if that's any indication of maybe sentiment, they are recovering decently right now.
I wanted to add in something briefly to that. So when you talk about sanctions, the issue is this, and I've mentioned this in my own reporting and in my own podcast episodes, is that in order for sanctions to really be effective against Putin and his inner circle, and I know that everyone's listening here will appreciate this, is that because it's deals with finance. There are a lot of loopholes in the West, the United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, that allow Russian oligarchs and Russian elites who are a part of Putin's inner circle to offshore their money, right? And so this is so part of sanctions is telling the business community that ultimately you will have to pick your country and democracy over your business interests. And so this, unfortunately, what happens when you are doing business with corrupt countries around the world, business interests that are invested in Russia, particularly his inner circle, are pretty much giving a silent, giving a passing complicit approval of Putin's behavior here in Ukraine. And so anytime the mention of sanctions taking place, because let's be clear, what's happening, but the sanctions levied against Russia by the United States and the EU right now, so far, they're weak in comparison. I did a Spaces last night on this very subject. But until American lawmakers really work to close loopholes for Russians to Russian oligarchs to offshore their money, I'm not sure that sanctions will be effective. And another thing is that you have people like former Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, who is a chairman on a key Russian gas company, right? So just imagine that you are a leader of the most powerful country in Europe, and then you go and you join Team Putin. So there's a very incestuous political and business relationship by the U.S. and EU with the EU that has to be revisited, because right now the sanctions regimes are going to be tough, primarily because you have people who put their money interest above the dignity of Ukrainian people and democracy as a whole.
Anything else special, Jeremy? Stock Talk, Rahul, Mohammed, Shalet?
I want to hear more from Terrell, to be honest.
Yeah, keep going, don't stop.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Yeah. So I'll continue on with this. So the main problem.
I think she was saying something. I think she was saying something. Yeah.
I think
go on, Shalet? Yeah.
Just continue unless we break news. We'll cut you off. But continue.
Yeah, no problem. So the problem with sanctions, sanctions are an art and not a science, and so it's not always a 2 + 2 = 4 scenario. You have to be, and one of the reasons being is that oftentimes when sanctions are taking place, they're not explained to the American people. So, for example, in the United States, sanctions are carried out by the Treasury. The United States Treasury. They are the people who monitor sanctions, right? And so, and as Americans, for example, and I don't know how the sanctions regimes operate technically in other countries, but definitely it's through our Treasury Department, and it's not really explained to us why. And so, for example, there are dozens of sanctions against Iran, for example, with by the United States, which pretty much should be dropped. But we're talking about Russia right now. But I bring that up to say that with the United States, for example, what makes sanctions tough against Russia is that the country is so extraordinarily huge that a sanctions regime that would break Iran or would break South Africa, for example, or that would break a smaller country won't necessarily break Russia. Another issue is that the 2004, the most robust sanctions package that took place in 2014. some of those sanctions are ongoing, but sometimes sanctions need to be revised, right? And so one of the things that Obama did was he stopped U.S. companies from selling technology to Russia so that they can drill in the Arctic. And interesting enough, that
Hey, Terrell, one
yeah.
second. Looks like this woman, Chris, who was kind of leaving cave earlier, has come back and found Wi-Fi. I'm just pinning her tweet above. It looks like she and 24 other Americans are trying to get into Romania, and she's kind of tweeting live as they go. It looks like their bus is stuck right now in some mud, but I guess hopefully they'll get there safe and sound. It looks like, I'm hoping. There's a lot of different kind of cultures and backgrounds kind of sitting with her, and she's kind of sharing this live. It's been above.
Can we invite her here live if she wants to come up?
I don't know if we can get her
Quick,
live.
I guess breaking news as well that EU Commission President says they will effectively freeze all Russian assets in the EU and stop access of Russian banks to European financial markets in an effort to inhibit the Russians' ability to finance war. So that's a nice step from the EU.
That's nice. Yeah. That's a nice step. The issue is that Putin is not accountable to anybody. So I think that this is uncharted territory. And so a lot of Ukrainians that I've spoken to here have said that what about the Russian people? What are the Russian people's thoughts on this? And so, it sounded very similar to how, the international community were challenging Americans back, in the early 2000s about what America would do about America's invasion of Iraq. I know we're not talking about this, but here's why this is very important. I mean, this applies perfectly to Ukraine, because the conversation is usually, if we pressure the people, then the people will pressure their government, right? And so you saw the mass protests that were taking place across the country, United States, that were happening at that time. What people don't know about Russia is that if you hold up a sign, if you're not authorized, you can get arrested and thrown in jail and given a prison sentence. So what Putin has done is that he has all but shut down freedom of speech. He has all but shut down the capacity to even voice even a glimmer of disagreement with the government. It's not what you would call a full-out dictatorship like North Korea, but he has, his tendencies as an authoritarian leader have made it so difficult for Russians to speak out that it has driven them into fear. And so I have a great, enormous amount of sympathy for the Russian people who do strongly disagree with what's happening right now. But Russia is under an immense pressure. Russians are under immense pressure by their own government. And so the way that Putin is operating right now, if he treats his own people like trash, how would he treat anyone else? And so when you think about sanctions, sanctions and diplomacy require mutual respect, right? It requires you both to sit down at the table and see each other as equals. And Putin doesn't see himself as, first of all, he doesn't see Ukrainians as equals. He sees them as subhumans to Russians, who he frankly has all but articulated are the top of the food chain when it comes to Slavs, right? And then also with the EU and with the United States, if you just look at his posture, the way that he communicates, he doesn't give a damn, because he knows that he has suppressed his people so much that what they say, even if they protest, it means nothing. There are three things that happens to Russians, smart Russians, who dare to have a different opinion from the Kremlin. If you are Boris Nemtsov, for example, if you are an opposition leader who wants to fight for the liberation of your country, you're terrorized, you're threatened until you're killed. Literally, not far from the Kremlin. That's one. If you are an intelligent person who wants to create software, who wants to create, a Silicon Valley, for example, which we all know requires, extraordinary freedoms. If you're the guy who created Contactia, and forgive me, there's a lot going on in my brain. His last name is Durov. You're scared off, and outside of the country. So you're scared off. Now, if you are Alexei Navalny, they try to kill you first, and if they don't kill you, they put you in prison, and they try to kill you in prison. And so that's the fate. The three most common scenarios that happen to people who speak out in any meaningful way. And so when you think about the sanctions regime, this is the person that you're dealing with. You're dealing with someone who has no problem terrorizing and murdering his own people. You are dealing with a sociopathic madman. That is what's happening in Russia, and there is no way that diplomacy would work with someone like that, which is why Ukraine.
Sorry, Terrell. Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. I'm just gonna jump in every once in a while with some breaking news. But
yeah,
breaking news right now that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Russia, they have a Twitter account, MFA_Russia. They're obviously putting out Russian propaganda, and make no mistake about that. But they just said that President Vladimir Putin had a telephone conversation with the president of Turkey. So there's no implication of what that's about, but it says they exchanged views on Russia's recognition of the Donetsk region and the Lugansk region and their republics, and Vladimir Putin stressed the objective necessity to take that decision. There's no information about whether they agreed or disagreed, but there is an article, so I'll read that and give more details if there's anything in there.
Where's the article coming from, by the way? Where's the article coming
from? This is coming directly from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs Twitter account. So not
okay, before you go, I have to say before you read that, I have to add to you that there's a one, and you can read it, but just read it with a grain of salt, because there's a lot of disinformation that comes out.
Oh no, that's why I opened with that. Make no mistake.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Any Russian state-affiliated media or government sources that I'm reading from, please understand that there's a 99.999% chance that all of it is propaganda. So the only reason that I'm disclosing this information even is just to inform people on what angle Russia is taking on this narrative.
Absolutely.
Which clearly they're trying to build a narrative of their own, right? So the article just says the leaders exchanged views on the situation in the DPR and LPR. Vladimir Putin stressed the objective necessary reasons to take decisions based on Ukrainian authorities' aggression in Donbass. So see, they're playing their same fake narrative to say that the Ukrainians were the aggressors in Donbass, and they said the Ukrainians' a categorical refusal to implement the Minsk agreements, which were basically agreements signed between Ukraine and the separatist regions not to militarize the regions. That's essentially what they were. And then there is, it says the issues of working out long-term legally binding security guarantees for the Russian Federation were also discussed. In this context, Vladimir Putin expressed his disappointment with the U.S. and NATO response, which came down to an attempt to ignore Russia's legitimate concerns and demands. The presidents agreed to continue Russia-Turkish contacts in various formats. So I guess the implication from keep in mind, this is from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so this is what they are making public. This may or may not be the truth. I guess the implication that they're trying to make is that they have recruited Turkey as an ally, potentially, but we'll see what that actually comes down to. Turkey has been a very discontented member of NATO for a long time. I think earlier when we discussed the Article 4 invokements, it was Turkey themselves have done it 4 times without any other in a unilateral way, they've invoked Article 4. The other times that Article 4 was invoked, it was invoked by a group of nations, and Turkey's the only one that's done on their own. So maybe there's an angle there with they're maybe potentially discontent with NATO. I don't know, but
let me add in something real quick. So here's the thing: Russia and Turkey don't necessarily have the best relationship, right? So again, we're going to wait to see what is confirmed from this, but it sounds very suspicious for me, because anybody who covers this region knows that he and Putin have a very, I guess, acrimonious relationship. So I'm very suspect of that. Yeah, I don't know if anybody remembers years ago with Russia, the Turks shot down a Russian military plane that Ankara accused of going in and out of his border, going into his airspace. After several months of warning Russia not to do so, as many people know, their Russian military is in Syria, and Turkey borders it, and so there have been back and forth, back several years ago of Turkey complaining to Russia about, hey, you need to stay off our airspace, and they shot the plane down. In fact, Turkey has extended an economic relationship, trade relationship with Ukraine several weeks ago. Again, we were waiting for things to be confirmed here, but that sounds, just off the top of my head and based on what I know about that relationship, that sounds pretty suspicious to me. But at any rate, the bottom line here is that Russia has no real everything that in that letter that you read essentially else is a lie, and for several reasons. One, if Russia was so concerned about NATO they would be attacking a NATO country. They aren't doing that. Has anyone has this? You know, if Russia really had a beef with NATO, they would attack a NATO country. The reality is that they don't want that smoke. It's just real
Bro,
clear.
but again, right? If you attack NATO, that's wish. You don't want that.
No, they don't want that smoke at all. And so he's lying. And that's the thing. And so one thing I want people to know, you have to treat Putin as a hostile actor to the truth. The man lies all the time. He is the Russian version of Donald Trump. He constantly lies. In regards to NATO, and this is a very important thing that I'm pretty sure people don't know. So since the breakup of the Soviet Union, former Warsaw Pact and former USSR countries, namely, the Baltics, for example, they wanted to join NATO precisely because of what's happening here. But those Eastern European countries changed the cultural makeup of that alliance, and so it's a country in which Russia saw its former empire or satellite or shadow empires, so to speak, and now that is gone. And so NATO is an alliance that many Eastern European countries went to. There's this perception that the U.S. is just behind the scenes begging these countries to join, when in fact there were many people in America who did not want these Eastern European countries to join because of what's happening right now, because it would entice Russia. And so this is not a very simple dynamic. And so the thing about Putin is that people don't also think about is he is very, very obsessed with the internal affairs of other people's countries. Russia is a country, I'm going to be careful calling it a gas state and all these other things, but what I will say is that the country does rely heavily on energy, and that the country could use a significant diversification of its economy. It hasn't done any of that. Putin has not done anything internally to reform his country in a way that it'll be a functioning, healthy society, like Ukraine. And the problem that Putin has with Ukraine is that even though this country has a lot of things to work on, when there's an election that takes place, in the past couple of elections, you don't necessarily know who's going to win. Okay, because you had Petro Poroshenko, who survived the first round, in the 2019.
1 second, Terrell. Mohammed, did you have anything breaking? Did you have a hand raised?
Yeah, quickly, I was trying to say that, whatever you read, yes, that is coming from the Russian source. It's a government source, but the conversation which was reported from Turkish side is that, Recep Tayyip Erdogan warned and clearly said that, whatever Putin is doing is not acceptable. And even I think he went farther, saying that he does not recognize any steps against Ukraine's territorial integrity and any invasion of Ukraine or its land. So that means it can tell you this conversation happened a day ago, my time, or 17 hours ago, but you will see that it's posted 20 minutes before by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia. So it's, again, part of this misinformation and disinformation.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because it's very much that news. It was very shaky. And again, what Putin is relying not understand the geopolitics between these countries, and so which is why we're doing this responsibly. So it's important that we read things from Russia and then debunk it, which is very important. But for those
just
of you
an
who
update,
yes.
Just posted to the nest above. There are 10 European banks that posted their views on Ukraine and Russian oil prices, and consensus outlook so far is that crude can continue to go higher and enter super backwardation, because apart from China, which is the biggest buyer of Russian crude, the Netherlands are number 2, Germany's number 3, Poland's number 4, Italy's number 5, and Finland's number 7. I'm excluding Belarus because they'll continue to import. Those countries are going to likely try to find other sources for crude for the refineries to process. So that could result in a temporary, risk premium becoming an intermediate term risk premium as they try to source crude from elsewhere which goes back to that JP Morgan case of you have this situation going into driving season as people travel more. You could see gas prices rise higher than what is forecasted at present. So it wouldn't be surprising to see, 110, 120 on Brent by the summer.
Yeah, that's important to know. But again, this goes back to a main thing. Had this taken place in the United States, you would have Congress. You would have you would have a wide range of officials that would be speaking out. There would be massive.
Muhammad, at the end of the top, did you miss something?
Yeah, one
Yeah,
thing,
okay, perfect.
Sometimes this create panic, this news, in the European countries, or outside most likely. It's the energy discussion. Most of us already know that NATO state members or European countries are having their dependencies on Russians' energy. But let's not forget that these countries are very well organized as well. They do have their reserve. Yes, the prices go up in the stock market, it goes up immediately. But when it comes to the, major impact on these countries or these major states, it is not overnight. They do have their national reserves, and it is treated as a, strategic assets or fuel or things like that overnight when Russia cut these pipelines or supplies, but they can survive for a long time. Yes, in long run, it's an issue, but you may see when you go to these Eastern European countries, people will not panic over these things because they have been used to this threat and this, misuse and abuse of Russian cutting supplies in the middle of winter and in times of need. So for those reasons, they have this experience and they have this capability to, have those reserve assets and use it in times of needs. And also, let's not forget that for European countries, for every other country as well, this is part of your national security strategy or your national security to have enough energy. For that reason, probably it is weird for us outside of Eastern European countries, but for them, it's something normal and they don't take it so serious at this point.
Yeah, that's an important factor to keep in mind. And so the key thing here is that this is a very unique situation in which you have a leader, a world leader, an authoritarian like Putin, who is doing this. I mean, you have one person who does not have to be accountable to even his own Duma, and he can create these shockwaves across the world. When people often ask me, how does this impact me? Well, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, you're starting to see it. But there's something else that's a bit more troubling about what Putin is doing here is that people don't think that what's happening in Ukraine can happen to them, and it can. And you see these attacks that are these missile attacks that are taking place across the country. What is important to note, and this is where NATO comes in, why you see these troop deployments. So, first of all, there's an over-exaggeration of troop deployments by the United States in particular. And so, at last count, there were about 1,700 that deployed from Fort Bragg a few weeks ago, and that were coming to Poland and Romania, I believe. But that is usually to shore up support of forces that are already in these countries. But also, war mistakes happen. So what if one of those missiles were to accidentally land into Romanian territory or Slovakian territory or Polish territory? That's a game changer. And so technically that could be perceived as an attack. Russia could say it's a mistake, right? And so you have to be, so Putin is playing a very dangerous game. And so I want people to understand the context of what could happen so that they don't go out of the way to make their own kind of ridiculous assumptions about what's taking place here. Is that this is a very tense moment, and Americans should be worried because, again, if a missile were to hit in any of these territories, and again, it could be a mistake. That's the whole thing, and we are used to Putin lying, but he could say this is a mistake. Would the EU take it as a mistake? Probably not, and that could trigger a military that could very possibly trigger a military reaction from the United States. It may be a limited one. I don't know what that could be, but keep in mind that everything that's happening right now, this has potential to go beyond Ukraine if these strikes do hit outside of Ukrainian territory. But that again, in war, things happen. That's a very real possibility.
Actually, the
Yeah.
Secretary
I'm getting
General of Turkey of Istanbul just reached out. I'm gonna try to get him on.
Did he leave? Did Terrell leave? Let me invite him back.
I just posted an article from Wall Street Journal pinned above on some of this information on Brent hitting over $100
Hey,
since
who from
2014.
Istanbul?
Yo, Greg, check your DMs.
Jay, so you were looking to bring up?
I'm getting some reports. Obviously, it's a Russian affiliate
Did
newsletter.
anyone hear what Jay said?
Hey, the Secretary General of Turkey, Enes Yilman. I'm trying to find him. ENESYALMAN86 said he wants to speak.
Can you DM me his ad so I can invite him up?
Yeah, I'll DM you right now.
I think that'd be a great source to hear from.
If there is anyone else that's connected to any of these news stories or information close by, please DM one of us on the panel, Special, Jeremy, myself, Stock Talk, or Go Comment.
What was the question?
No question, just sharing. If anyone else has more information to come up.
Yeah, Terrell, if
Hey,
you know
hey,
any,
Gur, I just sent you his handle, so that would be a great person to hear.
Perfect. But is he real though? He's just making stuff up.
I mean, he has a few thousand followers. And the account's been around for a few years. I don't know if it's.
Let me take a look online. Let me check him out before I get him up here. So okay.
Who is it?
It's the Secretary General of
Turkey, right?
Of Turkey.
I mean, shouldn't you just be able to look him up and see?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Oh, okay.